Yo, everybody. I am currently in the back chat over at Dinkus. We are going to be having a fun one tonight. Um, we have dating wars going on, featuring myself, Emmet, Confluence, and Desiree Noel, who was on the whatever podcast. So, it looks like we're figuring out a few tech issues on that side. And then as soon as Abe is fired up, I will get the screen all shared. We'll get going, and this should be a good one, everybody. I'm excited. I'm just listening to some instructions real quick. I'm not sure how much everybody else can hear. Ooh, what happened? We all good? All right. All right, guys. I'm getting my screen share set to go. Um, let's see. Which one do I want to share? The YouTube side, maybe? I guess. Perhaps I should just share the YouTube side. I'm a little nervous. My bad. For those who don't know, Desiree Noel, like I said, she was on the Whatever podcast a couple of times, including a 1v1 with Andrew Wilson, where she assaulted him. So that was kind of interesting. She does sex work in her free time and is a mother of two, divorced, and has some very interesting opinions from what I've seen. This should be a very, very interesting episode of Dating Wars. All right. Yeah. I'm going to actually share the StreamYard. Right.
Eight Wars, whichever. Uh, so I have four people in the back ready to have this discussion. Before we get started, this is going to be about 2 hours long, about an hour and a half in. I will pull up super chats. If you have any questions, you can super chat them in. I will read them off, and we will let the panel discuss the question. Try to keep it respectful. To the contestants, I'm going to bring them all up and let them introduce themselves. Um, yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun. I hope you're all ready for it. So here we go. First, I have Emmet. Welcome, Emmet. Good to see you.
See you, Abe. How you doing today?
I'm doing wonderful. I'm doing wonderful, as per usual. Next, we have. Good to see you. Next, we have Beth. Good to
Hi,
see you,
everybody.
Beth.
Good to see you. Thank you so much for the invite tonight.
Of course, of course. We have Confluence.
Abe, your hat
Good
is
to see
looking
you.
tall as usual.
Thank you, thank you. And finally, we have Miss Desiree. Welcome in.
Hi, guys. Thanks for having me.
All right. So, in the order I brought you up, one by one, you guys can introduce yourselves and let us know what your stance is or who you are and what you are. So, Emmet, why don't you let us know?
Name is Emmet. I am a clown on the internet that does a little bit of political ideas. I have a show tomorrow that's called Forced Karaoke that you can come up and riff a little bit for it. I'm a very conservative man that believes in Christian and values, and yeah, I'm very happy to be here talking with Confluence and Desiree. Which nice to meet you, and obviously Beth.
Okay, over to me.
Yeah, Beth, on to you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Beth Mayhew. I have a channel called Culture Corrections over on YouTube, and I try to host a platform where people can come and discuss ideas and thoughts and have debates. And it's a pretty new channel. It's gotten off to a good start. I'm pretty excited about it. And I know everyone here except for Desiree, so it's nice to meet you, Desiree, and it's good to see everybody in the chat.
Nice to
You're
meet you,
muted.
Beth. Oh, am I still muted?
I was me. I was muted because I'm a dork. All right. Confluence, on to you.
Okay, I'm Confluence. I'm Confluence 358 on YouTube. I make political and entertainment videos. So yeah, I'm center right. Emmet would call me a liberal, but don't believe him. I am in fact conservative. I'm just slightly more moderate, but I'm not a rhino. And so yeah, I'm looking forward to this exciting, chaotic dating panel we're about to engage in.
Fun.
You're so
All right.
righty.
And Miss Desiree, on to you.
Oh, we lost you. Where'd you go?
Camera's black, and I don't hear. Maybe she's having a technical difficulty.
While we're waiting for her, Confluence.
Yeah, I think
Sweetheart, really, you've got to get over this identity crisis. Not a right.
You think I'm a liberal too, Beth? Not you too.
Man.
Oh man, if enough people tell you, what's that saying about ducks? If enough people call you a duck, start quacking.
It's true. It's true.
Well,
okay.
You've got a slight echo.
There we go. That's all right.
Back. Sorry, my kids were calling and I forgot to put the do not disturb on.
I see. Okay. All right. So, are you all ready for the first topic?
So ready.
Oh, wait. Desiree, you got to introduce yourself. I'm sorry. You got to introduce yourself.
I am Desiree Noel. You can find me as Desiree Noel on basically everything. I am branding myself these days as an adult infotainer. So I somewhat blend every different thought process and life experience from all different realms and thought processes, and I synthesize it into kind of like what ChatGPT does, where I'm just here to give the data through a female human perspective rather than take firm stances one way or the other, if that makes sense.
Awesome. Okay. Now, are you all ready for the first topic?
I need to refresh real quick. Give me just a second, okay?
Alrighty. Got to work them kinks out.
We thought we had it all worked out, but this is the internet, folks. Are you not entertained?
We're kinky here on the internet.
Plenty of kinks, yep. All right, let's see.
All right.
Let's do that. Do that. Okay, here we go. First topic of the night is, let me pull this banner up because it's easier that way. All right. Is there a duty to date? That is the first question for the panel, and I will let you guys go at it.
There's a duty to procreate, I would say. We agree with that. Well, I don't know. Who agrees with that one to start? Dating is like a bar below. But you have a duty.
I would say it's a collective duty, but not an individual duty. So both.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And then
can you have a collective duty that is not based on the individual duty of something?
Yes, you can. For example, it's a collective duty of parents to take care of their own children, but it's not an individual duty for, let's say, a 12-year-old neighbor to take care of somebody's child. Does that make sense?
Well, wait a second. When it comes to parenting, no, that is an absolute individual. Like, there's no excuses for that one. And that's why we call, parents who don't do it deadbeats. Collectively, though, I mean, like, you're going to have outliers who maybe aren't made for dating and procreating, right? However, that's the thing, is the outliers don't make the rule. So I would say
but they're still computed into the collective data. So if there's even one individual, which there's many individuals, but if there's only one individual that is not wired to carry out that particular role, then we can't make a universal claim that it's a duty for everyone.
Well,
We can say
it's no
that it's
different
the
than
duty
like
of most.
it's no different than a law, like not to unalive people, right? That is a collective duty. However, of course, there's going to be some people who maybe can't comprehend or have a mental lacking of some sort that would exclude them from being responsible or liable or responsible for their own actions. But we deal with them differently, and they are not excluded from still having to follow the rule. Does that
But
make
what
sense?
about what about if we look at like the Bible, not to drag it into that, but we do have examples with like Paul talking about, right, saying like it's better for a man not to marry. So obviously we have examples of celibacy in the Bible throughout church history. And so like so not everybody has, so I would say it is a collective duty. Not everyone and some people are just like missing the ability to have
That's
kids as
being
well, right?
That's being
Well.
taken out of
The
context.
duty there, so the duty there has to be like if you can control yourself to the point that you don't need any kind of sexual relief, then sure.
But right, but what's
if
the highest?
Not, you do have a duty to date, right? You do have a duty
but
to date.
But if you don't, if Paul is saying it is better not to, so if you don't have that, if you're not burning in your loins or whatever word he uses there, then it's better to not date. Now, if everyone did that, society would collapse. So I mean, it has to be, But that's most people have burning in their loins, so it kind of works itself out.
Just to clarify, are we using the definition of dating in terms of, let's frame what is the word, what are we even talking about when we say the concept of dating? Are we talking about partner selection for the sake of procreation, or what does dating even mean in this context? Because dating is a very new concept. We didn't do it this way for most of human existence, so it's an odd situation.
Yeah, I think it was better. I think what we had in the past history was far better than what we have now. I mean, the entire construct of dating and marriage has been completely just shit on. So I would honestly, though, I would say that when you're looking at dating, it should be with the intention of finding a partner that you're going to settle down with for life.
That's what I think is interesting about the prompt in a way. It's like, do you have a duty to date? It's like, that's why I started with procreation, because like, do you have a duty to get married is one thing, but then like to date, like, no, obviously if you have like let's say you do a courtship model or you live in a society that does arranged marriages, obviously your duty isn't, no one has a duty to date. You could argue that I think we have a duty to bond and produce offspring and stuff. I think there's good steelmans for that. But to date, I don't know. Maybe in Western society we have to, because that's the only way it kind of works. I don't know.
Even in those,
but it's still not. It's still not.
Even in the
we're talking about
those people, those situations, they do have like a courtship situation that the family typically oversees that does count as dating. Sorry, Emmet, go ahead.
Would you say that's dating?
Yes, I would.
We're talking about we're talking about the current state of affairs in the current society. We're not talking about the past. I understand that's a good question, and I would say I don't know if you can agree with me, but I will put up a definition that would be the way in which a man and a woman are meeting towards the idea of marriage and then procreation. So this is the proposition of people going out in order to select a mate, getting married, and then have children.
I like that definition, but that is hyper specific, and I would say most people don't date that way. I think we'd all agree with that, right? Like most people on dating apps aren't like, I'm looking for a husband and I'm looking to make babies. Like that's not most people. So I love the definition. I just don't think most people.
Yeah, like I think when the average person in 2025 hears the word dating, I don't necessarily think that that's where all of their minds are jumping.
Right.
So it doesn't necessarily translate to the conversation in real time.
Well, so then does that bring up a question of, is courting and dating the same thing when it comes to mate selection and your future?
I don't think they are. I think dating can fall under, you can be dating with an eye toward marriage and procreation, but I think courtship definitionally has an eye toward marriage and then hopefully procreation. So it's like one is a subset of the other is what I would personally say. I don't know what these guys
I don't think so, because you do see a lot of people who where dating and courting, it is so comparable that I don't personally see the difference between it.
But you
get a lot of
agree with
people
what
who
I'm saying, that there's people who date that don't want to marry. They're just dating for fun. So that's why I'm saying it's a subset of that, right? You
However,
can date with no eye toward marriage. I mean, I know
get what
we
you're
probably all
saying.
know people I've known people that have dated for 20 years and they have no intention of getting married, right? They're just they're forever dating, you know, which is strange.
The
but
mass,
it's
the
what it is.
usually, well, I think that you end up with a lot of people though who end up dating with the intention of getting married, and so therefore, how would you distinguish between the two if both of them end up getting called dating at the end of the day?
Well, that's why I would say one is a subset of the other. So not all dating will lead to marriage, but all courtship is designed to lead to marriage. So dating is a broader field that includes people who just want to have fun, people who just want a partner, and people who do want to live to marriage or go to marriage. So that's one of the aspects of dating. But I would say in our culture, especially as Emmet clarified, if we're talking about 2025, I would say most people opening up Tinder, not looking for a spouse. I'm just going to say that. I'm just going to throw that out there. Probably not, right?
I would make a different argument, but we're talking modernity, and I don't want to bog it down.
Do you not think that's true? Do you not think most people opening up like dating apps? Do you think
No,
they're
yeah,
looking for
no. I
their
agree
forever-
with you. I
Well,
agree with you. I'm just saying
we can add a different term. We can add a different term. If we're talking about dating, that's the definition I proposed for the conversation that we're having. But if you want to talk about degeneracy, we can talk about degeneracy all you want, but that would be a completely different idea. Yeah, I know you want to talk about degeneracy. That's why I said that you're a lefty.
At the bit, Confluence. I see you.
Yeah. So if you have a better definition or a different definition that you want to propose for the purposes of the conversation, you can come up with it. Otherwise, that's my proposition for the definition in case of this debate.
Yeah, I'll just off the dome, but I would say dating is where people have some romantic goal in mind, where two partners get together to pursue some exclusive or semi-exclusive relationship on a romantic and sexual level. So that could lead to marriage. It could just be for
semi-exclusive.
Well, I mean, there poly people exist. If you want to talk about degeneracy, I think that's degenerate, to be clear. Okay.
I don't know. I don't want to talk about degeneracy. That's why I didn't bring them up in my definition.
I think if we're gonna say dating, like we have to make a definition that matches the culture. And polyamorous people exist, and they would say they're dating.
You think the culture is poly?
No, I think there are people in the culture that are poly. That's just a fact.
That's not the question that I ask. The question that I ask is it do you think that the culture we live on is polyamorous?
No, but a good definition needs to encompass all of the aspects of what we mean by date. That's just how the dictionary works, right? Like, we're going to give any good definition.
Not how it works.
Yes, it is.
Maybe one of the
look it up in the dictionary. It doesn't say leads toward marriage.
Yeah, when I look at words in the dictionary, there's exclusionary terms in the definition so that I can decide and delineate what I'm talking about. If I'm talking about all-inclusive definition, that the word becomes all-inclusive. It means everything. We have to delineate.
Dictionaries are descriptive, not prescriptive. It's how people use language.
Okay,
and they describe using what?
And they describe themselves as dating. People, even in the 60s, this isn't a new thing.
Confluence. They describe using what?
Using words.
Yeah, and what are the words doing?
The words are describing. I feel like you're leaving
delineating that thing from another thing.
Yes.
So if I have an all-inclusive, definition, how is it possible that I can differentiate between one set of one thing and the other? They mean everything. That's all-inclusive.
The definition I gave is not all-inclusive. It specifically was romantic and it does. Okay, so all-inclusive.
All culture considers polyamory
everything.
Confluence. Would you say that that's the normative intention, though, of dating?
I would say the normative intention of dating is to maybe I'll make it simpler. I would say, because I do think it has to include that, because that is unfortunately a part of the culture. I would say it's you're pursuing some type of romantic and or sexual semi long-term or short-term relationship with somebody else. That's like the best definition I can give, and I think that is accurate. I think to specify it more is to lie about what dating means in our current 2025.
But even then, you're lying about what dating means, because by all standards, up until more recent years, okay, like the last 2 decades since the sexual revolution, even sexuality, it's been completely trivialized. Before that, sex was meant for marriage, not for dating. So maybe that's another big problem with the dating culture, right?
Right, but I would say I would punt you got to punt back a lot further than that, Beth, in my opinion. I mean, like dating in like the 70s, that's like 50 years ago, people would be dating. You ever read like Archie comics, right? Archie's dating Veronica and then he's dating Betty. He's dating both of them. He's not like polyamorous. He wouldn't say that, but dating was like you go on a date and you like you
dating's
see
like getting to know somebody to see if they might be a potential long-term or marriage partner. I think that we put too much pressure, those of us who are maybe more traditional, or we still want to maintain the sanctity and reverence for marriage and the pursuit of marriage or long-term lifelong partnerships, while at the same time we need to understand there is sort of this muddled middle ground area where we do have to get to know people and sort of try on different personalities, different future visions and things like that. And the thing is, if we're not taught from early childhood to actually get to know ourselves as an individual, and then we are not taught how to go and pick friends, partners, whatever, based on different levels of compatibility. We're just taught, pick somebody that you're attracted to or somebody that goes to your college or this and that, and you only went to college because your parents told you to go there. Well, then no wonder. It's like nobody can really sort themselves out to even know themselves, and then to go find like-minded, like-wired, equal partnership in this sort of game of getting to know other people. Like, we don't even know what the hell we're doing. So it's just kind of this. And here's the thing: is even with that, we can make a perfect argument for the fact that when it comes down to dating, once you start adding sex to the table, it fucks up the entire process. It's going to put in emotions that may not necessarily be there. I mean, God, how many people continue seeing someone just because the sex is good, whether even though they don't actually? Well, yeah, and you're having this. There's a problem in that the female body system is a oxytocin regulatory system, whereas the male body system is a dopamine regulatory system. And so you put those two things together, and it's very easy for men to get addicted to dating for the sex, and it's very easy for women to get addicted to dating for the oxytocin boost, in order to regulate their nervous system with external forces, much like a drug addict or any other type of dependency, which is where the terms come in, like love addict, dating addict, and things like that. It's real. It's real shit going on, right?
Absolutely. That's why you get people who say, sorry, Emmet, go ahead.
Do you think, because we are saying, we're talking about that specifically, then would you think that it's completely immoral then to have any kind of sexual relationship when you're dating, right?
I don't really like to go into the realms of morality and right and wrong, because it's not necessarily that it's right or wrong on a moral level, in my opinion, as long as there's consent and the whole thing, of course. And
let's talk about
when that poison the well.
I can speak from like a developmental trauma-informed perspective to say, yeah, there's issues there when you just bring in something that is inherently as bonding and complex as a sexual interaction. When you're just bringing that in with just anybody you met on Tinder on a swipey swipe mood, I mean, yeah, there's inherently tons and tons and tons of potential issues there. Now, I can speak personally to say that there has been a time and a place in my own journey and maturation and healing where sort of kinky, we could even say BDSM type of experiences, off the cuff experiences have actually helped me integrate parts of myself that nothing else really did, therapy or whatever. So in that sense, I could say that it may have been helpful, but then in other ways, it was like, oh, this was just a shit show. I just like traumatized myself more. I activate my attachment traumas in this whole process, and it's not helpful. So I think it could be both and that's kind of the messiness of human relationships. It's never as clean as we want it to be.
This is why we
But that
should
is a
be
complete middle
encouraging
of
for.
the.
Sorry, Emmet. This time I am going to finish. This is why we should be eliminating sex from the entire dating process, honestly, because otherwise, we don't really even know who the person is that we're getting attached to, and so therefore, Confluence, your definition would be wrong. Sorry.
How?
Can I add something to that? Can I add something to
my
that?
definition is descriptive. It's not prescriptive, Beth. I feel like I made that very clear.
Well, it's not descriptive enough.
Pick me.
It is
I have a
descriptive
reframe.
enough.
I have an idea for a reframe.
What's that?
Okay.
Okay.
Would it potentially remove at least some of the problems of quote unquote non-committal or casual sex if we started being really honest, men and women being really honest with the fact that perhaps in some seasons of our lives, we are simply looking for a sexual partner and we are not actually looking for the other part of it. And can that ever be a valid developmental
I want to
phase
say, I just want to say quickly, I wouldn't personally then call that dating, I guess.
Right, exactly. It wouldn't be dating. It would be like
why not Confluence?
Else.
You want to add every single detail to the idea
because again, I'm sorry, I mean,
a quadruple is dating according to you, right?
Descriptive, and when people
all it
say
does is make it poly if you're still dating other people while you're having a
how many tuples do I have to be so
dating,
that's not dating?
When people say dating, they don't mean I met a girl at a nightclub and I hooked up and I never talked to her again. No one means dating by that. They mean something short to long term that is romantic and or sexual. That's not. I'm not saying
sure, but what she and I are talking,
you should do that. I'm just saying that is how people use that term.
What Desiree and I think what she and I are talking about is quote unquote, let's call them non-relationships where it's strictly sex, no strings attached. Right. Guess what? That's how my 20-year
like a practitioner or
that's how my 20-year marriage started out. Okay,
it is what it is.
Sure, but I think
that's how my 20-year marriage started out. And what a
that's
fucking
probably not dating though, because dating I think has intention behind it to some degree. The intention is some type of continuous.
And I don't think we're disagreeing. I think we're just saying perhaps it clarifies the meaning of dating if we just remove the whole cohort of people who are just simply looking for a sexual exchange. Similar to how somebody would go to a massage therapist.
I don't agree with that. Yeah, I don't disagree
probably
with you.
Not getting attached, and
I don't disagree with you.
Practitioners probably, the person.
I think dating has to involve some emotional component.
Let me ask this question then. Because you guys are on a trail here. If hooking up is not dating, is dating not cool? And is there some degenerative process that has happened where courting was a thing and you would go on dates while courting and that became dating, and then dating then became hooking up? Is there a degradation of the foundations of pair bonding in that?
I think that hooking up is a completely different animal all of its own, because when you're hooking up, there's no intention behind it other than getting that quick fix. And it's really not healthy for anyone. It also trivializes sex. It does not help people's self-esteem. It sets horrible examples for our youth and our children. And there's a lot of reasons. I mean, like, listen, if you're 41 like me and you're divorced and like don't have any plans of whatever, I mean, I could understand where you get to a point where you might have some kind of loose arrangement with someone, right? But I think that it takes. Hang on, don't shake your head. Hear me out for a second, Emmet. I think that it takes extraordinary. Let me finish, Emmet. Emmet, hang on. It takes extraordinary circumstances to get there, and you'd have to be willing to accept the fact that not many people are ever going to want to see you again on that kind of level. So it turns into, you're trading one bad for another. Being alone for a hookup, nah. Now do you see where I was going with that, Emmet? Just a little.
No, you're still.
Reprove
Went
her,
over your
Emmett.
head.
Reprove her.
Emmet, the point is, especially when it comes down to women who enter non-relationships that are strictly based on just having sex and hooking up, everybody ends up knowing about that. And then you are no longer a desired partner on the market,
Yeah.
even if you wanted to
You know,
get
if
one.
you want to have a relationship in that case, go to a monastery, become a nun, get a relationship with God. That would be my.
Everybody should have a relationship with God to begin
Should
with.
we be courting the
No, a real
divine
one,
Lord
not an
himself?
imaginary one like
Should we
Confluence
be
and his
dating
Gnosticism.
Jesus?
You want to be dating Jesus Confluence? No.
Absolutely.
Well, that got awkward.
Not in a-
That got awkward
Absolutely.
real quick. Okay.
You know
Wow.
that, don't you, Desiree? Sorry, I'm sorry.
But I am the queen of controversy, so I do like to bring in these more taboo concepts of, especially because I think the biggest problem that I have found coming from being a church counselor actually into being doing OnlyFans, and the confessional of OnlyFans. But what I found is that I believe that the core disconnect and the root issue of all of this is the separation between the spirituality and the sexuality. I think that's the inherent problem. I don't necessarily think it's how on paper each individual is expressing themselves sexually. I think it's the lack of understanding of your sexuality as an extension of or an expression of your spirituality. And I think that is where things are getting very wonky and unintentional. And there's a lot of con artistry going on with guys with the lines and all this. And it's just getting a little creepy. It's getting a little sleazy out there. It's getting real sleazy out there.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question then, Desiree?
Sure.
Can I ask a question? Okay, perfect. So, if we go into a pure, utilitarian perspective, in that case, would you be in favor of imposing religion by force, so that we can get away from those kind of problems?
We've already done that, honey. A lot of times it didn't work.
And it worked pretty fine, right? And it worked amazingly, right? Like more than 2,000 years going down in degeneracy, and then we stopped doing it for 100. It's going up.
Man, you guys are gonna put me and Desiree on the same team on this one, hey? Because that's fucking.
Sweetheart, you already were.
Guys, I tell you, it doesn't work. It might have worked slightly better than other variations that we've tried, but on the whole, it actually doesn't work. And you can tell that just by the ancestral traumas that have been passed down generation after generation, no matter
if they didn't exist,
religious or not, and it's primarily sexual in nature.
What if they never existed? What if they lied to you and they told you that there was ancestral trauma, but your grandma was just very happy being plowed by your grandpa? I mean, my grandma was very happy being plowed by my grandpa. They had a ton of kids. They were fucking happy. There was no sexual trauma there. I don't understand where this idea of sexual trauma comes from.
Wow.
Yeah, being forced. Look, when you start looking at the spread of religion, and especially when it was forced, right? Because we can all agree conversion of the sword was something that actually did happen. The only people who actually ended up with some kind of trauma were the ones who resisted it. The ones who went along with the show.
No kidding, Beth.
Of course. But the ones who went along with it and adopted this religion and then interjected
Beth,
this amazing part of their
what's
life.
your grandma? Wait. You had a grandma. Was your grandma happy being plowed by your grandpa?
My grandma
and having a ton
getting plowed. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Confluence,
did your grandma have problems? Did your grandma be plowed by your grandpa and have a bunch of
my
kids?
granny about this shit.
Here's the point, though, is that over
she had a bunch of
time,
kids, right?
the point is, Noel.
She didn't have a bunch of kids.
I'm sorry. The point is, over time, once Christianity took hold within families and it became a tradition passed down, there was no trauma to speak of. So I don't understand where you think this sexual trauma is coming from.
The trauma was not to speak of, so the mind no longer knew how to articulate the blocks and the trauma that was trapped in the body, because we adopted this concept of duty sex, or the wife's body belonging to the husband and these sorts of things. Well, what I found as a church counselor is that what happens then over time is when a woman gets married, all of the residual, unprocessed, unspoken of traumas arise. And what I found universally as a church counselor is that the sex drive in the married women was basically non-existent. They didn't like sex. I maybe in my whole 15 years as a church counselor, I think I talked to
Okay, Desiree. I'm gonna ask you the same question I asked Confluence. You have a grandma. Did your grandma had a ton of fun with your grandpa being plowed and having a bunch of kids?
I come from a long line of mail order brides, essentially sex slaves or domestic slaves on my mom's
So she
side.
didn't like she didn't like it? Is that what you're telling me?
No, the women were viciously abused.
Oh,
viciously.
So all of your grandpa was an abuse, is what you're telling me?
Yes. Both sides, down every generation.
Do you think that's impossible? Do you think that history isn't like predicated on grape, because that's just like that has happened.
No, I don't think so.
It's real.
I think that's a very new thing.
Rome was literally founded on the grape of the Sabines.
I want to address.
I
want to address something Desiree said, if I can.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Let's let Beth address Desiree real quick
before you guys go spurging out. So, when it comes down to like the wife, the husband owning the wife's body, right? If you actually look at that scripturally, that goes both ways. And there are conditions under which you can withhold sex for a period of time. But here's the thing. And some churches absolutely get this wrong completely. I admit it up front. Sex was created by God to be that glue that strengthens a union, that holds you together, that, you know, no matter, come on, everybody's had angry sex at least once or twice, and all of a sudden the argument is done and over with and gone, you know. So in all actuality, I think that it's kind of being mischaracterized here big time.
Well, I would say it this way. From my experience, again, I can only speak to what I know, is that if there are particular residual trauma patternings in an individual, and then they hear that scripture or that indoctrination, they are not taking it and applying it in the same way as, let's say, a woman who had a healthy upbringing, healthy men around her. She saw healthy sexuality and man-woman relating. That person might hear those scriptures and it gets applied right. In my family and my situation, the women hear these scriptures and they use that to actually stay in horrifically abusive relationships that then pass on the trauma to the next generation of children. And then those children recreate the same dynamics over and over again, and it can never be released.
Desiree, that makes a lot of sense. Wait, that makes a lot of sense to me. But if that is the case, why should we even listen to you, since you are the continuum process of that, right?
You don't have to listen to me. I mean, chuck it in.
No, but I mean, why would I take any kind of advice or idea from a person whose idea
because
of what
I am a valid adult member of society, adding to the conversation that we're having.
No, you are of a family of you're a product.
Emmet, what the
you're
fuck?
a product of a family of rapists whose only frame of reference about wait, Confluence, calm down, Confluence.
Hold on.
So you're the product of a family of grapists whose frame of reference when it comes to any kind of relationship is based completely on grape, and you are born and raised on this grape mentality. So if I was to look about how a good and healthy relationship was to look like, the last person I would ask about it would be you, according to your own worldview and sentiment, right?
I don't think you're talking about giving prescriptives for healthy dynamics. We were just simply having a conversation about.
But you were saying what were the problems of it? If you're not contrasting that to a prescription, what are you doing? Just giving.
God, I'm gonna spurg. I gotta ask.
You're just telling us what you being.
I got a point.
Can I ask Emmet something?
Let's let Confluence and then Beth go.
Okay, thank you, Emmet. Okay. So your argument is because someone's parents are something, that means that them as an agentic being can't possibly have a different perspective. Like
that was her.
Well, then you're shaking your head. But what do you say? You're saying because
I used her
in her history that she can't possibly.
Confluence. let me explain to you
communicate
this
anything
real quick. Just two words. This
Okay.
was her worldview, and I made a question in accordance to her.
now. I don't think.
worldview.
I mean, I'll let
I
Desiree
was
speak, but I'm not
simply
saying she can.
speaking to represent the section of society, which is quite large. I hate to break it to you, that did not come from a happy little perfect family life. And so when
Oh,
scripture
I
and
never
those
said
types
My
of
turn,
things
Emmet,
hit them,
my
it
turn.
hits different. That's all I'm
finish
saying.
it to
And
finish
so
what I was saying
you
briefly.
have to be very careful
very
with that.
briefly. I think we can break patterns. I think that, and Desiree can, again, correct me if I'm wrong, but we have patterns that we fall into, but we can also break them as being
Exactly.
individuals with souls and free will. We can break
Exactly.
those patterns.
How?
And
that's
when
where-
No,
you
wait. No, we
into
can't
your
fucking
because
free
this is
will, Emmet.
descriptive.
Boys,
What we heard was a description of what's to come. It says we follow these, and then we listen to these, and we follow the same pattern, and we're just describing that we're following same pattern. That is
happens
why
to a
I
lot
made
of
that.
people. Yeah,
that
that happens
was-
to a lot
that-
of people. It doesn't
Don't
happen to
make
Yeah,
me
you're
have
not
to write
special.
down my
You're a lot of
I
ideas.
people
wasn't
too. Okay,
saying that
you're
I'm
in
any
between a
longer
lot of
in
people.
it. I'm simply speaking
Emmet.
for the
Yeah,
people who
you're
are
included in a lot of people.
No.
Don't make me
I-
have to
Go
write
on,
down
Beth.
my
Never said
thoughts.
to me.
Okay.
So,
All right. Let's let
Desiree.
Beth go.
Desiree, question then. Wouldn't you say that, and this isn't to victim blame, but wouldn't you say that victims do have some duty to mitigate their situation and to get out and to do something
100%,
about it?
100%. And
Responsibility.
I have done it, but I will tell you, it was the hardest freaking thing I have ever done. Now, I've never been like a hard drug addict or anything, but I would liken coming out of that type of toxic family system and church system. I would liken that probably on a nervous system level to harder than kicking any heroin or anything like that. Because you have to imagine, for me to get out of an abusive marriage, leave a church that was not supporting, me and my healing or anything like that, leave a family system that would not acknowledge the fact that I had ever been abused, let alone could we ever repair the damage later on. But getting out of that has literally been the equivalent of like leaving a satanic fucking cult that feels like I need it to actually physically live. It is that deeply ingrained in the nervous system. Again, I'm not saying that this is how it's like for everybody.
No.
I did it, and I can have compassion for the sort of wonky, kinky expressions that people start to take on as a way to sort of soothe the pain of trying to overcome and get out of cyclical trauma responding like that. I did a lot of off the wall shit, but I can see now I added greater and greater levels of conscious awareness and heart or intent to heal behind my behaviors with a non-judgmental perspective of myself as like this child that needed to be re-raised, right? And so I found that a very powerful healing path. And all I can do is speak to where it came from. And Christ, I have a genuine relationship with Christ or Christ consciousness, however we want to conceptualize it, apart from religion. And that really did honestly carry me through.
Hang on.
You left the church, got into OnlyFans, and now you have a conscious relationship with Christ?
No, I always did. I started a conscious relationship with Christ when I was 18. I thought that meant that I was to be a Christian in the church. I didn't understand that it was a personal relationship with my own higher conscience or relationship with God, you could say. I didn't understand that those two could actually be separate, especially in the case when there's not healthy doctrine being taught, or there's not trauma informed pastoral leadership.
I got it, Emmet. I'm sorry. Love you to death. You know me. Listen, we haven't met before. Everybody who has spent any time around me knows I'm very, very open about the fact that I personally spent 20 years with a very abusive man who ultimately crippled me before I was able to get away from him. No shit. He broke my back, caused spinal cord injuries. I got a really fucked up life now. However, I can understand. In the beginning, I absolutely did everything I could to make excuses, to defend things. I stayed where I was.
Right.
By the time I was ready to get out, there wasn't anybody really around anymore. Okay, I mean, because we're talking 20 years here, as well as, 2 kids who grew up in the middle of this. I think that there is not enough responsibility that gets taken on by the victims themselves for where they're at. And I think that when we start
True, it's the same. It's the same as an addict. It's an addict.
Excuses, that's what it is. It turns into excuses. Every reason I had for still being there was just an excuse. Every reason I had for whatever. I can't blame other men. And my trauma, if I don't deal with my trauma, that's my fault. Not my kid's fault, not my ex-husband's fault, not Emmet's fault. It's nobody's fucking fault.
Exactly. So, and I'm in the same boat where it's like, we all have to take our individual path to recovering from the addiction to being abused. At the end of the day, we're adults. It's our responsibility.
To say that developing kinky behavior and straight up, doing whatever, straight down to like doing OF or being a whore or whatever people want to be, is a way to deal with trauma is nothing more than absolute cope in order to avoid accountability and responsibility. And it ruins everything that you are, not only for yourself, but for your poor kids whose friends are going to see you somewhere doing something. That's all. Just my
that just hasn't been my experience. I can understand where you're coming from in your perspective. I just haven't personally had that experience. I've had the experience of miraculous type of healing that literally no other modality ever brought me to.
Wait, so Des,
that's just my truth. That's all I can say.
Do you still do
OnlyFans? Have you experienced death?
Yeah, I have my OnlyFans there.
Okay, so you still.
Desiree, have you experienced death?
Have I experienced death? Physical death, and had a
have you experienced death personally? Personally, have you experienced death?
Like a near-death experience, or what are we talking?
Yeah,
I've had
no. Personally, have you experienced death?
Like going unconscious.
So you experienced death.
Like for her or for other people around her, Emmet, is what.
Yeah, what are you talking about? Like I've been with people, I've held them while they died.
No, it's a personal experience. When I'm talking about, if you can only talk about your personal experience, and that's the only way you can give any prescriptions about anything or even know if anything is real, have you experienced death?
Well, I mean,
the question becomes after. I can give you that. I can give
obviously, I have died many times, and I'm here now.
Okay, I can give you the next one if you want to.
Desiree's red pilled.
So because you've died many times, that means that you believe in death, right? You will die and will not be born again. That I
believe in death? That I believe in it?
Yeah.
I don't. I wouldn't say
death?
I don't believe in death on a spiritual level.
Death happens.
I believe in it on a, I guess, you could say a physical plane, not on a spiritual plane.
Okay. How do you know it happens if you haven't experienced it when it comes to your body?
I don't believe in it. I told you. What are you talking about? I'm lost.
You don't believe? So your body is always going to be the same forever, and you're never going to die.
Oh, like, will my physical body stop?
Yeah, have you experienced death in your physical body?
I mean, I've had many instances of going unconscious, how close to death I was, or if I died and came back.
You think that going to sleep is the same as death?
It's a little death.
No, it's not. That's what. That is the great way to traumatize.
I think the whole concept of
having worked as a hospice care aide, trust me, going to sleep and having wild orgasms or anything, even getting choked out, is nothing close to dying. Okay. Nothing even close.
Different question. Desiree, have you ever experienced the future?
Yeah. I think every time that I imagine or dream up a desire that I want to manifest, I am essentially experiencing the future, and then I bring myself to it.
See, Emmet,
so you can tell me
sometimes prophets, okay? That's what you're.
You can tell me. You can tell me that you were able to be smell, listen to, see, or taste the future. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah. I could say that.
So
this is I'm impressed by your capacity of experiencing something that
would
is
you
impossible to
qualify that
have in
as
a
like? I'm getting
physical
off on that
realm.
one, so I won't ask that question. My bad, because that'll take us somewhere totally.
We're really
different.
off the rails.
Yeah,
here.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, a little bit off the rails. I just wanted to.
So I'm looking to you.
I want to know if you are gonna be honest with me when it comes to metaphysical terms that you cannot experience, but we know to be real. But you are the only person in the universe that has experienced the future, and I'm really amazed.
Not
to
the
meet
not
you
the only
because-
person, Emmett. Not the only person.
No,
Not the
you
only
you
person.
haven't
Oh my
experienced the future
Anybody who
confluence.
understands conscious manifestation and how the imagination actually works and understands that we are
W.
co-creating with
Desiree.
infinite-
I remember that time when I was
we're
like, I'm
all
gonna be a
experiencing
Spider-Man,
the future or
and
the past.
I imagined
See, the
it a
thing
lot.
is, your mind does not know the difference between the past and the future. It's experiencing all at once. Hence why athletes and these different people can visualize their desired outcome, and it actually is proven that they then go and perform that way that they visualize, because their nervous system accepts that imagined future outcome as happening now, and it's real.
I'm doing it right now because I'm gonna be
these are just
Spider-Man.
like little avatars that are walking around
You know-
perceiving in 3D reality our spiritual being.
I am manifesting the spider that's gonna come on me, bite me, and then I'm gonna become Spider-Man. It's the manifestation is getting inside of me right
Mexican
now.
Spider-Man.
I'm feeling-
That would
I'm
be a
feeling-
DEI Marvel.
I
movie.
am
That's the
feeling
fucking
the
Marvel.
manifestation of the future.
I don't want the.
Okay, are you guys ready for another topic?
What's
Wait,
the
wait,
Yeah,
before,
we're ready.
before the other topic,
Back
I
to
actually
that.
want to bring it back briefly. I want to agree with what Abe said originally. Just to close it out, I do think we have seen a degeneracy, to go back to what Abe originally said like half an hour ago, that we have seen a degeneracy from courtship to dating to hookups. So that was the original thing that he said, and I actually do agree with that. I think we're seeing we're sliding down the scale of what sex
That
means
makes
and
sense.
what romance.
Righteous.
sense.
Make courting great again.
Make all the great again.
Stop
Amazing.
trivializing
The church
that.
again.
You know how you make courting great again? You get the Orthodox Church right in there, and then you're like, no kissing. You can see each other once every
No
now and
kissing?
again, and
Brother,
then
no
you want to kiss.
kissing.
If you want to kiss, you gotta
No
get
kissing
married,
before marriage.
and then you're gonna have a
You're like,
bunch of kids.
oh,
Stay
Yeah.
away, you can
No
only
kissing.
go 12.
Kissing and sex
That
are
sounds
no
like what
OnlyFans.
you're getting. That sounds like what
Kissing
they
and
need
sex
to do
are
with
things
social
that-
distancing.
kissing
Yes.
and
Social
sex are learned.
distancing.
Yeah, I
kiss-
want a
For the
social
Fauci
distance for
ouchie,
women.
Emmett.
Kissing
Especially
and
the
sex.
ones that have OnlyFans. I want them as far fucking
Okay.
away from me as possible.
More
All
than
right,
6
let's
feet, you're
go
saying.
on.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
like 2 miles. In fact, we're gonna put them in a specific
gosh.
place on the
Emmet,
place.
Emmet.
Ghettos?
Emma.
Okay. Emmett.
Emmett.
Okay.
Emmett.
So, if men have the responsibility to provide, do women have the responsibility to keep the relationship healthy?
Yes. Right off the bat.
I would like to know your answer, Desiree. I'm gonna allow myself to be manifested by your answer in this case.
A relationship takes two. So I would say this. I do wholeheartedly believe in the dom sub dynamic in an erotic
Not what this is.
partnership.
Why?
But,
Why go there? Why?
But I would say that no one person in a 2-people partnership can carry the weight of keeping that entire unit healthy. It has to be back and forth. So I would say it like this. If it's a man's responsibility to provide and he's providing, should the woman essentially take a knee and submit on the areas of facts of the matter of the provisional things that he's providing? So for example, if the man is providing this amount of income, I would say it's the duty of the wife to live within the means of that income if that's what the man feels good about. So she could submit to him in all manners of finance and all of that.
You're taking
right?
this-
But that doesn't
you're
mean
taking
that
this-
like if he is an alcoholic, how does she keep him healthy? That I don't
you're
understand.
perfect. So listen, so the man has the responsibility to protect and provide for his family. Make sure there's a house, the bills are paid, things are taken care of. Women, it is with our nature to be nurturers, and therefore men don't have that. I mean, they have it, but not in the same way that women do, and not to the degree that we do. And therefore, it is not only our children that we are responsible for nurture. We have to do these things for our husbands as well, especially because they tend to have a stoicism about them, where they don't like to show when things are bothering them. However, you know as well as I do, you can always tell when there's something that's bothering him. So yeah, at the end of the day, I think it's absolutely our responsibility, just as we nurture our children, to nurture the relationship while he is carrying the burden of everything else that provides for us in the meantime. It doesn't even have to look, you don't even have to look at it as being submission. It's a full out duty.
I've just never seen it go very well. Once a man starts feeling his woman as his mother,
it's not about being a mother.
That's a fine art piece.
It's not about being a mother. Nurturing
I get what you're saying.
Can you nurture if you have a dog, you nurture your dog, right? I mean, you take care of your pets, you take care of your children.
Not in that way.
Well, not like, no. Why are you putting some kind of sexual connotation on that?
Hey, you said that. I didn't say that.
No, I didn't. I said nurturing. Taking care of him in the sense of...
I think if we're talking about taking care of him in terms of like meeting his sexual needs and making sure he has a lunch and the groceries are there and stuff, then yes, like I totally agree with that. I don't know what we meant by the word health. If that meant like the physical health to make sure he's like eating and stuff,
the health of the relationship, not his health, the health of the relationship itself.
I would still stand on the fact that it takes two to tango. I mean, you can't have one person keeping a relationship healthy.
That's not his part. Because men tend to carry stoicism, they don't sit there and they don't advertise when things are bothering them, right? And when
Beth,
they're having a hard
say
time.
It's fully on, like, I think I agree with the prompt if I'm remembering it right, but you would also agree, like, it's not like the man is excused from every emotional duty to, like, keep the relationship healthy.
He's not. Absolutely
right,
not.
Like, he has to be willing to open up and talk about things, and then, of course, if the woman can be there...
He doesn't have to tell you everything. Just because something's bothering him, you don't need to know exactly what it is to know that maybe right now he just needs that extra bit of attention, that, a foot rub. Just something, even just to sit next to him so that he's not alone for that last 10 minutes before he goes to bed at the end of the day. Okay? He doesn't need to tell you that he's having a hard time with something for you to sense that he needs that support. And that's what I'm saying, is that we do have an absolute duty to pay attention to that stuff, because the stoic nature of men, they do not tell us.
Beth, I want to ask you, do you also think that men have a similar duty? Because I would say, even as a man, if let's say I'm providing for some hypothetical future wife, inshallah, right? Like I would still say I have a duty to make the relationship healthy. Even if I'm the sole provider, it's not like I go home and I'm like, woman, make my relationship healthy. I would still think
Desiree
it's not about two to tango.
It's not like that. Listen, like I said, I'm not excusing men from having emotional responsibilities when it comes down to the family. Absolutely not. However, when it comes down to the more, the tougher stuff, I think that as women, we were made by God in such a way that we can tell these things without needing to be told. And we were given a nurturing nature, which has nothing to do with sex, everybody. We were given a nurturing nature for a reason. This is our tool. This is how the number one thing as women that we can do for our family, and it is what, at the end of the day, is the number one contributor to keeping your relationship healthy and strong.
I think
the question goes a little bit further when it comes to this. Like, let's say that you had all of this awakening to all of your kinkiness and stuff like that, right? and it had to be done outside of marriage. Like, why? Wouldn't that be cool that you had experienced all of that with your husband, and he would have been happier and maybe getting you more kids out of it?
I was the kinkiest laws marriage. I mean, I'm just saying, you know.
So I don't understand where it comes the idea that you can have.
The thing is about kink is that kinky people need to be with kinky people, and non-kinky people need to be with
wait. Do you think
sex is something that develops between two people?
Beth, I let you. Wait. Hey, it's my turn. I'm doing this. I'm questioning now. Okay. Do you think guys don't like to have a sexy wife at home? Like, have you ever you had a husband? If your husband came home from work and you were using the skimpy clothes and be like, I'm all over the fuck you, do you think he's gonna be like, no, woman, get away from me? That's how you think it happens, or did you have a different experience, or?
Yeah,
did you have a different experience?
That wasn't my experience.
When it comes down to sex, listen,
you have like all of that. Wait just a second, Beth.
Sure.
You have like all of the exceptions in your life. It's like a guy's a hot blood in America and he wants to just go ahead, plow, and get a bunch of kids, and you're like, no, I had the one that is not hot blooded and doesn't want to have anything. And then it's like, I went to church and I had all this fulfilling stuff, and then it's like, no, I didn't. I went to church and I had the opposite idea.
I think because of each of our individual religious indoctrination, our sexualities as individuals were trying to be forced to express themselves in a certain way, and I don't think that those ways were true to ourselves as individuals. So I don't really think he necessarily wanted to have sex with females, and I didn't want to have sex with him out of duty, and it just was not a good combo.
Oh, so you didn't want to have sex with him, right?
Emmet, please.
Yeah, why are we going?
Yeah, let Beth.
So you didn't want to do it. So when I ask you the question about you being on the skimpy clothes, waiting for your husband so you can plow each other, you were thinking about it in a different way, right?
Wow.
I'm not writing any fucking fanfic. We're talking about dating. We're talking about this is in the confines of marriage, Confluence. Why are you so uptight when it comes to marriage? But in any other case, you would be like, yes, I like everything.
Okay.
Attracted to each other.
Yeah.
My turn.
Okay, Beth, go ahead.
When it comes down to sex, especially within marriage, it's within the marriage that you develop the things that you like, the things that you want, where you get adventurous, where you don't have to be ashamed or insecure with your partner. That's how it's supposed to be within. Right. Don't shake your head at it. That's how it happens within marriage.
Your head at that? What the
within marriage. But here's the thing: is if you are in
I can't fix your Confluence.
If you're in a place where you don't even want to have sex with your husband, if this is a more permanent thing, then it's a relationship you shouldn't be in, and you shouldn't have gotten married to begin with.
Exactly. But I had that religious indoctrination and family indoctrination that this is what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to
because we all
I don't remember
all indoctrination, everyone rebels against it at some point in time. That's just cope.
I did. 7 years into the marriage, I left.
Well, let me put it this way. Okay? I remember all of my indoctrination when it came to Christianity. In none of my indoctrination when it came to Christianity did it said, you have to accept the first God says, will you marry me? It pretty much said you can have as much sex as you want after you get married. But it didn't say anything about you having to accept whoever proposes. You have there's this thing that means say yes when it comes to marriage, and you're not forced to say yes, as far as I remember.
I didn't personally feel valuable enough to understand that I had options because I was an early child of rape and trafficking. And so by the time I got married, I had already been with many men. And so that was my thought process I'm not blaming this on anybody. I'm just saying where my mind was at 20 something years old was that I'm broken beyond repair. If anybody wants to marry me, I gotta take it. Like I don't have any wiggle room here.
That doesn't sound.
That life. So that was where I was coming from with it.
Okay, I'm really sorry, but that sounds like the opposite of Christian indoctrination by
absolutely.
any standard.
Absolutely.
Wait a second, Beth. Calm down, Beth. So
yeah, I had paradoxical parents. So my dad was like this perverted, atheistic guy who literally like a sociopath who trafficked me, and my mom was a super religious like.
If you guys want to know more, go to my channel and watch me and Desiree's interview where we go in depth on that subject.
Shut up, Confluence. I can't use you.
Always be
here I am trying to be like, what is going on here, guys? And trying to like formulate some sort of an internal structure that was cohesive enough to continue on in life. You
keep on saying that it was your Christian indoctrination. And then you're telling me that you were completely indoctrinated by pretty much a satanic cultist. That's your dad. It has nothing to do then with the Christian indoctrination, right?
But they'll say they're Christian. Mm-hmm. So in my mind, I'm simply saying the word Christian, the concept of
we're gonna go ahead into definitions now, Desiree. What is a Christian?
No, please no. Please no.
Confluence is not one, for example. He's a Gnostic. So
not a Gnostic.
What is a Christian?
What's a Christian? I'm assuming you're one. If you're asking.
Yeah, but
the definition of Christianity.
How would you know if I'm one or not?
I'm just.
Is there a way?
Your line of questioning.
Yeah.
Typically, people who aren't Christians don't really care to articulate the definition of Christianity.
Well, but you just said that your dad said that he was a Christian, didn't he? Like, I'm so confused.
I'm really confused now too. That makes no sense. You can define Christianity. You said you were indoctrinated into Christianity. What is Christianity to you?
You keep on making these contradictory statements. For example, you said that your dad.
All religions that claim
Christ
hear me? As their deity or authority, and use the Bible as their primary text that they teach from. I'll say it that way.
But you said that he was an atheist. Why would he use the Bible?
Well, in principle, but he would say he's a Christian. Like we would say, like most Americans say they're Christian. That was my dad. The 10 Commandments on the fridge and everything. Meanwhile,
you're planes of existence, Emmet. Come on.
It doesn't matter. How at this point you're making a contradiction to me. He's an atheist and a Christian.
Have you ever been around a sociopath? They will say that they are whatever, a con artist.
Yeah, I am one.
That's what I was raised by.
Yes. I feel like you would even agree with this.
Wait, saying you are.
Hold on.
Let's say that I say I'm a Spider-Man. How do you know I'm a Spider-Man?
Right. But isn't there? Wait. Isn't there a level at which you're raised in something and believe it to be a something, and it isn't that something, but once you're old enough to realize it's not that something, you go, oh shit, it's not actually that.
I was old enough to understand. I was 33 years old. That's when I mentally had my real big girl awakening to where I was like, this is a bunch of bullshit. And I don't really know what's real and what's not, but I got to go get out of this and find out what's real. And that's what I did.
Well, I don't think you know what is real. You haven't told me what is the difference between a Christian and a person that is an atheist that says that he's a Christian.
But Emmet, how do you distinguish?
How would I know?
How do you distinguish?
Well, I have a lot of ways to distinguish, right?
50% of Americans describe themselves as Christians, and they're obviously not.
It means
nothing. Know them by their fruits.
How do you know, Confluence?
Exactly, you know them by their fruits.
We know them by their fruits. We know them by what they say. We know how they act, but we don't know fully because only God knows, and that is your Eastern Orthodox opinion. Just so you know, by the way.
Hang on. What
would be the first thing that I would point out to a person when it comes to being a Christian? What do you think would be?
Probably orthodoxy. Like
a small, really? That would be. I would say orthodoxy, and that would be the first question I would ask.
Orthodoxy. You would ask, right? Because if they're not, let's say, if they don't believe in that Jesus is divine, you would say, well, they're not Christian. So it's not large O orthodoxy, small O. Correct.
The question would be, what would I try to use?
Not that.
what would be the thing that I would use, or what would be the thing that people would use to at least try to figure out if a person is actually a Christian or not? Is there a
Orthodoxy.
way?
They would
Is
ask
there
them.
anything?
They would ask them, right?
No.
If someone denies
Christianity
Christ,
is
Orthodoxy.
a
someone says I'm an atheist, it's
spiritual
a pretty good
relationship.
indicator they're not a
It shouldn't
Christian.
be
That
a
is the
legalistic
beginning.
definition. It's a
It's not a
spiritual back and
legalistic
forth
definition.
relationship with the divine. That's what Christianity is. It's finished. There's no
Did you-
more need
your
for
dad
this
have that,
legalistic
right?
shit. I don't
Your dad
understand
have
how
that.
you're not getting that.
Your dad had this weird kind of relationship with the divine that he believed he could do almost
My
anything
dad
he
didn't have
wanted,
any
and he used.
relationship with the divine. He just used that terminology in order to manipulate situations to get
That
what
would
he
be
wanted.
his relationship with the
that's
divine,
totally
right?
different.
Why wouldn't he be
Hang on.
able to use it to
It
his
wouldn't
to
be,
his
Emmet.
to his advantage?
It wouldn't be. That's
If
why I
I-
brought up half of Americans that call themselves Christians.
Exactly.
Clearly are
If
not.
I was a Gnostic
And yet we're
and I
in
could
this
use
whole
Gnosticism to my
crisis of
advantage
conscience.
because I believe that I have this few revelation that is done to
Hashtag
me,
not a Nazi.
why would it be wrong for me as a Gnostic to use my personal revelation to do whatever the hell I want when it comes to the divine?
That I feel like that doesn't address what you asked at all. You said, "How do you know if someone's a Christian?"
Yeah,
Christian-
I'm trying to
being
figure out if you
Christian
have.
Claim
is
is-
different than
Well, why didn't you balk at what I
The
said,
claim
Emmet?
is-
The first thing you would
Hang
do is
on.
if
I'm
they claim it.
trying
They-
to figure out if any of you have any kind of way to know what a Christian is. And so far, I don't think you have one.
You haven't
Well,
asked
then why
anyone
don't you
except
give it to
Desiree,
us?
Emmet. To be
Well,
clear.
What is
I know-
what do you
Why
think
would
would be
you
Wait.
one?
the
Confluence?
non-Christian?
I know-
Besides your prophetic
Christianity
Hold
nature
on.
that you don't that you sometimes
Yo!
prophesize.
Hold on, I think-
Hold
I think Beth wants in on this. I think she'd like to state her piece of what Emmett's saying.
I think that Confluence had a good point when he brings up, you know them by their fruits. Although even then, you don't fully know because that's a thing between God and the individual, correct? And it's not our place to actually judge. However, here's the thing: is when you're sitting here, you're saying that your dad was a fake Christian, that you were indoctrinated into the Christian faith, and it was a poor situation where a bad representation of a Christian church, if you will. My question is, how is it that, like, all right, and we're going to go step by step. I want to ask you a few questions. We'll keep it real quick answers so we can get through it. Did your dad bring you to church like your whole childhood and stuff like that?
No, my mom did.
Your
My
mom
mom
did.
did. I think you're misunderstanding.
So-
My dad did not indoctrinate me into Christianity. He just would use it like a trauma response, knowing that I had that religious indoctrination.
You mean like
embedded by my mother, my aunts, my grandmas, the women in the family.
Yeah, I get that. It's in the sense of, like, children are often told that one of God, what is it?
Do what you're told, or the devil's
Timothy,
gonna get
no,
you.
not
And
Second
that
Timothy
type of
1:7.
weird-
Children, obey your parents in the Lord, for this is right. Honor their mother and father.
Yeah.
First commandment.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I can understand some kids like to take that as like indoctrination when really it's that I wouldn't call that indoctrination.
It's indoctrination, Beth. It's perfectly
my thing.
understandable, and
So-
it's fine to call it that.
So then your fake
Okay.
Christian dad who doesn't go to church uses what you're learning as a weapon. Number one, how does he even know what it is you're learning to use against you? And number two, if like why was the church and your mother and those who were around not stepping in to protect you as a child?
Oh, because they were engaged in the same abuse dynamics. It was a whole multi-generational thing that goes on. The women essentially are the religious ones, and they turn a blind eye to whatever the men are doing. And the men just know that they're religious, and they use this religious language in order to sort of create this whole family culture of hush hush. This is going on, but we're going to call it this, and we don't talk about it, and da 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 da. And I just happened to be the oldest girl who essentially received the brunt of all the perversions of the men and all the training and coaching of secrecy from the women. And it just became this overarching family culture. And then I actually picked a husband that had that same type of family culture, and we just were repeating the same thing until I exited.
Can I ask
Yeah.
something? Do you not think though that probably applies to like everybody though? Like everyone is indoctrinated into some religion.
Yeah,
It could be,
I
right? Like so when that's not like a personal
personally
thing.
don't believe that the creator of the all of everything needs us to be indoctrinating the youth with our particular exact expression of relationship to creator. I believe that each
This is
child
not about-
has
it's
the
not about-
capacity to build their own relationship connection to source or creator
Yeah,
or
yeah,
God
it's
or whatever.
Gnosticism.
Not about
We shouldn't be
indoctrinating
teaching
a
them.
relationship. What you're actually being taught is
Oh.
this is what the scripture says. This is the way it should be. Your
I don't
relationship is
believe that we
between you and God.
necessarily need the scripture in order to
Oh.
teach how to have a conscious
No.
relationship with consciousness.
Yeah, you
Right?
should,
Well,
you
how
should
do you-
just know
Listen
it,
to an
Beth. You should
internal
just know
guidance
it.
system.
It's something that you just know to do
I
at
believe
some
that we
point,
would
and it
know.
doesn't
I
happen
believe
to
that
be.
we
The Ten Command. That's right. I forgot.
Yeah, I know.
God's word was written on my heart at the time that I was created. Yeah, I know.
So,
I should
I
have
believe
been more in touch
I
with my heart, and I
personally
wouldn't have had to
believe
read a
that
book.
and experience that.
Yeah, but doesn't it say in Jeremiah that the heart is wicked continually?
yeah.
Now, if you want to only use the Bible as the only text of anything, then that's one thing. But the Bible has been so translated
My question.
over and over and over, and not to mention there's like 45 books that they just didn't put in
Right.
there.
But where did you hear that the word of God is? But where did you learn that the word of God is written on your heart? It would be from that same scripture, right?
I said
No,
that.
it's not from hearing it. It's from knowing it inherently as a remembrance of I was created in the image of Creator. Don't you think that I have the imprint of the truth written all over my nervous system?
Nope.
Wait, Des, do you think every single human that's
No.
created, do you think they have that the same thing that you do? There's nothing that happens in life that
Well, this
makes
is
us
getting
more in
creepy
tune with
because
the
now we're talking
creator?
about a split in the species where there's the divine human branch and what we could call the transhuman branch, where we're starting to do cloning and these weird things where the babies aren't coming from natural means, and the verdict's kind of out on that. I'm not sure that they have the same divine technology that we have. I don't know. I
Divine
don't really
technology.
know enough about. Yeah, I believe that there's that our body systems are the temple. There is a technology that most of us are very shut down to because
The temple
of
for
If
what?
the body is the temple, then why would you defile it having, frivolous, meaningless sex all the time? When
I don't personally
is
have
something
frivolous,
that-
meaningless sex.
What
When
about
I
the-
have sex,
Okay.
it's not frivolous and it's
Desiree,
not.
Desiree, I
all the
love you.
kinky stuff.
I love you. But what about the OnlyFans though? That is
I love the
that not
OnlyFans.
kind of?
OnlyFans is simply a platform
What is it not
for selling
degenerating?
content.
You let a guy
You don't
bang
know.
you
Not
in the butt
degenerating
while
Have
you
you
out of
asked
your head
what type
temple
of
that is the
content
body?
I have? You
But is it
haven't
not
asked what type
degenerating
of
the
content.
temple?
What
Look,
kind of
you
content do
haven't
you have,
asked what
Desiree?
type of content. I
Desiree,
see.
I've known you for a
Didn't-
while. I know what type of content you have. Okay,
Didn't-
what type
Didn't
of
you let a
content
guy
then?
do you in?
body, okay?
Didn't
I'm
you
just
let
gonna
a guy
say that.
do you in the butt while your head was in the toilet? What's meaningful about that?
I was waiting
That was
for
a
that to come
BDSM
out.
scene. That was a BDSM scene
Okay.
that was intended to clear my ancestral trauma of women. Literally, my grandmas were abused by my grandfathers by having their heads submerged in sinks, toilets, bathtubs.
Wait a
It was
second.
common
No.
thing
You
done.
said this
Good
was
thing to
something
do.
for him. You said when you were on
Both.
before. This
I agreed to it because when he brought it up, it matched an ancestral trauma that I had, and so I
Beth is
agreed
right.
to it. It resonated.
No, Beth is right. That's what you said. You said it was he and you acquiesced
Yeah.
to it. You didn't say that
I
was something
did
you
because
wanted.
it resonated with me as this makes sense, and so I
So,
went
okay,
into
looking
this
back,
scene
okay.
with the
I
intention
broke my
of
arm to
clearing
heal
that
my
ancestral
arm that was
trauma.
broken
Is it-
ancestrally.
you-
That's the time
Desiree,
when I
that-
broke
this was
my
a long
arm.
time
I
ago.
didn't
Do you
know
think
that
was
trauma
healthy?
can be passed generation to generation like that. I mean, damn.
Yeah,
Well,
it's called
do you think
epigenetics.
it-
You can look
Do
it
you
up.
think it
They've
was
now
healthy?
Yeah.
Desiree?
No
That's what
wonder
wanna
why I
know.
have
Do you think
nightmares.
the
I had
scene you
family
did
on
was
the Trail of
healthy?
Tears. Holy fuck. Learning something
Okay.
new every day.
Okay, I
I
want
have a
Desiree to
question
answer
about
my
epigenetics.
Emmet, I want Desiree to answer my question. Do you still
I
see that?
I have a question about
No,
epigenetics.
just let me
next.
do it quickly. Do you think that scene was healthy? The head in the toilet
Yeah.
thing.
Absolutely, because the clarity
Really?
that I had about so many areas of my life after that was profound.
Yeah, but don't
So
you think
yeah,
it could have an
absolutely.
effect on?
Correlation
Do
is
I
not
need to do it again?
causation,
Not
Desiree.
Wait,
necessarily.
so what about when your kids' friends see that online?
It's
Or what if?
2025. My kids' friends adore me. They think I'm like the
Oh,
coolest mom that there is. It's
isn't
not
there a
the same.
danger?
It's not the same generations that we were
Yeah,
growing
I have
up.
to
There is a
see
Right.
danger of pink eye, Abe. I'm worried
Wait,
about pink eye.
no. I was going to ask, isn't there a danger of people representing that as a natural thing and then also doing that thing that's creating new generational traumas because of the exact same
Well,
behavior?
that is the importance of conscious BDSM training, with the ethics of sexuality being brought to the table, of consent and having conversations, boundaries, safe words, all of this. That's why I do personally like the kink community, in the sense that there are these conversations being had, as opposed to dating, where two people just sort of get together, don't really talk about their boundaries at all, and then just next thing you know, they're having drinks and having sex. And there's a lot of traumas that are coming from this, because they're not having these necessary ethical conversations about boundaries, where they're at emotionally, psychologically, safe words, what they're into, what they like, what their no's are.
Desiree, wait a second. I have a question. Wait a second, Ben.
Go ahead. Sorry.
So, I have two questions, but let's start with the one that I really like. So, you're talking about boundaries and talking about this thing. What if a person is just has no boundaries? It's like, I don't have any boundaries. You can do anything you want, okay? And then they get married, and it's called marriage, and they just do it anything they want. Is there a problem with that?
I don't see a problem.
Okay, I agree with you. I agree with you. It's amazing. Now we're gonna go to epigenetics, because I have a question about epigenetics for a while that I've been trying to figure out. So my ancestors, my bloodline comes from the Jewish bloodline. And about 4,000 years ago, they were enslaved by the Egyptians. Do I still have the trauma of being enslaved by the Egyptians in my epigenetics? Like, does it say somewhere in the code a slave?
Do you feel yourself as a slave to anything?
Well, it's epigenetics. I don't think I feel my genetics. I've never have, but I'm trying to figure out if a person that can manifest the future is able to tell me if there is a place on me that says a slave when it comes to epigenetics.
I think that that's a personal question you would have to ask yourself. You would have to honestly scan your entire realm of existence and say to yourself, in every single area, do I feel sovereign or do I feel enslaved to something? If you still feel yourself as enslaved to something, then yes, you're still carrying that ancestral trauma, and you have the opportunity to clear it once you become aware.
But is there a way that I can talk? Is there a way that I can talk with my genetics? Like, what kind of exact words do I have to use? Or
you can talk to your body, to your nervous system. Yeah, absolutely.
No, it's my genetics. Like, this is epigenetic, which, I don't know if you know about epigenetics. I know a lot about epigenetics for some reason, because I am a fucking nerd. But in epigenetics, what happens is you have the genetic code, and then the epigenetics. What it means is that there is usually there's like environmental effects, and there is a small changes in the way that the genetic is being formed, so that your body pretty much adapts to your environment, right? That would be the idea of the epigenetics. So I don't know exactly what kind of language, specifically like chemical language, do I have to use so that I can verify if I have the slave epigenetic code within me. I was wondering if you know anything about this kind of biological realm of possibility, because I just
told you the practical way to tell. If you don't want to accept it, you don't want to accept it. But I just told you literally how to tell where in your nervous system you're still carrying ancestral, unnecessary tamperings with your divine genetics. If you are feeling yourself in any realm of your existence as a slave or enslaved, as opposed to the sovereign co-creator of your existence, then you are in fact carrying that tampering of the slave code into your divine genetics, which I am telling you, if you are a divine human, however religious, whatever religion you just ascribe yourself to, makes no difference. If you are of the divine human ancestry line, you are inherited divinity structures in your body which allow you to have sovereign control of the co-creation of every single aspect of your life, including your sexuality, however you want to express that. Yes, there is a divine code of ethics that is embedded in us that understands this to not be predatory and to always be consensual with people who are of an equal level of mental maturation. If you go subordinate to your level of mental maturation and there's no consent, any of that, it is predatory sexuality, and you are going outside of the bounds of your divinity.
So
divinity is not for human beings. That is incredibly blasphemous.
Wait. Now that I know that I have this divine relationship, that is because of my genetics, I think, and it depended on me as the co-creator of the world, as you call me. Why do I need Jesus Christ at all?
Because you believe you do.
That's why because I believe.
Christ came to offer a pathway to get there for everybody who couldn't quite make that jump into the faith structures that connect you directly to source yourself. So
because I
wasn't able to intermediary. We need they call it like a transitional object or a transitional guide in order to say, okay, I can't make the leap all the way to understanding that I am loved and wanted and a child of the creator of all of everything and everything that entails. They need some sort of a smaller way to look at that. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. The path works
so in
just
reality,
the same.
In reality, you don't need Jesus Christ. Was what you're saying. I mean, if you can go ahead and just get to know on your own, then you would have the possibility of just pretty much copulating with the divine.
I personally couldn't get there without Christ. I personally needed that intermediary, mediator. But not everybody does.
This is the smaller way, though. Is that what you said, Desiree?
No, I'm just saying that it is a more palatable construct for us to wrap our minds around. So some of us really need that, especially if we feel unworthy or we're really having a hard time just receiving the full divine inheritance and grace of God. So you have to understand that Jesus, his life and everything he did and his death on the cross did not change the mind of God. It simply allowed access to understanding the mind or the system of God, you could say, through our human body vessel to everybody who couldn't get there just directly, which it is hard. I couldn't get there directly. Most people can't.
Sidebar, actually, I want to ask you, Emmet, is that blasphemous?
Yes.
That's the
part of the
Emmet no longer has rocks with my name on it after tonight.
Okay,
Confluence, just let me put it this way. This is the same one, the same heresy.
That's what I'm asking.
The same heresy.
I ran out of the blood of Christ. I need a lot of the blood of Christ. All my
no, Evan, I want a serious answer. I'm actually I want to know what you think. Did the death of Christ change the mind of God? Because I'm not sure how I would answer that.
That would be that's absolute heresy, but it's the same kind of heresy that you profess.
No,
don't worry.
No answer. I'm
still be part of this kind of heresy.
Fucking answer me.
Did it I already answer. It is heresy.
Wait, so it did change or it didn't change?
It doesn't change because in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Okay,
so you would say humanity, but obviously there's a fundamental shift from like a
in the human nature.
can't think of the word right now.
There is a fundamental
dispensationalist
shift in
point
the
of view.
human nature.
Question though, so Jesus was lying when he said
Nope.
that you will do even greater things than me still? And he
That's
said
not
that
what-
once we believe,
Desiree,
then we
Desiree,
are of the same spirit.
Desiree,
That doesn't
Where
give
did
you
you get this-
divinity in this.
where do you?
Okay, look. Okay.
Wait a second.
World.
Wait a second.
Beth,
Where did you?
Emmet
Where
would
did you
say
get
that
this
does give us
idea that he
divinity.
lied?
Theosis. We
can't.
do man became God so that God might become man. That's an Eastern Orthodox quote. So Beth, I think you and Emmet
State that
disagree
again.
on this.
State that again.
God became man so man might become God. That is an
That
old
does
school
not
church,
have to
Eastern
do.
Orthodox
That has
church.
nothing to do with
We
this
share in a
world.
divinity.
Not
God
in
really
this
loves
world.
living
No,
life as
in
a-
this world. That's what the Eastern Orthodox. Ask Emmet if he knows this theology. In the Eastern Orthodox theology, that happens in this world. We share in the
In this
divinity
world,
of Christ.
Emmet.
In this world, yes.
We
In this
do.
world, Emmet.
Like, I think the
Are
true
we-
spirit of
Ask Emmet.
Christianity is literally
We are-
being lost
Are
The
we
partaking of.
to
Okay.
be separate from God. We are
Calm
one
down,
with
calm
God.
down.
Stop for a
Like,
second.
we
You don't
are
understand.
of the
Set us
source.
straight.
Hang
You're
on.
not understand. You're not understanding theology. Okay, calm down. Okay, first
Yeah, calm
off,
This
down
when it
isn't
comes to,
about theology. It's about
it is about
the
theology.
It is about
Well,
theology.
yeah,
of the
this question
collective
is about
human
theology.
experience.
To be clear, this one is about.
The question they're asking
It's
me is
about theology.
explicitly about theology. Explicitly about theology. Okay, so
And each dogma is going to be a little.
when we're
bit different.
talking, we're talking about
That's why I'm trying to
theosis,
find
which
out
is what you're talking about.
orthodoxy dogma.
When we're talking about theosis, when we're talking about, we see it as a lifelong process in which at the end you're partaking within the energies of God, and you have become and partaking part of God. That's what you're being, or you are partaking in theosis. But we don't say that like we are little g gods in the sense of
Yeah.
we create things, we believe, we act in accordance to the divine in a sense. That doesn't mean that we are the same, or we are the same thing as the divine, especially when it comes to the material body and the material existence of where we are.
Exactly.
Sure, but
So-
you would
As
say
within-
pre-death, we are partaking of the divine. That is according to
Pre-death?
Eastern Orthodoxy. Yes,
Yeah,
pre-death.
we partake
we
on
are.
the energies of the divine when it comes,
Yes.
for example.
Wouldn't it be
to-
more? Wouldn't it be more
what
like
is the-
moving toward?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
what he's talking about is like partaking, for example, in the Eucharist. So when we talk about partaking on the divine and partaking within the divine, we're talking about the Eucharist. We're talking about drinking and eating from the body and the blood of Jesus Christ when it comes to liturgy. It's not we are God all the time in every single essence and sentence, especially
what-
when we
okay,
are
We are
Emmet,
material.
not God.
How
That
would
is
how would you
completely
define
blasphemous.
sanctification?
What?
You know, how would you define sanctification? Do you not think that is the
the
process?
pro-
of
is
us
the-
That's what I was
is the
going to say.
process.
Because there's a moment
it's a
at
pro-
which
if it's a
you
process,
become one
then we
with the
are
divine, but then
going
there's the
process of-
sanctification
It's
process.
a process of moving towards theosis. So living
Exactly.
within
That-
the
But there
confines
is
that's
a
my point.
moment
of the
at which
teachings of
a
Jesus
person
Christ and
becomes
partaking in the
aware
church.
and believes themselves inherently as
Aware of-
in the family of God,
No.
as being a creation of
That-
God.
This
The word
Desiree, we
speaks
are
to
aware.
us.
Well, we are aware, for example, when we go to church, we are aware that we're going to church. We don't need to be aware of some extreme mysticism that's going to happen later on. We are aware that we're going to
The
church and we're going to
mysticism
partake with
is
the
the,
energies.
is the moment by moment relationship of walking as a carrier of the divine and
W
moment-
Desiree.
embodying
The
W
moment
Desiree.
by
embodying that
moment,
truth.
wait, no, the moment by moment, the relationship that we have is the death to outing and the partaking into the theological process of being and accepting Jesus Christ as our Lord and Savior. It has nothing to do with knowing a special kind of revelation that's going to come to us, that's going to make us different. It's completely within the realms of being and partaking of Christ.
Is there a contradiction there, though? I mean,
No.
we're be-
What is the contradiction?
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying we're.
I'm
becoming,
asking you.
Yeah.
Tell me.
No, I'm saying
Are you?
I'm saying there's not a contradiction. I'm saying I think we all agree we're becoming more and more like Christ, and that is biblical. That is
Are
in
we?
the church history.
Well,
I
the
would
question
say it
would
this
be.
way.
My
say it
question
this
would be
way.
towards
I'm
you.
personally becoming more and more like creator in the fullness. Jesus
Wait,
was a
no,
man,
no.
and like a Jewish man.
Okay, disavow.
2,000 years ago. I'm
Disavow.
obviously not going to be able to express myself in the exact form as him, but I can express my divinity as uniquely a better and better, more consciously aware and ethical embodiment and presence of the Creator.
But you don't know what that is, because I asked you, how would you know a Christian is a Christian? And then you told me you don't know.
You don't
And
Because
then
I'm not
I asked the same
talking
thing to
about-
Confluence,
I
and she
don't
doesn't know
really
either.
believe that
So
Christianity
I don't know what you
is
even mean when you say that.
inherent
No, either,
necessity.
brother.
Yeah, I do.
None of-
I
no, you
asked that
don't.
question about a month,
No, you
about 2 weeks ago. Yeah.
No, you don't.
First thing I ask is,
What's
well,
your-
do you
what's your
know? Do you
answer
know what
then?
is the Nicene Creed?
Yes, we talked. We had.
Oh,
I don't
so
wanna
that would
replay
be
this.
my first question as to what is a Christian, right?
How does that? Okay, brother. If you were like trying to cosplay as a
What is the
Christian,
Nicene Creed, Confluence?
that's not.
Cosplay, I like it.
Again, we've gone down this rabbit hole,
Cosplay ends.
okay. Again, I'm asking you a specific question. Let's say somebody who is an atheist, Sam Harris. Let's say he memorizes the Nicene Creed, right?
Yeah.
The Apostles' Creed. He knows all of church history. He can say all the facts. How do you know? And he's like living a good life. How can you tell if he's a Christian or if he's not? Your own church.
Well, that sounds like a
says that
Christian
you
to
don't
me.
fucking know. Your own
That
church
sounds
says
like a-
that only God
Oh,
knows.
Lord.
Confluence. No.
That's
You're
the theology of your church.
You are
I'm sorry,
you're
brother. If you're
conflating
Eastern
so
Orthodox,
much.
Yeah.
I'm
You're
not conflating
conflating so
anything.
much.
I'm not
Yeah, you're
conflating
thinking.
I think we are way off in the weeds at this point.
And this
So
is
far
fascinating because I don't know.
You are conflating so much. You're conflating salvation and judgment with,
No, I'm not. No,
with the
no,
even
no,
basic
I'm
knowledge.
not.
How can you know somebody
You think you can
is
get that past
Christian?
me? You can't, brother.
Are
you-
I won't judge you. I don't know if
Hey,
you're
our
saying
host is trying to
Exactly.
speak.
You
Our
don't
host is
know.
trying to speak.
that you
Okay.
don't know.
You two, just grounded. You're grounded. You hear me? We're
For
gonna.
how long, Abe? For how long?
Oh man.
I'll get him free, Abe. Don't you worry.
All right. So we are at 7:30, which is when I said that we would take and look at our super chats. We do have some more topics, but I didn't see any particular questions, just statements in the super chats for the first chunk here. So
Come on,
I'm
don't
just
How
gonna-
about we do the first
but
chunk and then we
let's
do
just-
another.
Yeah, let's just read it, Dave.
Let's read it and then we'll do
Let's
another
just-
question. How about that?
Okay. All right. So first we have spiritual, not Christian. Got it. Wagira said, at the very least, we know that OnlyFans can make a word salad. I wouldn't recommend eating it. Wagira again says, this is some of the most degenerate cope I have ever heard. Let's see. Bucket Button says, this is a great example of the type of women that instant gratification spiral that men should actively avoid. Con gets cud giddies for the titties.
That's true. Shout out, Bucket Button. Love you, brother.
Oh, where's the others? I don't see the other older ones. I'm sorry, you guys, but that's what I got in the back there. And
While
now
we argue.
No, you should have them in the start. Go to the start.
that was the start. Let's see.
Where's
Oh
the
yeah,
question?
okay, there we go.
No, the A.
That's what I'm saying. Bucket Button says words. Words
Well,
also
words,
Confluence shows
words.
Bob's.
Show Bob's.
Look, if you go to my channel and donate enough, I will show Bob's. Okay.
What? Well, I mean, what on one of the streams you said you wanted to rip off balls, so I don't.
Well, that's
and-
on every stream I say that, brother. Okay. That's kind of my catchphrase.
Oh,
See, healing BDSM sounds like a degenerate word salad. Oh, same one. Let's see.
I don't think the youth of America understands what BDSM is.
think they
Bring back taking women from towers.
Yeah.
With our long hair. Maybe that's why I keep growing my hair long.
Well, he's talking about kidnapping, to be fair. So
The, the feminist coat part is the reason why there is a lack of respect for churches, despite Christians growing. All your bodies are belong to us.
Fuentes adjacent. Wow, bold move, fucking button.
Emmet is looking fabulous tonight. Unlike Wine Mom. I think he was talking to you, Confluence.
That must. I'm not drinking wine, so he must be talking to Desiree. But I
It's
do
me.
agree, Emmet do be looking fine. I do agree.
thank you.
No homo. No homo.
Pretty fly for a white Mexican
Nothing
guy.
wrong with the homo guy.
That's you can say no homo all night long, but I mean this whole thing with you playing with balls and ripping them off. I mean,
It's not playing. It's not playing with them. It's not playing with them. It's just the ripping thereof. There's no
Look-
playing involved. Okay, I don't want you to defame me.
It's just weird, okay?
whatever cope
It's,
you
not,
got,
it's
it's
a
all good.
normal thing. It happens.
Whatever
in a lot of
cope you
cultures.
got, it's all good, honey. So, question.
All right. Is one sex more responsible for the current state of the dating marketplace?
Yes, the women. The women. All the women.
I
Face
brought
red
you
pill.
over to the patriarchy side.
Me and Emmet against you and you, Beth and Desiree. Yes.
Very blue pilled Confluence.
No, what? Red pilled. Hashtag red
Oh.
pilled. Are you kidding me?
Well,
saying women
blue
are
is,
more to
I prefer
blame.
blue.
Let's
I prefer
go
blue, so I'm
patriarchy.
taking blue, and
Oh,
the
is that the
your
crystal
side
you
can
want,
take the
Emmet?
red again. Fucking
Crystal you
commies,
want?
they like the red anyway.
Confluence,
What
what-
did the saint man mean by that quote?
Fucking. I don't know what. I don't know.
Oh, you don't
Soda.
know.
I don't know. Big
you
soda.
just-
I don't know
you
when
just
that.
weaponized it.
I don't know. What Big
Oh,
Soda,
I see.
I don't know when that super chat
Ah.
came in, brother. What saint? What are we talking about?
That's just now. He's asking about the
Wait, what?
men becoming God. That's the quote he's
Yeah.
asking you about.
Oh wait. Can you pull up the super chat again? What did the saint mean by that quote? Well, yeah, the saint meant that we participate through. Again, I'm kind of Emmet.
How do you know,
right now.
Confluence,
Through,
that that's what he
through
meant?
the Eucharist, we participate in the becoming of the divine. That's the process of sanctification. We are becoming one. We are distinct from God. We are not lower G's God, but we are becoming a part of the Godhead. That is the process of theosis that is communicated in the Eastern Orthodox Church. That's why I think
How-
Eastern Orthodox is more goated than the Catholic Church. I mean, you can
How
just
do you know
fucking
that,
read the
Confluence?
patristics on that.
Yeah, how do you know that, Confluence? Were you
Well,
to a priest and the priest gave you a proper interpretation of that quote? Did you just found it out on your own and you had your own little Gnostic moment there?
No, it didn't have my own Gnostic moment. I've read the Bible.
You're never
obviously.
gonna be able to get to God through your mind. I'll tell you that.
You do it by
Okay,
faith.
yeah.
That's true. But that's the only true thing they've said today that I can agree with. It's not through your mind; it's through faith. But then that means that you
Faith-
cannot have a special
faith
knowledge.
comes from your heart. Faith comes from your
Where-
heart.
where
Just
does
think
Yeah,
faith
about
but
come
that,
from,
that
Emmet?
means that you cannot have any
Emmet,
kind of
where does
special
faith-
knowledge that's going to get you to God. It has to do, as you said,
Emmet,
through your
Emmet,
heart by faith and through accepting the proper authorities.
Emmet,
Go on.
where did
We-
where does faith come from if it's
Confluence
not
is
through the
one.
heart? Or if it's not through the mind? I'm sorry. Where does it come from?
Where does it what?
Where does faith come from if it doesn't come through the mind? What faculty of the human being would you say faith comes from?
From the heart.
From the heart. Is that the same as the emotions or distinct from the emotions?
It's distinct from the emotions.
So what is the heart? Where is my
The
heart?
heart would be the process of humbling yourself to the idea that you have no total power to know everything.
You
And
know,
you are giving-
Harvard
proper
made
place.
a whole school that's called the Heart Math Institute, and they are actually studying the heart as an electromagnet.
That is
So
true.
literally, our heart radiates out an electromagnetic frequency that then magnetizes to
Yeah.
it. the
Dr. Joe
exact-
Dispenza.
The exact no, go straight to Harvard. You can bypass
Yeah.
Joe. Go to Harvard. They'll teach you everything about the electromagnetism of the
Did you
heart.
just tell us to just go to Harvard?
Yeah, she did.
Just go to
Go
Harvard.
to Harvard, guys.
Ace.
Get your education.
Read a book. That's what I say.
That sounded a lot like learn to code.
I learned to code.
Go
Just go to
to
Harvard.
Harvard.
No, I just meant that hypothetically, you can study what the Heart Math Institute is discovering about the human heart.
Sure.
All right. So,
You need to go to Harvard for that, though. But
do we want to argue about which sex's fault the current dating market
The woman.
is?
The woman.
I would
The
say
women.
it's the women. I'd say it's more the women than it is the men.
I'm not go against the current on this one. I was gonna say it is Jesus, I hate saying this, but it's actually the man. I would say it's the man. And the reason why is the man is because
Ooh.
they're not putting them in cages at this point, and they need to be in cages.
I was just gonna say I might have to change my. So I think women are definitely doing the things that are the problem, but men are allowing them to do that. Men have allowed things to get to the state. Sorry, fellas, it's true.
Well, the thing is, I believe that the men have not used proper authority to put
Agreed.
people in their proper place. That's one point, and so men are the ones who are going to have to, at the end, be able to do that, and that's why some of the responsibility at the end of the day goes to them. When we're talking about in general, especially when it comes to the younger generations, that they have no power to make any big changes in the world, I would say that in that instance is the woman, because the woman is usually the one responsible for their relationship in the first place, and they are the ones that fosters said relationship. That's why it was important when we were talking about if the men have the responsibility to provide, does the woman have the responsibility to have a good relationship with the man? And the answer is yes, because they are the ones who usually take a little bit more care of that load, and it helps them in their duty bound responsibility, as well as it helps the men and the relationship in general.
When it comes down to dating at this point, women have such astronomical expectations of men that, they don't really, there's a lot that don't necessarily deserve it or earn it. And it's a huge sense of entitlement. And I do think, unfortunately, men have kind of failed in the sense of allowing feminism to take hold as much as it has over the decades.
So, Emmett, is your statement is that due to force doctrine, it can only fall to men in the end when everything reduces back?
Yes, when everything reduces back to pure force doctrine, it has to be on the men, and they are the ones that will utilize force to, sounds redundant, but enforce the rules for the society. But when it comes to, like, when we're looking at the framework without force doctrine, I would be on the woman, because they're the ones that foster those kind of relationships.
So more or less what you're saying is it's both sides, for their own reasons, have a part to play in it. Okay.
They do have a part to play, and I don't want to take responsibility away from women when it comes to the actual thing, because I don't think they're dumb little baby individuals that have no agency. They have agency, and they do have a role to play, especially in society. So we have to be able to give them the place, in a sense, that they have a responsibility on. And I think one of the responsibilities is foster some kind of relationship when it comes to do it. And it's a bit different when it comes to certain cases. For example, Desiree is the exception to every case, because all of the men in her family are absolutely horrible, and they, I don't know, should be in some prison somewhere. But most cases that I've known of guys, they just are head over heels over a girl in their life, and they would absolutely love to come home and see that woman be dressed up for them, and they would absolutely love to go out on a walk with that person. They would absolutely love to spend time watching a movie, or even just kissing. And I think there's absolutely no reason for me to believe that that's not the majority of the cases.
I agree.
Imagine if Confluence wasn't just in the closet. which I appreciate Confluence. But imagine that if Confluence wasn't in the closet and he had a
Fuck
wife
you.
and he
He's
would
in the-
go home
listen.
and he would just receive a hug and a
His
kiss. I think he would
his
be
wine
happy.
mom closet is just for him. Okay, Emmett.
Yeah. Thank you,
Hey, you
Abe.
know
My
what?
wine mom
We
closet
have
is just for me, I
exchanged
think.
flirty. We have had flirty exchanges. I feel.
have.
I
Confluence.
never picked
We
up
have.
a vibe. I picked up
Clean your
issues.
toilet, sir.
I
Clean
didn't
your
pick up
toilet.
that it was an issue between women and you. I
You
picked up
guys
that you
are
just
really
have
bad
some
thing.
intimate issues.
Okay,
That
let's not spread my
Okay.
personal,
So-
You
issues
just gotta
to the World Wide
swim
Web.
through the
Desiree.
intimacy issues.
Desiree, do you have a take on what the greatest contributors are?
I personally believe that we're at a point in our collective evolution where we are reaching equality as far as responsibility goes for all the problems in society. I feel that for a long time, because the patriarchy insisting that men be the leaders of everything, then therefore you could say
Well,
that
they
the men were responsible for all the breakdowns in society. But now I think because women are insisting on equality, that we now equally bear the weight of the burden of responsibility of fixing this shit show, because it is a shit show. That is for sure.
The only way this shit show is going to get fixed is for men to take it back on and take control of it. This idea that men have been running the show constantly, that's no. They unfortunately gave up running the show when they gave women so many rights and so much leeway to do what they wanted to do. We have, as women, been the effectuators of our own demise when it comes to dating, especially.
I mean, but you could take it all the way back to like when this whole propaganda machine started, which was around the time of the Great Depression, and we were sending all the men off to war. That is when these concepts of creating women in the workforce and double taxpayers and all this materialism and stuff, that's when essentially it was commissioned by the federal government of the United States, and the men of our country agreed to it. Rather than saying no, the women don't need all this responsibility, they don't need all this stress on them, let them be at home raising the kids like it's always been. The men were like, cool, we don't have to work this hard.
I find it really
insane.
They're gonna work too.
You
But
had
then-
insane women in Seneca Falls, New York, who were demanding that suffrage be acknowledged and be put in, and that they get their rights. And it gets down to a point where quite frankly, I think men can only take so much bitching before they're going to be like, whatever, just to get you to please stop. Okay. However, I can even make. I've been able to show.
I just find it funny.
Ancient roots. Sorry, go ahead.
I just find it funny how we were talking about how we're gotten into this equality thing, but the men are the problem. They did this. It's the men. They deserve the blame. So if that's the case, I just say, yeah, we do. But you know what? That means that we have the authority. And at the end of the day, you're going back into the fucking cage with all the people that need to be put back into the fucking cage if need be. Because that is the case, right? Otherwise, it would be, no, it was a woman that made this kind of thing happen at the end of the day. And we share the responsibility of this thing.
That the only true accountability for each man is his intimate partner, because that person, he, she, whoever it is, mistress, that person is the only one who truly knows the entirety of that man and where he's at in his maturation or sanctification process. Hence all these freaking trials coming out where it's like, what's P. Diddy really doing? Let's ask his partner and this type
I
of stuff.
disagree.
Like, it's that
okay.
woman. And that's where I hold women accountable to all of this shit show, because women have allowed these sociopath type of men who had all these ulterior motives and agendas to just run amok, and none of them were coming out and just taking them out.
I disagree.
Or telling somebody what the hell her
it's very simple,
psychopath
Desiree.
husband was scheming.
No, it's very simple, Desiree. Since the responsibility of men, and men are the psychopaths and the sociopaths, and they do all the bad things. You know what? We're gonna go ahead and just put everybody that disagrees with those men in cages anyway. And when they start yapping, we're gonna
We're
tell
already
them to
doing
shut
it.
up.
It looks like.
Okay?
And then
Oh, we are going to, apparently, because that's what
Okay.
you want. Because
Can
the
I-
moment that we go ahead and try to give a nuanced take when it comes to share responsibility, it always comes back to the men are the problem. If that is the case, why would we care
That's not what
anyway?
Wait a second.
I'm not-
Why
Can I-
would
I'm
we
not
care
saying-
anyway? We're gonna
I'm
be the
not
problem.
saying
We're
you
gonna
guys are-
do it right way. Oh,
Right,
and no toilets in cages. I agree with you, Doomerang.
Wow.
No
can I
toilets in
say-
cages.
Can I say my piece?
Yeah.
don't wanna kick
I don't
you guys
know.
off.
Confluence.
Okay, so I guess so. This is maybe a bit of a bit of a pivot, but I think, but I want to pick your guys' brains on this. So I think
Okay.
I said women are to blame for this, but I don't. It's in some way a meme answer because I think women are to blame because I think the technocracy that rules us, like most people meet on dating apps, right? And so that's owned by Match Group, right? That's just stats for younger people, right? And I think that women are more culpable, they're more susceptible to kind of the dating app degeneracy than men are. Just how the dating apps work. So I would blame the dating apps, but I think women are more susceptible to them and so therefore are more at fault. But I think I would blame the corporations first of all. Does that make sense or does that not make sense? If it doesn't, I can clarify.
Now we're getting
doesn't make sense.
somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere. I think we need to primarily blame, if you want to blame somebody, the fucking establishment that has created this whole system of double taxpayers, of a system that is literally destined to fail so that we become these chronic addicts to all these different things to try to fill the void of what connection with each other was intended to fulfill.
So what's the better system?
The better system is to go sovereign citizen, sovereign from everything. Like I'm like off grid living in an RV right now. I don't even have Wi-Fi. Like I am detoxing off of like the entire establishment, reprogramming myself to be a deinstitutionalized actual sovereign citizen of the earth. What a thought. Maybe I'll still be here in America, but when you go actually sovereign, you are then free to link up with other sovereign beings and rethink the whole thing. Until you do that, you don't really have a lot of leverage to come up with ideas and concepts that are actually going to be able to be rooted and take root in the culture. All of these ideas and concepts are fun to talk about, but what does that actually mean?
Des, that's not what I love the thought and I agree with you, but that's not what I want to pick your guys' brains on.
See, you're a fucking liberal. You're a fucking liberal.
I'm not a fucking
You
liberal.
just proved it. You love the thought. You're a liberal. You proved it.
In what way?
Confluence is
Dating
not
app?
You're fucking liberal.
Dating apps?
You're a liberal.
Wait, in what sense? In what sense?
Well, Beth just freaking throwing a torch over here.
We're getting
Okay,
judgy.
go
We're
ahead.
getting judgmental tonight.
Go ahead. Tell me. And how my indictment of Match Group and dating apps is fucking liberal.
No, you
I
want to go
actually-
after the establishment.
I didn't say that was Desiree.
I
didn't
can-
say
I
that.
can actually-
I said it's Match Group that makes women be cucked because back in the day we were meant to live in villages of like Dunbarian numbers of like 150 people or whatever the fuck. And now with like Match Group and all of them owning all
You're
the dating
right.
apps, now
I'm
we-
so sorry. You're not a liberal. You're a communist.
Oh my
In
god.
what sense?
That's like saying, that's like
Eddie,
calling somebody a
even the most- Even
narcissist.
fucking
Don't
Freddie doesn't agree with what I'm saying. What the fuck?
He's so mad.
Let's not throw the labels around.
Okay. Is OnlyFans predatory? Also, please
Yes.
explain how we don't know what BDSM is and give more examples of what men should.
I'm assuming that's to me.
I guess.
I believe that in general, OnlyFans is predatory because most of the models are using agencies who have fake people in the chat boxes, and that's the primary way that most OnlyFans models are making their money is with essentially chat bots in the chats, and the men actually are delusional enough to think that they're talking or sexting.
Oh, blame it on the men.
I don't run my business
Blame
that way.
it
I have
on
a
the
very
men.
small platform. I actually do my chats, and I don't do sexting. And my subscribers know that I run my business model completely differently, completely transparent. These days, I only make solo content or with my actual real partners in the times where I've been in partnerships. So my OnlyFans business is not predatory by any means, but most of the industry, I would say, does fall in the realm of potentially predatory. Now everybody has to be 18 with a bank account and an ID and a credit card to sign up. So at what point do you let the grown-ups do stupid grown-up things? I mean, I don't know.
So it's the
That's
men's
right.
fault now.
Wait,
that women go on-
Beth. Give me a second.
Abe, you got an echo, by the way.
Oh,
Yeah, you
I'll
got an echo.
mute.
Beth, sorry, Desiree, did you pay your exes for the content they made?
I didn't make content with my exes.
What about Toilet
So
Guy?
you have several.
Wait, yes, you
the
did.
guys that you're
Yes,
using
you
right
did.
now.
You
Yeah,
said
you
that. You said one of the primary people that you made content with was your ex, and that was why it was okay.
Yeah, you said you make content with the people you are with.
Yeah.
You can have some kind of relationship. Do you pay them?
Yeah, I guess in that sense, the guy that I started, the guy
or you
I
do
started,
pay them.
the guy that I was with when I started my OnlyFans, he was the only one that I originally made content with, and he had equal. Well, he was 49% shareholder in my corporation, so we were equal business partners, and I paid the bills, and he, we had the whole structure set up, and then after that. I made content a couple times with like friends in the industry, and they had their own platform. So they were getting paid off the content. Like most people that I had done content with, they have their own platform. So yes, they
Paying
are
them an
also getting
exposure
paid.
is what you're saying, Desiree.
What?
So,
You're paying them an exposure is what you're saying.
Yeah, you're paying them with exposure. You're paying them with
No,
Well, I mean, if they're-
it's collaboration. It's
With
no different
content.
than like we're doing this stream right now, and it's running on multiple different of our
No, I
streams. It's the same concept. So we're all equally in this, and we're sharing the content on our respective platforms. It's an
That's
equal
true.
share.
Abe's not sharing the donos with us, so that's a fair point.
get your own.
Oh well,
persona.
this is exploitation of your persona. It's different. We're not having.
See?
We're never
that
going
would-
to have that kind of thing
That
going
would-
on. You and me, Confluence.
That would still be the same Confluence. That would still be the same because they would be paying through hers for her. They would be paying through his for him. It would still
Yeah.
be exactly the same scenario as it is right now.
Yeah.
Right. Well,
I
that was
guess-
my point. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Well, but it would
What,
be
that they
different
could
if I'm
share
making
Confluence?
content and then pretend to not exploit anybody, which I will exploit you, by the way. I don't have a qualm with that. And I would be like, oh, there's only exploitation from the men's side, but I have a bunch of content creators that are female that are using men to create content that they don't get any money, for example. That would be exploitation. Lily
The
Phillips is a
funny
good
thing
way.
is, I'll say
Lily
this.
Phillips
I'll
would
say
be-
this. That
Lily
there's such
Phillips,
a
well, I'm
difference-
almost done. Lily Phillips will be a perfect example of a predatory woman that exploits men in order to make content, for example. Go ahead.
I'll say it this way. I can only speak for myself, but if you knew the number of men who beg me to make content with me, and that's how they're trying to hook up with me, it would disturb you. So I don't necessarily know that the predatory or that stuff doesn't necessarily transfer over male to female the same way per se as it does female to male in an exact exchange rate, if that makes sense, because of the differences.
Why not?
in male
No,
and
no,
female
no, no,
sexuality.
no, no, no,
Wait,
no, no, no. I'm
wait,
not
wait.
letting that one go.
But isn't that? I was
Why
going to
not?
say, isn't that the same thing as the men issue, right? If men are buying into the system, then they're also a part of the problem of the system.
I mean, men are the primary ones who created the system and keep the system going.
No,
It's
no,
not-
no, no,
The
no.
women are just the actresses or the ones that are willing to make the content, but it's a supply and demand thing. If the men stopped demanding it, then would stop supplying it. I mean, it's basic economics here. It's a very profitable industry to be in, precisely because men are wanting it. There's a huge demand. I mean, I hate to say it, but we have to look at the objective reality of how booming the sex industry is. And
I mean, that's true.
To stop blaming
that's incontrovertible.
Everybody and just look at why is this? Why?
Okay, I'm gonna grant this argument. I'm just gonna grant it for a second, and I'm gonna ask you something. Let's say that there's a huge amount of demand to have a bunch of sex slaves. Why would it be wrong that I go on and supply the demand if it's just demand and supply?
It's honestly, if you look at it from the level of just objective species provision,
would be perfectly fine.
I don't necessarily think there's anything wrong with it. The problem inherently becomes
you had a big problem with it earlier when you were talking about what happened to you. So it's not wait a second. So is it okay when other people become sex slaves, but not okay when you did? Because that's kind of what
are we talking about? Are we talking about non-consenting sex slaves?
If it's supply and demand, and the demand is sex slaves, regardless of consent. You just said if you see nothing wrong with that. I do see something wrong with that. Okay, good, because earlier, you were talking about this generational trauma and your horrific trauma that had to be cured with your head in a toilet and something else going on back door. Okay, but now
you talked about it earlier, where a lot of people are not conceptualizing their position in society as anything traumatic. They're just accepting it. So you have to understand that there will always be people that are just like, well, it's a good way to make money and my family out of poverty. Okay.
So maybe I'm traumatized by the idea.
There's not always going to be those people, but for right now, there is a massive amount of women who have found an outlet, a way to have at-home businesses that are very profitable, and they have simply done what men have done all along and just done it. They just went with it. So
there's been a lot of cartels.
So then
that have found a very profitable.
Wait a second.
There's been a lot of cartels that have found a way to provide a lot of trafficking, which they just give a lot of value to the people that want it.
Exactly. They're becoming more valuable, and they just don't. They're becoming more valuable, and so therefore they don't mind what's happening to them. It's not actual trauma, and therefore it's okay in Desiree's world.
No, I'm not saying it's okay with me personally. I'm just saying that's the objective data.
So then why does supply and demand, why would supply and demand have anything to do with, listen, when it still comes down to what some women are doing on platforms like OF is really no different. When you break
Beth, how are you tying in supply and demand to consent? I'm confused on that point.
Because that was the question Emmet asked, is if sex slaves are in demand, and like she said, the prawn industry is about supply and demand,
no difference,
and therefore
a wife inherently is a sex slave. I mean,
no, she's not. Okay. That is disgusting.
Okay.
What is
yeah,
wrong?
That is okay. No, but I want to hear Beth. Beth, I want to hear what because I don't understand how supply and demand.
Okay.
You could have a demand. There could be a demand for like
chocolate,
child inappropriate material. That doesn't mean it should be fulfilled, right? Like just because you have a demand, that doesn't mean it's moral. It doesn't mean it's consensual.
What I'm saying.
Wait, I can explain you.
I agree with you.
I can explain this to you.
Said because supply and demand, therefore prawn okay. Emmet asked if sex slaves were supply and demand. Is there? And she said she saw nothing wrong with that. That's why I asked.
Wait.
Maybe
I misheard because my thought is I thought Desiree was saying that with pornography, obviously the supply and demand is a very real thing. But I didn't hear Desiree say that. Therefore, sex slaves is an okay thing.
Okay.
Emmet, please explain.
Let me explain this so you don't strawman it, because I don't know why you have today you have like the page of the Steelman on your end. So we were talking about why the the OnlyFans industry was a good industry, and she said that the reason why is because it fulfilled a demand of the public. And then I said, okay, I agree with all of your argument. I'm going to grant the argument that it is good because you're providing a service. But if that is the case, and there is a huge amount of demand for sex trafficking, at what point would it be wrong? And then she
There's a
agreed with
logical
me
leap
that
there. That's what I don't
Confluence.
get.
I'm not done. Okay. And she agreed, okay, that if we're talking about supply and demand, that's the basis of the moral axiom. He would not have any problem with it. Do you understand?
Okay. Well, let's clarify. Desiree,
okay.
do you agree?
Okay,
Do you agree?
Confluence.
Did you say that, Desiree?
Yes.
I don't think I said that. I think that's
Yeah.
kind of putting words in my mouth.
She
But
said she saw no problem with
It's
it.
possible that I
Rewind
got
it and
so
watch
lost
it.
in the complexity of this exchange
Well,
that
that's
I
the time
perhaps worded something in a way that I didn't necessarily
maybe I
mean, but this
missed
is a very
Maybe I-
gray area of, honestly, it's very gray because I personally don't see the difference between a consensual sex worker doing what she does for pay and the role of a wife. I don't necessarily see the difference if you're talking about it on a simple consensual energy exchange basis, which
Yeah, I know
don't-
one. I know one big one. It's called kids and family.
You can still have kids and family.
Are
and
you supposed
be
to
a
have
sex
kids with a
worker.
guy that is blowing you during porn?
I think
I
that's
don't-
up
Like,
to
they
the
said that you
couple. I
sign a
know plenty of
contract.
couples who are porn
Let-
stars and have
Let's
kids.
say that you
I don't-
let's say that you sign a contract. The end of that contract, when you're going to film, I don't know, in isuckdates.com, the end of that contract would be to have kids and have a family and be known in society for being a family. Do you think that's the end result of that?
What?
Yeah, let's pretend for a second that I'm an 18-year-old girl that is called I don't know, Natalia, and I go to isuckdicks.com and I sign a contract, and the contract says that this guy's gonna plow me until I'm fucking dizzy. Is the end result of that contract for me to be known as having a husband and having kids and getting a family, or is it just to get plowed for money?
Let me ask you a question. Do you believe inherently in the process of redemption and personal development?
Why are we answering a question with a question?
It doesn't have anything
Because
to do.
it
I
like
answered your
you
question.
have no conceptualization of a
I'm
human
just
being
saying,
going
answer
through
the question,
different
then ask your
developmental
question.
processes
Yeah,
at different
Desiree,
times.
I will answer that question the moment you answer mine. Okay? Can you answer my question real quick?
In your hypothetical situation, yeah, there could very well be a bottom line that says, and after your contract with this is done, you will have this many children for me and raise them.
No, it's
yes. There's tons of weird contracts.
Do you have any example of a contract with a corn star that at the end said that?
Most adult
We're talking about
content
making a
creators
video.
these
There's
days
a
are
difference
making their own content with their own partners. The whole system is totally different now.
But there's a difference.
Okay.
He's pointing out.
Well, that was a lot of.
Go ahead, sorry, man.
That was a lot of cope. I will accept your non-answer just because of this, and then I will say yes. I believe that there is such thing as redemption. Okay, but redemption is not something that you just say, "Oh, I am redeemed," and that's it. Correct. Or I feel bad about this. It's a whole process of redemption. It's usually overseen by a priest.
Super weird.
Okay?
What's super weird is when people reach the level where they discover themselves to have a non-conformist sexual identity, and then they do not ascribe to these confines of sexuality that have been imposed on us for many eons, and they feel completely free with that.
Devaluing and trivializing sex is a good thing.
Are we talking about kink, or are we talking about like gay, or
anything that's outside the little box of religiously acceptable sexuality, and there's a lot on the fence.
Sure, but do you
There's a
think that
lot.
do you think that nature can inform?
Okay, I was talking to my chat GPT about this earlier because I was like, how do I not offend people while at the same time saying, but listen, guys, if we don't figure out a way to keep procreating and forming healthy family systems that raise children who also want to procreate, I mean, that is for all intents and purposes an extinction timeline. I mean, just play that out. So it's like, we need to have some sort of reverence and respect for those, what we talked about, to loop it back around to the beginning of the show. There's always going to be outliers, right? In the
Outliers
species.
do not make the rule.
Outliers, but they don't make the rule. And we all have to honestly do our own deep inner work and self-reflect on what part in the continuation of the species on a biological and a consciousness level do we want to play? Do we want to be NPCs where our freaking whole thought process and DNA lines just die off? Or do we want to be contributing members of the future of humanity? And that is really something we all have to consider.
Of the nuclear family has done more damage to children than anything else. And when you start looking, especially at what the prawn industry has done within relationships, the way the effects that have had on it, it actually leads to sexual dysfunction within people. Just from watching it and, consuming.
I don't disagree. That's why I personally position myself as like a Trojan horse inside. I capture the audience that is somewhat kind of in this middle ground of like, they're single, they're confused, they're maybe lonely, they're not sure what this is all supposed to be like. And I am just an example of a real woman.
How many of them are married? How many of them are married?
Emmet, is that not a bit of cope though, in a way? Because if you're saying the corn industry is bad, but you're participating in it as a Trojan horse.
And that's the thing. She said,
I think that the federal government of the United States is bad, and I somewhat participate in it. It's a transitional type of process.
You have maintained that you enjoy this, that this is like therapy for you. How the fuck are you like being a Trojan horse? If this is your therapy.
I personally found a path of expressing myself as an exhibitionist. I understand myself.
So you enjoy it. You're not a Trojan horse trying to subvert it.
That was a particular. I didn't show that. That was not on my OnlyFans. That scene was never on my OnlyFans.
I'm talking about right now. You have said, you have maintained on everything I've ever seen. You do this because you enjoy it. You enjoy your sexual freedom. You embrace who you are as a sexual creature. But now you're sitting here trying to say that, yes, porn is bad, and you are in it as a Trojan horse trying to subvert. You really like to over talk when you don't like what somebody's saying. Let me finish, please. You said that you're acting like a Trojan horse trying to subvert the situation. So which one is it, please? That's all I'm asking, so I can understand what your true intention is with this. Please.
Okay, so in my season of not being in any sort of monogamous relationship structure, I have found the platform of OnlyFans to be a good fit for me to express the exhibitionist side of myself while also being able to monetize my body, my sexuality, my journey in becoming who I am ultimately as an adult sovereign woman. And I have found that piece of it to somewhat be the restitution that I have found personally for all the years of abuse that I took, not necessarily consensually. And for me, it was very freeing. And also, I have had the situation where I had so many of my relationships, almost all of my relationships were based on this caricature I was playing of this good girl, this good Christian girl. And for me, when I decided to open up about the fact that I was a mess and that I needed to go through a healing process and that I had different thoughts and ideas about things that didn't fit neatly into this little box based on my own lived experience, when I started coming out about that, I lost so many of my relationships. And so what I learned is, in order for me to truly heal all of my attachment traumas and all of this and get into aligned, healthy relationships, I have to learn, first of all, who I actually am. And then I have to own the fullness of that self before another. I have to be, in other words, comfortable with
where
my
does the
full
Trojan
naked
horse idea
existence.
where does the Trojan horse subversing a bad thing come into play?
So, because
Please.
our culture and society is so addicted to pornography and all these manners of perversions, that I do not believe inherently that we will ever make the jump from the shit show we're in of addiction all the way just to puritanical living where everything is perfect and this doesn't exist. I think there has to be a bridge to sort of wean everybody off, like a methadone clinic, to wean the nervous system off of this toxic.
So what's your harm reduction then, Des? Like what are you saying?
Yeah.
What's the weaning off? What's your methadone that
Yeah.
you're giving people on your only?
So that is coming back to, I don't go with this delusional model where I'm sexting with the guys or letting them have these fake relationships with me. It is truly just an exchange of voyeurism and exhibitionism, which is a consensual kink between two different types of individuals. Me as an exhibitionist and my fan base as voyeurs.
So
I
then
don't
you're
have sex
not-
with them.
Desiree,
I don't have like these
That's
make-believe
not
relationships.
true though. That's not. I mean, we in our interview this came up. This is like a year ago, but we talked about this, and you started off by saying you don't role play, and that was your distinction. But then later on, you said that sometimes you do role play. So
No,
like,
I don't role play with fans. I will do role plays with my own partners and different experiences and dynamics, but I don't role play with fans. In other words, I'm not their fake girlfriend.
You've never done that.
I have worked for agencies before, and then they wanted me to go that route and have chatters and this whole thing, and I did not feel okay with that. So I
then
had to
there's
always
no
part ways.
Trojan horse subversion of that. Okay. I'm just checking because I don't. You said two different things. Needed to clarify. That was all I.
Wait. Sorry, I distracted myself in a way.
Abe.
What is the methadone
Let's
of
go,
the
Abe.
of the
Let's
porn
roll.
and stuff? What's the
The
harm? How are you
methadone is the honesty, is the honest exchange. It's
You think
similar
that gets
to
people
like
off of
when
pornography stuff?
You think that people who consume corn don't know what the fuck they're looking at and what it's doing to them? We have studies all over the place. It's a. Oh my Lord, Jesus help me.
All right.
there are going to be
There's no
voyeuristic
dishonesty in
people,
what's
and there
happening
are
there.
going to be exhibitionists.
There's
people.
no dishonesty in
It's just
what's
a
happening
part
there.
of the multi-dimensional nature of the collective, right? There's always going to be these different expressions
I just want to know.
of humanity.
I know, Abe. You want to open it. I just
Oh,
want to.
you put the link out. Let's go,
I
buddy.
want to know, Des. What's the off ramp though? I want to hear an answer to that. Like, if you're a Trojan horse, how are you getting people away from OnlyFans, away from all this? Like, what is the strategy? What's the actual?
Check Discord, Dave.
How am I getting them away from it?
Yeah.
I am promoting a return to actual partner communication, transparency, and relationship. So where there's not this bullshitting each other, there's no faking. There's this is me.
We gotta talk
These
about
are my
porn you're
keys.
watching.
These are my yeses. These are my nos. This is who I am. This is what I have to offer. And who are you? And okay, that's you. Now let's see how we can relate transparently as two honest human beings, not you trying to pretend like you're one way and me trying to pretend like I'm another way, and then us doing this fake freaking dance and try to force this relationship to work because that's what the church says we're supposed to do.
I agree what you're saying is better,
me
but
being honest, you being honest, and let's see
I'm still
how
missing
we
the
can
part of
honestly
how this
connect.
gets people to look at pornography less. Like, I agree that is
I'm
better.
not saying that's not my ministry. My ministry.
You said you're a
is
Trojan horse.
Yes,
What
thank
does that
you.
mean then?
But part of it is bringing back the transparency of what this is.
Sure, but you're still keeping. I guess you are in some ways like methadone. You're keeping them. You're
Keeping
them
them hooked.
That's where we're
Yeah,
at.
you're
That's
keeping them hooked
honestly where
forever,
we're at.
and it's
This
more.
is
Yeah,
like
that's what they
slightly
want.
better,
Ready
but
for
you're still
more
Because
than
that's
keeping
what I
them
was
Okay.
going to say. Is
Okay.
people don't. If
All right,
obviously you don't know how
so-
methadone works.
I'm going to let you guys
Yeah.
each do a closing statement for yourself, and then we're going to open it up, and you guys can discuss this with other people, the
Sweet.
chatter people.
Emmet.
Okay. Well, I'm going to
Um,
go with Confluence first, I think.
Good. Good. I just didn't want to go first.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what to say. I fucking love this discussion. I think, yeah, I don't know. I mean, dating is a convoluted topic. I think we strayed away from the prompts an innumerable amount of times, but I think we had a lot of fun. And yeah, I really have no closing. So fuck that. Okay, next person, go.
All right.
On-
Desiree?
Fucking call me. I love you.
Yeah, I think that it's great that we are all starting to have these conversations and bring our different perspectives to the table, because that's really what it's all about. Judging and insisting on being right is honestly never how we have come up with practical solutions. And even though I'm controversial, I can offer just those little different perspectives to kind of poke holes sometimes in the logic that, in my opinion, hasn't worked up until now. So it's just cool to have the conversation. So thanks for having me.
Of course. Okay, Miss Beth, you ready?
Absolutely, I guess, kind of. Anyways, so I think it's been really interesting. I've enjoyed the questions. I've enjoyed the panel. I think it's been really interesting to see the devaluation and complete degradation of sex, which is supposed to be, the most, important thing with it, that's holding a husband and a wife, or together through all the hard times. That is the one thing that you guys can find some kind of joy and relief in. And so therefore having it be so just destroyed is really depressing for the future. And it's not, and that doesn't come down to the church. That comes down to human behavior. You can take the church completely out of it, and what I'm saying is still 1000% relevant and correct. So I don't think people are lying. I don't think there's any fucking dishonesty when it comes down to the corn industry. So I don't understand what that entire last bit was about. So yeah, thanks, Abe. Thank you for having us. This has been awesome. I
course.
want to do it again, please.
Awesome. Emmett, to you.
I'm a little bit dumbfounded by the whole exchange, but I enjoyed it a lot. Thank you, Desiree, for having accepted. I know you're coming to probably what you think is an adversarial place, even though we allow you to speak and give us your takes. And I hope you felt it was respectful. We don't want you to feel disrespectful in any way. Anyway, I will say that there were a couple of things during this whole exchange that I believe were eye-opening if you're looking for different kind of people, especially when it comes to marriage. One of the things is I would really discourage people to date people that talk bad about their family. At least there's a reason why you're supposed to honor your mother and your father, and one of the reasons why is pretty obvious, because you are supposed to be a good example towards others, and especially towards your family. The other thing is there is a complete degradation for what we saw when it comes to the idea of marriage. Once before, sex was a thing that was sacred within marriage, and there was a way in which the two people were able to enjoy each other's bodies, as it's given in the Bible. And even though we do have duties to fulfill it within those spaces, it doesn't mean that we cannot enjoy each other. In fact, we are mandated to enjoy each other. That's the whole point of marriage, and that's what we're called to do within marriage. It's to enjoy each other, to have a bunch of kids, to create families, and to have fulfilling lives that are good and that bring us joy in the grand scheme of things. So what I would say is we do have a way of looking at people and understand what they want, And one of those things is when you're within marriage, these kind of ideas, especially very feminist ideas, of the destruction of the family are very prevalent. We can see them, and I would recommend to keep away from people that are spewing this kind of rhetoric that it goes against the family and the kids and the whole proposition of those things. I will. Those are my final thoughts. As I said, thank you very much, Desiree. Thank you very much, Beth. Confluence, you are a real one for allowing us to have a contact with Desiree as well, and obviously Abe. Thank you for giving us the panel.
Yeah. Thank you all so much for coming up and doing this. You guys ready to talk to
Let's go.
chat and panel members? All right.
And by the way, yeah,
Okay.
Confluence, Desiree, thank you guys. It's been real for sure. Big soda
Welcome.
for Martin.
Before
Hello, everybody.
there
Big
were a
Soda,
couple
what's
of,
up?
Hello,
before
Confluence.
we move forward.
Hello.
Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry. Before we move forward, there were some super chats. There are like 3 or 4, but we should read them before we move forward. Okay.
Okay. Which ones? Let's see. We got the grift. For the grift, we have
Lower class.
Very Wise Desiree. What is your relationship status?
I don't talk about my relationship status.
I bet
Fair.
Confluence knows.
Okay, fair.
Uh, K2 says, is that the chick that thinks truck drivers just get gross OT lot lizards?
I mean, you do K2.
I don't.
I don't know what that means.
Contracted brother.
Poor cat.
Who enables the weak men? Circles are funny shapes.
I think they're talking about the weak men that are consuming OF,
Yep.
who is encouraging them, and it's like a circle at the end, right?
It sure is.
Let's see. Bucket Button says, cope while just positioning yourself between a Trojan.
Okay, that's good. That's good fucking stuff.
That's
I like
funny.
Okay. Was there any more besides those ones? Those were the
I don't
newest
think
ones.
so.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thumping Weevil. Oh. Okay. There we go. All right. There we have it. Welcome in, Thumping Weevil and Big Soda, or should I say Topanga?
You're muted, Thumping.
Where's
You're muted,
Nixon? I
Mr.
You're
thought-
muted.
I'll never live that down. Sorry, I was muted.
Where's
I'll
Ann-
never live that name down. Thanks to Emmet or OX, Emmet OX or XO.
Oxy Emmet.
Oxy Emmet.
All right. So, what's up, guys? What do you think? What do
This
you
was
think
a
of this?
fabulous discussion.
It was a train wreck. Like Jesus.
I
It was-
love Big Weevil.
It was amazing. I agree with Corey.
It was horrible.
Goated.
Well,
No,
all I can say is that Confluence, you're a simp, obviously for her, and
Come
obviously you know her for her content. I know you've seen it all.
No.
Yeah.
No, he
I'm
hasn't. He's
Okay.
very prudish. He is very prudish.
I'm very Desiree
I
has
told
called
you
me
he
many
has
times.
intimacy
I'm very
issues.
prudent.
They're deep.
I bet he's your number one fan. I bet he's your top
He likes me as a
contributor.
human.
He's got the
He likes
top
me-
tier membership, baby.
I mean, I will say, if you guys look in my background, let me see if I can point. Which finger? Do you see that? Desiree, do
Oh
you
my god,
recognize
is that my
that?
book?
That is your book.
Did you
It's
read
okay.
it?
Don't.
Desiree, you know that.
I
When I interviewed you, I bought your book.
My
Oh my god!
Of course
God.
I interviewed you. Of course I read your book.
I'll never be able to look
at
you the same
The
again.
fans that I have that actually read my books
He
and then
puts
have
something new there every
conversations
day.
with me.
But not subscribe to the OF, okay?
He doesn't subscribe because he's a prude. It's okay. I would send him personal.
Okay, you don't have to.
I bet you would.
Oh my!
Well, well.
He's blushing.
Confluence
I was just
getting
trying to make him
the.
blush. I'm just kidding.
He did get red.
There's personal
Yeah.
content.
He did get real red. Look at him. He's like,
They're looking for that commune together. A good one to run off to.
look at him.
I love commune.
He can't even be.
Oh, look at all
He
the
can't even be on camera.
Sorry, guys, I just.
Wow.
He had to dip because he got so red.
You got a little bit of that red pill.
Oh,
I
he's
am
got.
dying.
He's got
What is it on
tabs
a
in that
freaking
book.
staff?
This tail.
He has
Okay, I got a
tabs in
purple.
the
My
book.
book
Look
is
at
on a
that.
staff.
Okay. Perfectly flawed. Everyone look at it. Okay.
Oh my gosh, Confluence. You went bright red before you went off camera. You
I
had to
don't think
do some deep
I
breathing.
don't think that's.
He's sweating a little bit.
We've had
never
that
sweat.
very deep conversation.
Okay, that was on Epstein's Island. I don't sweat.
We're both sapiosexuals, as they say.
Yeah, well, that's.
That sounds gay.
It does. Okay, it does sound gay, but it's not
the
gay.
gays paved the way for the sapiosexuals. Okay, now we're just all
Oh
freaks.
man.
It disavows.
What?
Oh.
So
Yeah,
what do you?
So
No,
what
go
else?
ahead,
we have
sorry.
No,
over-
I was gonna say, go ahead. Tell us what you think.
Well, I'm a little upset with Confluence for quoting that saint, and not knowing what it meant, or not
Well,
reading any other context.
I'm fucking knee deep in theosis. What are you even talking about?
Well, you quoted him, and you didn't even know it came from a saint.
Of course what? Of course I did.
Okay, I was just checking you on it. So, what's the context behind the quote?
I explained the context.
Yeah.
Do you want me to delve into theosis again? I feel like
No, just that specific quote.
I'm not sure what you mean. Like, do you want me? What do you want me to explain?
Well, he wrote about that quote and what he meant by it, and you just didn't have the context of what he meant by it.
I do have the context of what was meant. I mean, again,
Well-
I don't think I'm not even saying anything Emmet, who is an ortho bro, would disagree with in what I said about theosis. That it is the process of us partaking by the Eucharist and other sacraments into becoming, in a salvific way, through sanctification, into the partaking in the nature of the divine. That is like that's off the dome, by the way. And that's fucking ortho bro stuff that they would
Sure.
agree with.
Good job.
And you
Good
saying
job.
that's what
Well-
that quote specifically talks about? Is like the Icarus and stuff like that?
No, I'm
Or-
saying that's what theosis means in the Eastern Orthodox Church. That's what
Well,
I'm saying.
I just meant that specific quote, I guess. I wasn't trying to make it too broad.
Oh, I see. You're
But
trying
then-
to
Yeah, my bad. My
You're
bad.
trying
Doesn't-
to gotcha me.
Doesn't
What,
the
you want me to,
question?
like verbatim quote what came
Well-
before and after? Yeah, no, I can't do it. I don't have it fucking memorized.
Yeah,
I'm not fucking that ass.
but doesn't that question then become
He's
how
not
can you
actually religious?
how can you possibly be divine if you're moving towards divinity or that which is divine?
Well,
Because
I would
it's
say
something
it's
that
like
you
it's a
have in you,
process.
and you have to grow it.
Yeah, I
Right?
would say
It's
a
like
process.
it's like when a baby human is born, they are fully a human, but there's a developmental process that they go through in order to experience the fullness of being human, right? They have to learn how to eat and walk and talk and drive a car and
Right.
have relationships and the whole thing. It's a process, but
I
it's
think-
also given inherently
I
at
think this
birth.
is I
Yeah,
think
but-
this is called the continuum fallacy.
Right.
If you're
Because you can't find a certain point. Like, what is the point that we become adults? We can legally define that, but from like
Right,
an
but for
ontological point of
everybody,
view,
it's kinda different.
it's a process of
It's a developmental process.
maturation into adulthood. So I would say the same.
There
thing
you
with
go.
response.
It's a paradox we have to kind of stand in the middle of. It is
Well, to
complicated.
be
Can
fair,
you-
she said human and not adult.
yeah.
And,
Can
and
you
that's kind of our nature, so we're born with that.
Sure,
Th-
but
I
I
was-
guess I would
I thought we were all born.
I had to
human.
steel man it. I would say
That
it's
was the
the
thing.
adult thing, where that's a process of
Some of us are
maturation
being
that you can't
born
define
many.
specifically.
No.
can you be born already mature?
No.
Can you be a
No.
okay, so you would have to mature into your mature self. You can't
Yeah.
just be it.
Correct. But there can be moments at which you become aware of your potentiality to become that. And in a sense, you then can feel yourself as that future version of yourself, even though you still have to go through the maturation process, if that makes sense. And then you can start making choices. It's no different than like when we look around and we see people walking when we're little lumps and we're like, oh my God, they're doing it. I could do it too. And it's like we align ourselves with the version of ourselves that is a walker. And then we just go on to take all the necessary steps, literally, that get us also to be a walker. It's the same thing, in my opinion.
Can I ask you, what was your awareness? Like, what was your awareness that you woke to?
What do you mean? When I became aware of myself as like a child of God or one with the divine?
Or no, just like one of like what you were meant to be, like what you were meant to do.
Well, I would say that it was given to me each step of the way, depending on what I could handle. So, and depending on where I was at developmentally. So, like when I was an older teenager, it was like I was getting visions of what I wanted my life to look like, you know, in the next 10 years, as they say. So, go to college, pick a field that I like, find a man, get married, have babies, that thing. But then once I got there, then I started developing beyond that. Okay, now that I'm here, what are my new visions? And I have found that human development along the divinity trajectory works like that. At each time that you reach a level of mastery and where you're at, then you're given an upgraded vision for now. What is your task next? What is your dream next?
Were you married? Like, did you have like a high school sweetheart? Were you married at all, like at an early age?
Yeah, I had a high school sweetheart that I broke up with because he wasn't a Christian and I had become a Christian, so I didn't think that was
Were you married? Did you ever get married?
Yeah, then I got married. Yeah, I got married at age 26 or 25, and then I had my first child at 26, and I had 3 children in the marriage and did the whole traditional thing. Yes.
And then what came after that? What was so great after that? Like, are you still? Or I should ask.
Are
you still married to the man?
I'm divorced to the man because we reached a point at which our basic faith structures could no longer hold together our relationship. So in other words, I truly believed that I was on a sanctification path process to healing and development, and he was sort of just stagnant. Like, we're just gonna get to this level and then we're just gonna stay here. Like, we're not gonna ever grow.
You gotta work towards mastery.
Okay. So from what
it was nothing that we could work through because of the nature of the abuse
then
dynamic.
Can't move on without reaching that.
If it wasn't emotional, from what I've heard from the chat, like, or from what I've heard when I was in the chat before, if it wasn't emotional, was it like sexual or something? Because that's all it seems to come down to when you say
the break apart. Oh, like, I'll explain it this way. The man hated my guts. Like if you talk to him now, he'll say that I forced us to get married. Like, he never even wanted to marry me, let alone be with me or procreate with me, apparently, from his side of the story. So imagine living in that, and no matter how much I submitted, I cooked, I cleaned, I did the sex stuff, I did everything that I could possibly think of to make him happy, it wasn't going to happen because he had decided, for whatever reason, that he was just going to basically be a miserable human being who was going to just stay miserable and kind of in his, I mean, he still has like a teenager job at age 40. Like,
so
he just didn't want to grow.
Didn't he do content with you?
No, not that. Not
that one.
That was my ex-husband. Like, he's still professed.
Were you a stay-at-home mom at that time?
Yeah, I was a stay-at-home mom all the way up until last year. That's how I kept being a stay-at-home mom, was doing online businesses.
If you're unhappy with his job while you were married and you're a stay-at-home mom, why didn't you, support your husband and help? Like,
I did. And then he would get so abusive. He would tell me that I was sinning for example, he had never gone to college or anything like that. And so
what were you sitting on?
Thank you, Eva.
What were you sitting?
He would use, like, he would pick kind of religious language whenever it suited him. I think he was
that doesn't answer the question. What specific things did he say you were sinning with?
Yeah.
Because he said nowhere in the Bible did it say that I could, for example, pay somebody else to babysit my kids while I went to work. So I was sinning if I were to do that, even if it was like my sister
Wait,
or my mom.
That I don't know. I don't know that I buy that one because even within the
And
Bible,
that's
it
what I'm
talks.
saying is,
Even
after
within the
so
Bible,
much of this, I started being like, I
the
can't with
Bible
this. Like,
talks about how all of us are responsible for the raising of the children within our community. We're all responsible on a level.
right,
Okay,
right.
so
But this
therefore,
man
you would not
wanted
have
to
said
use
that you
the
were sinning
scripture.
by getting a babysitter. Because
Right.
everybody
And so
is
I
supposed to do that.
didn't believe I was sinning, but when I would go to do things like that, for example, at the time, he was literally making $13 an hour, and we had a family of 5 in Southern California. And he was forbidding me to work, but keeping us in abject poverty, basically. And so I said, hey, I have a master's degree. Why don't I go work at this Christian university, and then you can go to college for free and make, get a degree and make better money to support the family, at which time I can quit working. And by the way, I'll pay my mom to watch the kids while I go to work, and you can go to college and we'll make better money and it'll be better. And I did that, and it was hell to pay for me. So I only had the job for 3 months. It was just a whole nightmare. And every time I would try to lift us anywhere out, it's like he was addicted to the suffering cycle. I don't know how else to explain it. Like, poverty is a mindset.
Can I ask you something personally then? Because you've stated many times that you had an OnlyFans account. When was that started?
I started OnlyFans about 2.5 years ago. I left my marriage now almost 7 years ago. So it was way after I had left the marriage.
So you
and I had
like...
another partner. I had another partner at the time, like a domestic partner. And I started OnlyFans with him at the direction of like my business manager, who helped me write my books and like launch myself out into the world as
that is so dangerous.
I started calling myself a life coach, but then I became a consultant.
Was your manager was it his or her idea to like boost off an OnlyFans for you? Or was it your decision? Or was it like their decision?
I would say it was mutual. I would say that I was kind of bursting at the seams. My exhibitionist self was kind of bursting at the seams, while at the same time he had experience with launching businesses in that industry. And so it was just kind of this marriage between both thought processes of like, let's try this. Like, worst case, I do it for a little while. I don't like it. I shut it down, which is still the case. At any point, I could shut it down.
If I can interject, so he already had experience in like bringing people into OF?
Not OF specifically, but the sex industry. Like, for example,
I have a
he
question.
had clients that were escorts that were then launching bigger business. They were scaling up. They were scaling their business.
Wait a second. Did you not see any of this as being a massive red flag, considering the fact that you had 3 small children at home and this is the individual you're bringing into your home?
He wasn't in my home. He was a business associate outside of the home.
Wait a second.
My partner that I lived with just went along with it and was like, "Oh yeah, I'll make the content with you."
Again, yeah, perfect. He went along with it. He was game for it. He made the content with you. Do you not see this as being a huge red flag that your children could potentially be in danger to be bringing someone like this into your home?
I didn't read it as a red flag personally. That's not how I
Or as somebody that has experience in it, do you think that they kind of, I don't want to say groomed because you're old enough to know right and wrong, honestly. But do you think they, in a sense, did kind of groom you into something that
I do.
You are now?
Hindsight, I can see that the men in my life, including my kid's dad, like literally all the men in my life were not necessarily looking out for my best interest in any way, shape, or form. They were just more kind of playing out their own.
What about the guy that got you onto OF though?
That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about your ex. I'm not talking about your
I'm saying
talking about him.
yes. I that it started out, my entire life started out to be sort of the guidance of men in my life that wasn't necessarily to my best interest. Then once I got into it, and that's where the paradox also comes in with this.
So why would you want a man in your life that wanted you to go out there and actually produce it and sell it in your life? If you have experience in your life of men continuously doing this, why would you keep a man in your life and say, hey, yeah, this is a good idea, let's do this, and keep that and actually do what he says? Why are you going to listen to a man that does this to you?
Because my nervous system was addicted to that type of
Are you sure it's not a victim mentality that you're addicted to?
Don't say was, because
no, I really was addicted. I was addicted to being essentially pimped out because that's the dynamic I had with my dad. So that was what was
still doing it. You're still doing it.
Except now I'm the pimp.
It's generational trauma, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know.
Welcome, Bucket
it's the
Button.
epigenetics
Bucket
company,
Button
man.
is just cracking up down there. I want to hear what
I
he
know.
has to say. I really want to hear. I'm
don't
loving
know.
it.
I don't know if there's like a topic or something, but it's kind of interesting. I mean, the girls are just fucking kind of going at it, so I'm just listening at this point.
Your facial expressions are totally
a man's favorite thing.
Oh, there's been some hilarious shit. The whole thing's been fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I brought this ice cream because this is just great. We need some mud in here, and it will be perfect.
I like how right when I got here to wait, it just totally changed, and now just getting good entertainment. And I don't know if it's like a life story or what, but the almost interrogation is pretty fucking hilarious.
You watched the whole show, or right? Yeah, you were here for it. I saw your super chat.
Oh, yeah, I was talking shit.
Yeah, what'd you think of the show, and what do you have to add?
I guess really like a starting point to really add to it because there's so fucking much to break down. There's just so much coke because I thought the whole thing was like something about dating, and then it's like if you're just explaining how you're pretty much a prime example of what not to engage in, and then trying to promote it as if it's a good thing is like fucking just wild.
Hey, I never said it was a good thing. I was just saying it was my path. That was my path.
Not even good, or just like justifying it in any way is kind of wild.
Yeah.
As if it's supposed to be, well, in relation to what's supposed to be of something about dating or anything like that, because I can't imagine anybody with any type of half sound mind is going to take away anything productive from learning to cope with the justifications from OnlyFans. Like, that's just never going to do it.
You mean it doesn't play into the dating economy well?
I mean,
like
it does,
doesn't.
but just in a negative way. I mean, you're basically, that's why I brought the full circle, because you're basically, you can point your finger, they can point their finger, but it's like, yours doesn't really hold
to me,
weight
I look at it like this. I look at it like this. I also have a day job these days, waitressing again, right? So I work at this like French bakery with all this sugar and shitty food. And everybody who starts to work there gains a bunch of weight because they all eat all this food. Now, honestly, there's customers that come in morbidly obese and they are ordering all these pastries. And my job is to sell them these pastries. Now, do I feel personally great about selling them pastries? No, I want to say you don't need to eat this. You're dying. But my job is to sell them the pastries. And while I am
repeatedly
physically participating in this construct and have to pay my bills and get by, I do certain things. I participate in society in ways that I don't necessily feel are the best.
Wait. One at a time. One at a time.
This is your trauma therapy. What the fuck are you talking about right now? Like, am I the only one? Weevil, I'm not losing my mind here, right?
No, you're not. You're really
okay. So,
not.
for example, I took the job as a waitress to stabilize my sense of financial security apart from the OnlyFans.
Can I interject? The difference
No.
is a small amount of pastries is not like an immoral act, but a small amount of pornography
It's not
is.
small. It's
No,
literally
but-
like you
No,
look
I
at
know,
these
but you
people and
can
you're like,
be a
you're gonna
pastry
die.
salesman,
Eat the
and it's like you can
pastry.
use a
no fucking
pastry in a
comparison.
responsible way. I would say you can't use OF in a responsible way. I think it's.
I
even
think you
comparative
can.
to
I would
methadone.
disagree.
You even-
I would
No,
say
you
you
that's
really
would
obviously
can't.
not a
subscribe
Compare
and see
tomato
how
to
I do it
citrus.
responsibly.
I know you're. I get that you're saying you're doing it better than most people. I agree with that, or I at least concede that. But I'm
Oh,
saying
How many
you can
people
take
jerk off
pastries
to
in moderate
pastry?
amounts and be healthy. Do you think you can take pornography in moderate amounts?
That's where the cream filling came from.
I also think that we have to
Yeah.
make the
People jerk off to
distinction
that.
between
I got a second
pornography
job,
and
too.
other forms of adult content.
I'm
For
sorry.
example,
I'm
sex
sorry. Sue.
education, which lots of my videos are literally tutorials.
No, come
So,
on.
Sex
Des-
education.
no
and
one's
erotic
watching. Desiree, no one's watching your
as a
stuff
form of
for the purest
self-expression
sex
for the
education of
exhibitionist.
it. Desiree,
Wait,
that
Desiree,
I
Desiree,
that.
thank you so much.
I'm
Wait.
teaching guys how to make a woman squirt, for
I
God's
understand.
sake.
Thank you.
I
Okay,
Somebody's gotta
understand
do
that,
it.
but they're also,
Alright,
you're
Desiree.
also like
Pissing
jerking
our
off to it, right? Like you have to.
I
You have
don't
to have
think
the
women need
self-awareness.
another woman
Confluence.
to learn that.
Aye.
I would
Thank you
rather
so
them
much,
jerk
Desiree.
off to a mature, real woman than some trans,
Yeah, it's
like,
super
kid
mature to learn how to
looking
piss
What
in
are you
the
trying
air.
to say?
I mean,
Emmett?
that's
I want
better.
to wait.
Example of What people should
I
be
want to
learning.
thank Desiree for letting us know
Apparently,
what
the
sex
trans
education
are taking
means,
over the
so that we
porn
can take it the
industry.
fuck
Thank
away
you,
from
thank
schools
you.
because we don't want that at all near the kids.
Nobody
So
actually
thank you,
learns
Desiree,
human
for letting us
sexuality
know.
in school. I hate to break it to you. People are learning about human sexuality literally
Yeah.
via porn.
Without you.
I'm not
I
saying
know.
it's right.
And it
I'm
shouldn't
not
be on
saying
school,
it's
so
what's
thank
happening.
you,
Okay.
Desiree.
Hope
Thank
people
you.
think-
Maybe
hope
the
people
adults
shit.
among
Let me
us
tell you
should
something.
take that
Good
into
marriage.
consideration.
No. Listen to me. When you have a good marriage, all of that fun shit, you learn about it together with your spouse,
Yes.
and it is fun and it is memorable and it keeps you guys strong. And when you got to fight, you
Well,
know
I'm
exactly
super
how to take
happy
it out.
for everybody who
wonderful. And
creates
guess
that.
what?
I
You
just
don't
simply
need
am
porn.
not in a marriage.
You don't need porn to learn it. What you're doing
Nope.
is you're keeping
I'm
people
not
out of
saying
healthy
you do.
marriages.
I'm
OF
just saying, here we are. A
Oh,
lot of marriages are not happy and
I
fulfilling.
need your
okay?
fucking
It's
help
just
learning
the
how to do
truth.
shit.
And OnlyFans is a big reason
I'm
why
not saying
marriages
you
aren't
do. I'm not
happy,
here for
because
the
some
people
people
who
are
have it
addicted to
figured
porn.
out.
Just
Yes,
like
that's
that.
right. It's cope because there are
You're-
people who are
you're
addicted to it.
You're contributing to addictions. That's
Yeah.
what it is. That's what it comes down to. You're contributing to people's addictions. Do you get that?
I mean, you could say that these
No,
online
no. Do you get
judgments
that? Yes
and
or no?
arguments are
You
feeding
are.
into people's
Yes.
addictions.
You
Like,
are.
I'll
they're
take that as
very
a yes.
addicted to all
Remember,
the
she's
chaos and drama.
methadone. She's methadone.
I'll take
I
that
don't
as a
know. I'm
yes.
addicted.
It's not a methadone. It's an
You can do
addiction.
anything.
Yes. And
They're
methadone.
just addicted to me. It's not my fault.
Yeah, I'm just teaching them what to do. I mean, come on,
You
honey.
guys wanna learn how to
Don't
swear in the back
don't
of
say
your
it like that. Just be real about
I'm
it.
gonna look at it.
And
I'll be real with you. I'll be real with you.
Keep
This
them
is
from
real
over talking.
shit.
I gotta go
This
for a
is-
second.
This is okay. This is real
yeah.
shit.
Then the chaos.
I have a particular
Shit from
body
here
and
on out.
presence that I was born with, whatever. And me walking around the world looking the way I do, no matter what
And how do you look?
profession I have had or how I present myself, I have had the gaze, we could say,
You make me
Of
so
men.
happy. I never got
Not the
Botox.
gays.
since I was very young.
Yeah, the
Because I
gays.
developed fairly early.
And
So I
confidence.
have found actually charging men for the gays has sort of made me feel better about the whole situation. I don't feel so taken advantage of.
You should.
I don't know. That's just me.
Yeah,
That's
there's
just
nobody's
me.
saying that it's wrong to feel good about
You really should.
there's nothing wrong with that. So
Well, I think it's the
don't-
other way
that's not
around
a
this
point
here. I
of
think
fucking
you are
fair.
taking advantage of lonely man. So you are the one that's actually taking advantage of people. The
Yeah.
actual
How am I
moral,
taking
the actual
advantage
moral
I'm
problem
just
is
there.
not on the
It's
man.
not like
It's
I'm
on you.
soliciting them. They're coming
Yeah.
to me.
No, you are. You're out there.
fair.
You're letting them
I
know
know
what
it's
kind of shit you're
advertising.
doing.
I
You're
know
taking
It would
advantage
come
of the
to you
guys.
if you weren't
Addiction.
advertising with your tits out there and your ass and shit. That you have to sell a product. People don't just automatically know that it's there by some weird intuition. Okay.
Oh, they hunt it. They hunt it.
That's
Trust
weird
me.
too, because it's like
Because there are
Exactly.
women like you who put it on display.
Product,
at
so when I see this in a
Hunt for
dating
things.
type conversation,
The
it's just kind of wild.
What? Fuck it.
It's
You're
addictive.
quiet, honey.
I don't know, it's just like if you went to a store and just fucking faulty product, you know. It's pretty much the same thing when trying to put this in the context of a dating conversation. It just makes no fucking sense. And you can
Well, I think we've been
justify
off
it
the
however
rails
you
of
want.
dating like 3 hours ago. I don't think we've been talking about dating for a long time.
I think this is
it's
No,
all
we have
very
been
relevant
talking about
to
dating.
relationships.
I think it does. It because honestly, the porn addiction is a lot in relationships, and it has corrupted a lot of relationships.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna say it. People like you and OnlyFans have given these people their dose of addiction. You're giving them their drugs that
That's
they
like
want.
saying that
No,
it's the food's fault for people being fat. I mean, come
No,
on.
Des, I feel like I already clarified that. A small amount of food is healthy. A small amount of pornography is not healthy. That's the distinction.
I don't make that much
Yes,
content.
it is.
I don't make that
Listen,
much
no.
content.
No, but I'm
I
saying
put-
Hey,
any
if I
food
put
taking
all
in
cards
pornography
on the
is
table.
inherently
Hold
bad.
on.
Down.
Hold on.
Calm
Okay,
down.
go ahead,
Okay,
Weevil.
we're gonna go thumping Weevil. Go ahead.
Desiree, you claim to be some kind of Christianity or believe in God in some sense, correct? I've heard it in the chat, so you can't deny it. Some kind of
You
Christianity.
have a dream about
Agree
her
to your,
and Jesus. That's
to your
about that.
idea of
Beth.
Okay, I'm not believing her in any sense, but
a higher power.
any
A higher power.
man that lusts over a woman that isn't his own has already committed adultery in his heart, correct?
Amen. Yep.
And that is even online. If you're looking at a woman online, on the photos, in life, whatever, you're committing adultery. So you have
What's that? Facts. Is that your beer?
you have
Is that your
K2 said drinking
Help.
Bud Light.
a lot of men commit adultery.
Oh,
So
Bud Light?
how can you put yourself in any kind of God stance or Christianity stance? How can you when you?
I
when
don't
you-
don't put myself in a Christianity stance.
Can you tell us
I
Oh,
again
so you
about
don't
your
now. So you don't now, right? 'Cause
What?
You did earlier, but you don't now.
No, I never did. I simply said I came from that background.
agro bullets?
That was part of my
Okay.
development. Part of my development.
Okay.
Doris.
Okay.
I love it. I love the name.
Right.
This is Doris Rex.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah,
can.
we can.
All right, cool.
So can
Do
you
you have
tell
a?
us,
You have a.
can you tell-
wait before.
for those who don't know about it, can you tell them the dream you had about you and Jesus?
No, wait a second, Beth. I want to go
You
back
really
to it, but
studied
I'm going to
me.
do two things. First,
was
K2,
interesting.
thank you so much. K2, thank you so much for the 5. Why is Confluence drinking Bud Light? Because he's in the closet.
It's
And then-
not Bud Light again.
It's not
I will
Bud
show
Light.
you. It's not- Does that look like Bud
10%.
Light to you? I'm on
It,
the
Oh,
looks,
boycott.
yeah.
it looks close
Not
enough.
Bud
It's
I'm on the
Light.
fucking boycott. K2.
Closeted enough. So, the second thing, I want to go ahead and see Agrilapolis. Agri, do you have a take of this thing?
I missed the past about 5 minutes getting my shit set up, so I don't know if that I missed it.
No, you're
No,
good.
but I mean, you have a take in general in the whole talk debate niche.
The whole, I mean, you guys were all over the fucking place.
Thank
That's
you.
why I had a hard time
Like,
when I got
I,
up
I
here.
had a hard time keeping up, but you guys got
Implications
into the
dating
weeds
stuff,
really
and
deep.
And to like prattle for
Yeah.
fucking 20 minutes.
But
Sitting here
overall,
like-
Look, at
though, what
least
kind of
10%
input that
was
you
about
got?
dating,
Well,
right? At least 10%.
I'm gonna bring it back to Beth. Beth asked your question. I think she wanted to get some more wine, so it's one more time, which makes sense.
I'm
Confluence knows
sanctifying,
about this.
you know? You, Chris?
Yeah.
Hey, Confluence, tell us more about that book on your wall.
That book,
Feeling
well,
enlightened?
again, if you want what Beth asked
you want
about
a
Desiree's
spiritual
dream with
journey?
Jesus, you can actually, if you go to my channel, Confluence 358, you can go to me and Desiree's
Sure.
interview where we
All right,
talk
let me check it.
extensively
I
about
didn't
the dream.
even know that.
And that's why I got that
Devices
book.
just
So
broke, man.
always be plugging, check out my channel, watch the interview. It's goated. Me and Desiree talk for 3 hours.
It's
all about the dream.
It's
chat.
Gnostic Prattle. If you want to know about
erotic.
Gnostic Prattle, you can talk to Marilyn. You will get the same thing.
Well, no, she
No,
had a
it's
dream
not.
about
No,
her
it's-
and Jesus, and I heard it.
No,
I'm not sure everybody
that-
else on the panel is familiar with it. I think it's an action.
That's
I think that's
Desiree.
really
There's a lot of
interesting.
details
Well,
on my
I heard her
channel
say
about
that
it.
she
Beth.
was, some kind of
That's
Christianity.
too.
Not every Christianity is the same, but I'm part of it.
Oh,
I am not part of Christianity. I do
I
not
have one too.
feel
They say the
comfortable
same things.
lumping myself into the
Okay, then don't bring it up next time. Don't bring it up then next time.
Okay, Beth, you want to ask Desiree something? Let's
I've
go
asked
there.
it a few times.
I'm
I'm
ready.
getting ignored.
Yeah,
So,
just go ahead, do it right now. She's right there, listening to you.
For like a third time. For the knowledge of the people on the panel who maybe haven't seen some of your other content, like your interview with Confluence. Sorry, Confluence. I'll get over there. I promise.
Yeah, I haven't heard any of that.
Can you tell them about the dream that you had? Just because, yeah, I know you're disconnecting yourself from Christianity right now, but I think that kind of plays an interesting dynamic in that.
I think you're probably referring to my most taboo and longest standing fantasy that would come through, and I would always push it away because I was like, no, that's terrible. How could I be thinking that? But the fantasy was of Jesus on a throne and essentially me just having sex with him, like face to face, having sex with him, riding him on the throne. And finally, when I allowed that fantasy to just like take me over, I felt a distinct merging, like re-merging of my spirituality and my sexuality, like on an embodied cellular level. So I understood it to mean not necessarily sexual in a physical manner, but just that reconnection, that reuniting of myself as a spiritual being with myself as a sexual being, and those two things being back in relationship and oneness with each other. So I was able then to reach a new level of maturation, I guess you could say.
Yes. That makes so much sense. Fucking Jesus is totally not sexual.
Wow, that was.
Well, you guys are the
You're
ones that are
welcome.
talking
That's
about
fucking
sexuality
horrible.
being so sacred and all that.
But
And
thank
I'm
you,
saying
Beth,
it
for
really
bringing that
is.
to
It's a
light again.
spiritual connection with
Fuck
somebody.
that. Fuck
I
that.
guess I think it's silly to think that the creator of the all of everything, who uses whatever savage means necessary to get its task accomplished in the creation process, I think it's silly and honestly very small-minded, in my opinion, to think that that big of an entity would be squeamish about human sexuality. I don't
think that God's squeamish about. I don't think God's squeamish about
I
human
think
sexuality.
you're getting that mixed up. He doesn't want you to go out there and be a whore. I'm sorry.
I personally don't even think that the creator of the all of everything should be called a he.
You lost me. Hun, you lost me.
It's equal parts masculine and feminine. It would be more accurate to say they.
No, I'm not going to say they. I'm going to say he. You know why? Because Jesus was a fucking man.
Yeah, but Thumping, do you think God in all his divinity is more male than female?
Yeah, male.
I mean, who birthed?
You don't think he transcends those labels?
Just say it.
I guess no. I actually want to ask. Do you not think that God?
I just wanted to let you talk.
I mean, you have supposedly the virgin birth.
You have been cool. I have seen you on grids. I agree with you on a lot. But right now, in this panel right now, you and Desiree are like almost the same person at this point.
Now we're married.
Because honestly, you guys have agreed, then disagreed more than anything.
Okay, but it's weird that you didn't answer my question.
Because I honestly didn't hear it.
Okay, well,
somebody has a mic issue going on. By the way.
Somebody's echoing. I think it's Confluence.
I don't know, because I've heard a lot of echo with a lot of people.
Yeah, somebody's got to. I'm not sure if it's me.
He's just Canadian. He always fucking sounds like that.
Okay, that makes sense.
How about now? Is it better?
Still Canadian.
Yeah, I was gonna say it didn't really change much.
Oh, I think it might be Agrolapola. I think there's something going on with your mic, honey.
He's muted.
Probably.
Yeah, now that he's muted, I'm not hearing the crackle anymore.
My question to you, I guess.
Yeah, uno momento.
You got
it. I agree from a biblical narrative. Obviously, God is described as a he, and from the metaphors we see, he's best described as a he. But if we look at what he and she means, we're talking about like large and small gametes through flora and fauna of God's creation. The God that is transcendent of all that probably does transcend the labels of he and she.
Exactly. That's my point. Is like the
That's not
fact
crazy.
that
There
we
is
can
no
have
fucking
it
point
so
there. What?
ingrained in our
Then
There is
respond.
no
is
point.
causing
Why do
problems.
you
There's no
chime
point,
in?
something. Respond to my point.
There,
There was
I
no
refuse.
point. What the
I
fuck?
Wow.
refuse to say that God is a
What am
they.
I walking back into? Holy
Apparently
shit.
God is
Oh
a
my
they.
god! What the fuck are you
It's
saying?
the gender
I'll
of
repeat
God.
it
Hold
again.
on, he and she
If you
was
didn't-
there and then what?
Well, I'll repeat it again if you want. I'm
God
saying
is a they, them, now
Hey,
a.
Desiree, don't interrupt.
Okay, so
Don't
everyone
interrupt,
let me talk. Okay,
Yeah.
So I'm saying, so biblically, yes, under the metaphors that we have, God is best recognized as a he. But I'm saying
Yeah.
biology obviously is so much disconnected from God. God is transcendent of all of the creation and the universe that he has made. And biology is, we talk about he and she in terms of large and small gametes. That's just a biological truth. So I would say God transcends large and small gametes. God does not possess small gametes. Jesus did, yes, but God himself transcended to that, did not possess small gametes. I think that's like the man in the sky version of God that like
Good
no one
night,
should.
Big Soda.
You are fucking coping over the gammies right now.
Yeah.
But
Jesus,
that's not an
I'm
answer.
By
sorry.
Someone
gammies, I
answer
mean
my
fucking
question.
My
titties.
belief
Let me
is
go.
God.
Someone fucking
throws
answer.
us
Jesus
around
is Christ.
was the
God is a
conversation
man.
about-
He came down in a human. He came down in human form
Yes. And
to
he
the
picked a
world
man. I
as a
agree. I'm talking
man.
about
Why
God.
would he come
Through
down
a
as a woman?
woman. Through a woman.
I'm not. But
Aren't
something,
we
I'm
all
not
born
talking
through a
Jesus.
fucking woman?
Wasn't
Obviously,
there.
Jesus is
We
a
were
man.
all
Something.
born.
Biology was created
Well,
that
I
way.
mean-
That doesn't
We
mean
were all born through a
Why-
How
woman.
else was he
wait.
supposed to make him
No
come
one's
to
gonna answer
existence?
me,
Just
are
proof
they?
him
Why-
Make fun, and no one can give me a fucking answer.
Why would there need?
You possibly
I'm
need
with
an
you,
answer
Evelyn.
to.
I'm with you.
Still
The
a
God
man.
Why?
I
Everything.
want an answer. I want to
made
hear.
us-
Hey, hang on, guys.
What? So
down.
why would there
Our
need to be a
image.
sex? Why would there need to be a sex?
Exactly.
at
There
all.
doesn't need to
Why-
be sex.
That's
There's
my
not
argument.
a
Sex is
soul,
obviously
a
a
spirit
universal
entity
thing that
doesn't
happens
have an
in
embodied
universe
sex.
and biology. It's tied to
Sorry, we're
small
not
and large
all
gametes, and
spiritual
obviously
like
doesn't
you,
apply to
Desiree.
Let's
Can
also
be all
talk
of everything
patriarchy
this is
here.
extrapolated to, it doesn't matter.
Force doctrine, patriarchy. There's a reason that I think these are good
That's not what it's
indicators
been about.
That's
of.
all universal bound. I'm talking trans
Oh,
universe.
God.
That's what I think we're not talking on the same plane.
Transcending
I'm talking-
all
I'm
of
not
these
trans. I'm
concepts.
talking
Yeah.
about realistic.
God made Adam in his own image. Okay, he made Adam
No,
first.
he made
He
He
male
made
and
Adam
female.
first. He
So
made
what makes
Adam
God,
first.
So Beth,
Here.
what precisely makes the divine God, who has no form, right? If we're talking about not
Sure.
Jesus, but God, right? What makes him a he? What would
Yeah.
you say?
Exactly. What qualities?
Okay,
We have
The-
small
The
gametes.
I'm gonna try
masculine
really
particle.
I'm gonna try really hard to explain.
But there has to be
What the
feminine
fuck
does this
energy
have to
with
do
the
with what was
masculine in
brought up?
order to create
Every
a
woman
whole
on this
entity.
panel, every woman on this
Real.
panel has a bunch of eggs. Every month, you shed one, you lose it, it goes away unless somebody's there to fucking fertilize it.
Yep.
So therefore, life actually comes from men. Hate to tell you, but it's kind of a
It does.
biological thing.
Wait,
What the hell does any of this shit have to do with any?
Yeah,
fucking
I'm-
way
Oh.
you talking about mounting Jesus?
Yeah, I know.
So confused at what I've
I'm
walked
I'm
into.
just telling
This
you
is
that
kinda
was
one of those,
God,
like,
and it's
It comes
like
down
you
to
can
gender
do
of
it.
God.
I found
It
very
comes down to
clear
gender of
that
God,
that's
and all life
surrendered
comes
to
from
the
God.
That's
Then,
all.
look,
No lightning struck
going-
me. My life
In the
didn't
weeds.
turn to hell when I
Okay.
surrendered to this fantasy. I actually felt a deeper oneness and
Okay.
healing of my spiritual self
Well,
and
now,
my
just wait till you're
sexual
You
forty.
self
also
coming
felt the
back
same fucking
together.
thing with your head in the
They're
toilet and
coming
it came
back
in your ass.
together. What
Whoa,
a
whoa, whoa.
thought.
You
I'm
know,
sorry.
It does a lot better when she's allowed to talk.
Yeah,
Not to be a dick, but
we gotta try not to overtalk each other.
I'm getting sold on just this whole concept. It's just making a lot of sense to me, and I just need to hear more.
Okay, my bad.
I
I'm probably the
believe
least
that
religious
the
here, or
inherent-
definitely am, but it's just this is really opening my eyes.
I believe, like many of you believe, that human sexuality truly is the highest form of divine expression that we can experience. And so, therefore, where I was at in my spiritual maturation was at this convergence of my conceptualization of spirit being embodied as Jesus and my conceptualization as sexuality being embodied as me converging into one cohesive picture.
So you
And then our mind thinks in
OnlyFans.
symbolic form. It doesn't, our minds don't think in alphabetic logic. Our minds think in terms of concepts. So once I was able to merge those two concepts together on a cellular level via my bodily system, I then reached a new level of coherence between my divine nature and my human nature. And I'm not saying it was perfect or anything. I'm not saying that everybody should do that. I'm just saying that was my authentic path that led me to the next step in merging the parts of myself back together that were split. That's all.
I'll leave you alone.
So I can achieve this for only like $5.99.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not making that claim. I'm just one example of a human in my process of merging back together with my divinity on a step-by-step basis. That's
okay.
it.
So having a dream of Jesus in OnlyFans, that's great. That's great.
I mean, Desiree,
we could
no,
say
that's
the
what you
same
said.
thing if you want to get nitpicky about people's health habits or not, about their smoking, about their overeating, about their this and that. We could get all.
Not everybody has those dreams, though. Not everybody has those dreams.
This is what I think gives me pause, because so I read a lot of Carl Jung, and he has some stuff in his like autobiography of like similar, not sexual, but similar like blasphemous thoughts about God. That it sounds similar to you, but just not in a sexual way. Yeah. But then I guess what gives me pause is that, so if you had this revelation, I could almost maybe steel man it, and like you're talking about sexuality is sacred and all this stuff. I can almost get on board, but then it's like you still have the OnlyFans, and so then that's where my mind disconnects, because I'm like, if you had this revelation, then like, why would you do something that you almost admit is bad, and you compare it to methadone?
Because part of my
horse, and there was all this confusion.
Part of my process was understanding myself as an exhibitionist, as someone who has a deep-seated desire to be seen in my fullness, not in the fullness of my perfection.
I have a lot of desires, Desiree, that I don't satisfy, right? Like not every desire is
imperfections
satisfied. Like,
wait,
you have a
I believe
desire to
most
be an
humans would. I believe that on a core level, most humans are longing to be fully seen for their raw, imperfect self and to be accepted by someone. Now, for me, I found that I needed to go through an intermediary process of being able to access the complete acceptance of God. I needed to put myself out there to the public.
By anybody in your dream.
And have the public. No, a lot of the public doesn't accept me. Some of the public does.
I'm not saying the public. I'm saying in your dreams. Who you dream about, they're not accepting you for that, for what you do. They're not. Trust me.
Can I just ask, like, couldn't this just be a learned response or a learned behavior that the same as most behavior is, and you're perceiving it as divine revelation?
It could, but what's the difference between that and anybody else who is raised in a particular thought process and grabs a hold of that thought process and it works for them? I mean, to me, it's like, if it works for a person, who are we to judge?
If it works, but it's objectively wrong, is it still okay?
I don't believe that there is any such thing as something being objectively wrong. I think everything is on the level of intention.
Wait a minute.
Come on. Back to when Emmet asked you about supply and demand when it comes down to sex slaves, and so you're going back to what you said. It's not objectively bad in your opinion.
I don't any
You're
longer.
muted, Emmet.
You
Personally,
muted Emmet.
If I go on and I make
I
a
don't
ton of money
personally
selling a
subscribe
bunch
to
of slaves,
those
you wouldn't be
kind
wrong,
of
right?
dualistic rules. I look at it like this. Obviously, this is what collectively the species has decided we're doing right now. So
It's
for
a-
whatever reason,
well,
let's
species-
just figure out our
When
roles
we
in this.
decide
and
Bone
collectively-
cages for all
decide
women.
to do
That's
it a
it.
different
We're
way.
in the bone cages.
Try not
Wait.
to
Wait.
overtalk.
So if I go and I have a bunch of people that decide collectively that slavery is going to be totally fine, and I'm making money selling slaves, that would be perfectly understandable, right?
Tons of people are doing it. You want to join them? I mean, that's up to you. Go freaking do
No,
it.
that-
if you
that
want.
that would be
Let's
up
see
to
how it
you.
pans out.
Desiree, what?
Because I'm asking about your
What?
moral framework, right? It's your moral
You can have
framework.
my
It's not
credit
my
card.
moral framework.
I don't subscribe.
You see, Confluence? You
framework.
see how I was correct in your...
Desiree,
You see that?
Reap what you sow. So if
Desiree,
you
but
want to
you'd say
fuck
that's
around
wrong,
and find
right?
out with the universal laws, go
Desiree,
ahead.
But wait.
Your prerogative.
Ah,
Wait. Are you
Vengeance
saying-
Great to
comes
be
from
right.
Lord, as they say.
But are you saying that you can make no moral claim that owning another human being is wrong?
We own our children until a certain point.
Mm.
Is that not right?
What?
Wow.
I'm speechless. Speechless. Wow.
I don't.
I'm
Just
Confluence. It's like the third time in your life and you have to admit I'm right. And I'm just waiting for it. Because every single time it feels so
No, I can
He
bring
never
it.
so
fucking
awesome
admits
and
it. Not
justified.
once.
I'm
Yeah,
not
fucking
saying
Fun's
these are
right.
easy concepts to think
But
about,
Desiree,
but it's real
Desiree,
shit.
please, Desiree, please, don't let me get fucked by Emmet here. Sex slavery bad, yes? Yes.
Listen,
Smug face.
I
Look at my
personally
smug
think
face.
it's bad, but does the collective agree that it's bad? No, it
Does
doesn't
God
yet.
does God think it's bad?
Yes.
Does God think sex slavery bad?
I don't think God is as squeamish about the
About
human
sex slavery?
experience.
You don't think God
As
is
we
squeamish
are.
about fucking sex slavery?
Holy shit.
What are you talking about?
Oh man.
Oh my god.
God
I'm not
sent
talking about
man. This is
we're talking about non-consensual sex slavery. You don't think God looks at that and thinks that's not good?
Think about it.
I remember that
I
time when
think
he
on
was
a
like,
soul level,
yeah.
we are consenting. I really believe that souls make their contracts with what they're gonna do on
Wait.
Earth before they become embodied.
Oh,
So
that's
I
actually
do
based.
believe that
That's
there is
based.
a consent going on.
That's
However,
based. Sex
Fucking
slavery
no.
is bad.
No. However, this take
Ah,
before being alive.
this take though would be and would have all these logical entailments. Like, for instance, nothing we do here can ever affect our soul. So what would that matter if that's the case?
No, I believe our soul is learning each incarnation.
Then something has to be bad. Because what are you learning?
I don't
You're
think of
like
it as bad. I
almost
think of it as
Buddha?
I think of it like this. There's only truth objectively or not truth objectively. Now,
Is
the
not truth
sensory
bad?
perception of truth is
You
actually
just said you don't believe in
subjective.
anything is subject.
Okay, but not truth would be bad then. Yes.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it's further away from truth.
I feel like you just don't like the
Let's
word
do
bad,
it.
Desiree. You agree?
Well, because I think that there's a
slavery
lot
not
of baggage
optional?
and
You could be
judgment to
that
Sex
it, and I really
slavery-
think this is
slavery
all a
not
learning
optimal.
process.
It's
I'm-
That should be judged.
She knows
Excuse me.
deep down what she's doing is bad. So
I'm
she doesn't want
really
to say bad.
I'm really, really curious about this idea that they consented to be sex slaves before they were ever even born. Please help me.
Very
I'm
controversial. Very controversial. I don't talk about that a lot.
I'm very lost. Help me, please.
Well, I believe that we each have a soul that is eternal,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
That soul doesn't really give a shit about all of these kind of made up weird human rules that we make. That soul is simply on a mission to learn certain lessons and expand itself along a certain trajectory for whatever reason that soul wants. And so I believe before we are incarnated, there is a consensual agreement to enter into a particular family system, a particular religious system, a particular time in linear history, you could say. And I believe that that soul consents with God, or whatever you want to say, to taking on that mission or that
then
learning.
you consented to your own captivity and your own abuse. You consented to it. You wanted to be there. Holy
Wait a second. I have a wait.
Enlighten.
Desiree, you told us that your family and your upbringing was all of these people that were in your eyes abused.
Well, I'm speaking to you.
Wait. No, I understand. I understand that. Wait a second, Beth. Give me a second.
My
okay?
soul did.
I'm trying to cook. So you said that there was all these people that were in your eyes abused. If that is the case, that they came into this world knowing exactly what was going to happen and they consented to it, wouldn't that be not abuse then? Because there cannot be any kind of abuse.
It's
if
not
that is
abuse.
The case.
In the spiritual realm, yeah, I think that would be
asked for it.
So
oh my god!
How exactly do I get
it now?
If that is the case, wouldn't my epigenetics like say that to me at the end of the day? Would be like, shut up.
There
you
would be
victim
no
thinking.
trauma.
You asked
don't
for
come
it.
across as a person who's particularly connected to the data that your body is giving you.
I understand that. I am disconnected. That's why I'm asking these kind of questions, because I want to connect.
Yeah.
I want to have these hertz going, the waves in my brain. They want to connect with your waves in your brain.
Yeah.
So wouldn't my body just tell me to shut the fuck up about my supposed abuse, because at the end of the day I accepted to it, like I agreed to be
That's
abused?
not how it works.
Yeah, no, it is.
How do you know, Confluence?
You consent to it ahead of time, so therefore,
you consent ahead of time.
Therefore,
What are you talking
you
about,
consented
Confluence?
to it. If you consented to it and you asked for it, how can you be traumatized by it?
Because there's a gap. Okay, first of all, I hate to say this in some ways.
She
but I also
nodded
love
with
to
what
say
I
this.
said.
I agree with everything Desiree actually said. I do co-sign what she said.
Confluence, let her explain.
We're confusing the planes here.
Confluence, let her explain. She was explaining to me, like,
this is the way that I understand it. I understand it like this. Like, for example, I have had to do relationship repair work between my soul self, my spiritual self, and my physical self. And I have literally had to apologize. Like, my soul self has had to have empathy and apologize to my human self for putting us through this, you could say. But my human self has the awareness at this point in my development to understand the purpose in all of that, in order for my gaining of perspective, of empathy, depth, complexity, and understanding, and the work that I'm doing in the world now. So it can understand why it was, and the understanding of that doesn't necessarily take away the emotionality of it, but it starts to help. And then when my soul self comes in with empathy and just acts as the witness to my traumatized body self, and they are able to just sort of sit together in this awkward situation for long enough, then there's a release that happens. Where my body and my soul start to vibe with each other.
Excuse me.
And then that's where I have navigated the different trajectories and nuances of, for example, my sexuality, and I have changed over time. I have developed different expressions of my sexuality that to me feel like it's becoming more and more and more aligned with this idyllic concept that you guys are talking about of a divine union, we would say.
Right? But I kind of understand a little bit, but
that as something that I want.
Oh my!
When I was in my 20s and I wanted my ex to spank me, I mean, I didn't find that traumatizing, so I don't understand where the trauma comes into play. If you're asking for it and wanting it.
Well, I don't understand what the trauma comes in.
Well, you're not always consciously asking for something. So if you're unconsciously asking for something, then your subconscious can be inviting it, but your body is not picking up what it's putting down, and so there's a disconnect there.
That's right. I'm just not understanding where it comes from. This like trauma thing when you knew what's gonna happen to you. Like pretty much decided to go and get it.
I didn't always
Confluence. I'm speaking. Okay, get back to the closet while I speak. Okay, let me be done, and then you can come out of the closet. Give me a second.
Hold on.
I just don't understand how is it that I can, let's say that I decide to come here and I know I'm gonna be trafficked as a sex slave whose name is Natalia. That's what I wanted, and I signed the contract, and then I come here and I'm like, oh my god, woo me because I'm a sex trafficker.
But you don't know that until I don't understand. You don't know.
But here's the issue, Desiree. Here's the issue, Desiree. If this is true, if what you're saying is true, then all things are permitted.
Yeah.
All things.
Yeah, in the existence of the all of everything, of every different potentiality and timeline, I do believe that everything is allowed because that's the only way that consciousness can actually evolve itself. It has to try out every different possibility. So it can decide for itself what should stay and what should go, essentially.
That's above
my pay grade.
But that would also mean
here experiencing things as a nervous system, giving feedback to the creator. That is what all of our jobs essentially are. And the simplest way to say it is that we are all individual perceptions of what it's like to be embodied, and we are supposed to be giving that feedback to creator. Now, if enough of us give the feedback to the creator that we don't like this whole sex slave thing has got to go, I believe that the creator will listen and then will guide us collectively in a different way. But if that's not actually our collective truth, then it's not going to manifest. I hate to say it.
But what I'm saying is,
I'm not saying that I like this. I'm just saying that appears to be what the evidence is showing us.
Right, but what you're saying also would be permissible for one man, say, to end all life on Earth, and that would be totally cool. We're good with that.
If we allowed it to happen, because it would be super easy for another guy to just take that guy out. But if he doesn't,
because there'd be nobody left but him.
Well, I mean, we see that we might be seeing that happening, and we're letting it happen. So,
it would be perfectly permissible.
What we want.
Yeah, it would be perfectly permissible, as I said, to just put them all in cages. That would be fine, right? Yeah, I love you. Desiree, you're in my wheelhouse. At least you take the ideas and you're like, yeah, I agree with them.
I mean, she is standing on what.
I like that kind of thing. Historically, how forced censorship and the manipulation of data or facts has actually ever helped us. It hasn't. It's like, I think that the parental generation always thinks if they can steer our consciousness and our thought process in a certain way, then we would all be safe. And I don't think that that's ever actually true. I think we actually just cause more damage and stunting to the species as a whole when we don't allow for the literal natural evolutionary process to happen, which is a survival of the fittest, down to the level of the logic. Who can actually solve the problems versus
I think we can understand you more if you do this a little bit more, a little bit closer to the camera there.
But Desiree, just one thing, that I would like to say that I think it's important. If we do all of that and we stump all growth and all of that, it wouldn't be wrong either, right? Like, we agree that we're going to stump all growth of humanity anyway. So it would be perfectly fine and understandable.
Do you feel
I don't feel it. I feel amazing. If I could just put everybody in cages, I would be fine. I would feel great. So it would be amazing.
You're not presenting a genuine agreement with that concept. So for you, that wouldn't feel good to you. But to others, it does feel good to them. We see it happening. I mean, they're literally creating clone babies in order to have in cages and use in sex trafficking situations. The survivors are starting to come out, and they have to write about their lives in terms of science fiction, because the average fucking person like you can't even compute the level of weird shit.
But they signed a contract. They signed a contract saying that they wanted to be that.
And think that that's the biggest issues that we're having. And it's
You
like,
think because we don't
No,
promote
they signed a
that we
contract
understand
when they were going to be born. Before they got born, they signed a contract that they agreed.
well, I don't
to
know if
do
that's
it.
the case if
I
they're
wanna
cloned and they're not even being brought in by the
I'll get buttons.
divine human process.
Turn your mic. I want to hear what you want to say.
Okay,
I have no
if
clue.
people are being cloned,
I want to.
who's cloned? Name somebody or something that has been cloned. Name a situation.
What do you mean name a situation?
Yeah, you're saying things are being cloned right now. People are being cloned in sex trafficking or whatever is being cloned. What is being cloned?
Look it up.
No, tell me. You know it. You brought it up. Tell me.
Yeah.
Tell me.
I know
what is.
I know something that's been cloned.
Yeah. Okay. But tell me, Desiree, you brought it up. So let's talk about it then. Yeah, bring it up.
I mean, this would be a chance to put it out there. If
Absolutely.
It's not for me.
Let's talk about it.
The only thing I know about is Dolly.
Hold on,
Hold on.
guys.
It's a bigger situation. Please tell me. Bring it up. Let's
It
talk
appears that cloning
brought
has
it up.
currently.
Let's talk about it.
So cloning has currently happened between 2 beagle puppies in South Korea.
Yeah.
And
First thing
right.
And Dolly,
cloning has happened in the animal
Let's
kingdom.
Really
talk
bright.
about it. Bring
Cloning
it
has
up.
happened a bunch of times. Okay, like Dolly, the fucking
Yeah, it's just the
what
first thing you
people,
pulled up.
please,
Yeah.
this is something that should be brought to light. So that
Okay,
people
okay,
who believe
there-
that
there's
bad
a book.
exists.
If it's bigger and you're claiming that it is bigger than the situation of OnlyFans, if it's bigger than everything that we're talking about, please bring me the criteria. Please bring me any kind of websites or whatever that you're talking about. Please bring it to me.
Yeah.
Put it in the private chat right now.
There's an
Put it in
author.
the private chat right now. I would like to look up what you're talking about right now.
What would it do to your nervous system when you discovered that your whole paradigm of reality was based on a false
Oh my
narrative?
God, bring it
It will
up.
enlighten us and get us on board.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Are you
there's this
insinuating they cloned
No,
people
I don't
thousands
want
of
to
years
hear about
ago?
it.
Don't worry about.
I don't know what was
No,
happening thousands
no,
of years
but
ago,
look
but
up
it's happening
there.
now, apparently. Okay, so breeding rings. So, okay, the elite circles actually breed, and now they're starting to clone. So there's a woman who just came out with a book that's called the Sophia Code. Sophia Code. You could look it up. And she was one of these children that escaped. Huh?
Her name is Sophia?
No, her book is called the Sophia
Okay,
Code.
what's the author's name?
Just Google her name. Here, I'll do it for you.
Yeah, do it. Bring me some information. You want to talk about all this? Bring me some information.
Oracle, Kaya.
I mean, you can just manifest it with God, anyways, right?
Yeah, there you go, Kaya. It's Kaya.
Her.
Kaya. Okay, yeah. So, and now she is actually writing her story, and she said that she has to do it in the narrative of science fiction because that is the best way that the collective can palate the atrocity of the information that she has to share from her personal narrative of her life.
But she
It's
says
like
that
claiming
it's science
that Star
fiction.
Wars is real.
She says
No. She's releasing it in that genre so that it is more socially acceptable, you could say, because our collective is so concentrated on these peddly little issues, I hate to say it, of what other adults are doing with their sexuality consensually, that we don't even have eyes to see the magnitude of the perversions that are actually going on, which we may want to address.
So
that's what I'm trying to address.
Because we don't promote
You're
these types of things, means
I'm
we
addressing
can't
it with
acknowledge
you.
it.
What are they? That's what I'm trying to address. We're bringing up a book.
I had
that's
two
talking about it. So talk about it. You brought it up.
What?
We would need to be privy to all kinds of documentation from foreign nations and stuff.
You were like talking to a brick wall. You know that?
I have a very different perspective than most.
I
No.
don't even think Desiree's
you're
not
like
claiming there's
talking
like a
to a
bunch of
brick wall.
research articles on this, though, right? Like, we have to,
Well, here's the thing.
you're
We
not
have
going to
reached a
find this
point-
on like some reviewed thing. I think we all agree with that, right?
No, she wants to talk about it. She knows about all these things that are going on. There's all these things that are going on that's other than OnlyFans
For example,
or cloning and
for
stuff.
example,
She brought cloning.
there are 3 to
obviously has some sort of
400,000 children
cloning, but
going
she doesn't want to bring it
missing
up.
from the United States of America per year that are not being reported to the feds. Why, you say? Where are the children going? 300,000 to 400,000 children being trafficked from the United States of America. Where are they going? Where are they coming from?
But what? But do you
Why
think
are
that's
they not being reported?
okay? They could be being sex trafficked, but I guess. Do you think they're being cloned? I guess is the question.
They're being sex trafficked.
Right,
Some of them are clones. So they're never actually
that's my point.
Considered real people.
I think we can all
not
agree
really
there's probably
documented
no
in the same way.
evidence. There's no hard evidence of
If they're not documented,
Desiree, I
how
think
do
you'd
we
agree
know
with
about
that.
them?
Something you'd agree with that. There's no hard evidence.
So
that we can,
here's an issue that we are coming to where we are no longer accepting personal testimony as evidence that's valid.
But we
which
shouldn't.
is very interesting.
No, but
because
Desiree,
the Bible is
shouldn't.
all based on personal testimony.
No, I know, but look at like alien abduction accounts, right? Like there's
It happens. It's a phenomenon that has happened with so
I know, but
many
you can't.
people
You
that
have to
we
be.
at least
You have to maintain a
look at
skeptical
that.
mind. You can't just like take someone's word for
Yep.
something.
But we
You'd be
have to
believing
look at
everything.
that as
You
like,
guys don't
okay,
each other.
what is happening here?
So-
So many people are experiencing this supposedly that we need to call this something and we need to look at
Sure.
why this is happening.
Right,
I
but-
So
agree.
many
There's probably
people
some phenomenon
believe
happening.
that at some point a virgin had a baby.
I agree.
Maybe we should
I
look at
think
this.
I think
you
it
need
points
to
If
know
we
how
have
to
to
right.
think bigger
I
here. We
agree.
have to think in pattern recognition.
I know,
We
but
have to think of it in terms of archetypes and
I agree.
symbology.
But with
If
the
a pattern
cloning thing, I
repeats
guess
itself
the
enough
cloning thing
times
specifically, that seems to
throughout
be
the
like
collective, we can
small group of
understand it
people.
as an underlying truth of our collective human experience. We don't have to call it this or that. What's the difference between demons and angels and extraterrestrials, for example? What
I
is
feel like
actually the
I could
difference on a
supplement all the
conceptual
examples
level?
you're giving,
It's the same
except
thing.
for the cloning of the humans. I think is the sticking point with something
Whoa,
legal.
that
And I think it is a fair sticking
everywhere.
point. But I think we can all agree there is just like small anecdotes of humans being cloned. We don't have any hard evidence. Can we all at least agree on that?
No.
We don't have any. We
Except
don't have
for
any
the
like.
actual testimonies of the people who are talking about
brought
it.
it up.
A couple of
From
people,
angels
Desiree,
to
like, a
demons.
couple of
Like,
people
what the
claimed
fuck
it.
was that?
Like less
Girl,
than Project Monarch.
I'm simply
Like,
saying,
the
I
arguments,
right?
personally don't
These-
understand how people can be adamantly believing in the concept of angels and demons, and yet they are adamantly saying that the concept of aliens or extraterrestrials cannot be. I mean, that doesn't make any
Where'd
sense. to
aliens
me.
come in?
Objectively.
Who
with you,
the
but-
fuck
but-
said aliens?
Yeah, what does that have to do with? I agree with you, Desiree, fully. But what does that have to do with the cloning part of it?
Who the
I was
fuck's the
talking about
alien?
if enough people start talking about a concept or testifying to particular experiences, I'm not personally saying it's true or not. I'm just saying if enough people are saying this, we should probably all be looking at it.
I
as
agree, but have enough
Well-
people said it?
No, we're
Are
all
a bunch of people saying this though? Like I'm honestly.
we have. Do you know that in Japan is starting to allow its citizens to actually marry AI bots? What the fuck is
Yeah,
the difference
that's-
between creating an
Is
anatomical
this true?
correct
body and putting an AI chatbot in the brain and
Wait,
then
is this
knowing
true?
a
Does anyone
delusional
Wow,
know this?
Desiree, you
I don't know,
said
maybe-
one thing
How is
Desiree,
that
I've
different
actually
from
heard
cloning?
about. You
That-
said
Well,
one
because
thing
it's
that
not a
I've
person.
Maybe I
Wow.
sign a maybe I
But-
sign a
But
contract
as
that I
a
wanted that in
person
my
who
life.
is
What would be wrong?
marrying
I don't know.
that and being allowed to marry that, it's a person
Desiree,
to them.
My
Yes,
soul
have a
chose it before I was
relationship.
born.
Can I ask you something? Can you
Yeah.
please learn how to use quotes? When you say this, learn how to fucking use them.
I'm autistic. I use things in different ways than
Japan is not allowing people to marry bots. Okay, just Google that,
Autistic
Desiree.
Listen,
People are
even if
symbolically
Fucking
marrying
learn.
AI.
Even-
the Japanese would say something different.
Yeah, but
And
even
don't
if
you
they
guys
were,
understand the
Japan does not
nature
allow
of
it.
censorship?
even if they were allowing it, it isn't marriage because it's not between a man and a woman. So
No.
that's
That's
just a
Fact check it.
that's a
They're-
conflation
All I gotta
regardless.
say,
Fact
we
check it,
know
they're
it's
not.
happening. You can look right here in America and see the testimonies of people literally leaving their physical marriages because of
Sure.
relationships they are beginning
Yeah.
with their chat GPT.
My
I
question
have-
to you, Desiree, you said we should all be looking. We should all be looking if these people are saying that they've been cloned. I tend to agree that it should be looked into if that is the case. However, I think it's bad for a bunch of people that know nothing about the science that would be used to create cloning, and then projecting out what they think they know about it. Because if we had 1 million people, 10 million people who know nothing about it and then start looking into it, they're going to start leaping to all these different conclusions that they have no idea whether or
And
not they're
that-
true or possible.
And that's the exact same logical conclusion that all of these people who are talking ignorantly about the healing nature of conscious BDSM or how conscious kink has a role in the healing of extreme sexual traumas, when people just flippantly talk about it out of their ass, not knowing any of the scientific evidence that supports that,
As opposed
or
to
the
into their
lived
ass.
testimony of the people who experience it. It's no different than that. So I would agree that it's not the best for people to just pop out and start speaking out of their ass about subjects that they literally have no scientific or lived experience. But I would say this, that scientific experience or knowledge will never trump a
Wait,
person's
so do you have
lived
Wait,
experience.
Weevil, hang on, Weevil, please, real quick. So if you've done so much work on healing your multi-generational trauma, why are you still so traumatized?
I didn't say I was traumatized.
Was
Where
I
did you
here
get
for
that?
the start of the I was here for this. You guys were here for the start of the conversation, right? We all heard that. Wow. Okay.
I
Desiree,
spoke
what
about
would you
it, I
accept to be
believe, in
traumatized?
past tense.
You have talked
Yeah.
all night about how victimized you are, but
Yep.
you've
I
done all
was.
this work.
I
Wait,
told you I
heal your
left the marriage,
trauma.
I left the
Yet
church, I
you're
left
still
all the
so
dynamics, and I
fucking
went my own way.
I don't. Yeah,
I honestly,
You went
Beth,
your own
I'd have to
way
go
of
back to see if she
being-
said she is traumatized or if she was traumatized. Because I'm honestly not sure.
she has
I
gone
Confluence.
on and on all night long
intended
about how
to
victimized
speak about
she
it in
is.
past tense. As
I have a
I'd have
small
to- I'd have to
question.
review the VOD. I don't.
I have a small question. If you
Much
know you're
trauma
going to be
is all I've
traumatized and
heard
you
all
sign the
night.
contract, are you responsible for your trauma, or is the person that traumatized you responsible for your trauma? I'm still not entirely sure. Or
That's because
I
no one will
believe
let
it.
me
Whether
answer
or
the
not
fucking
I
question.
decide to
I've
be
been trying to
traumatized.
answer for half an hour
hang
now.
on. Can
Wait,
you
I
answer
want
his question?
you to answer
Confluence.
this.
I want
Confluence.
the-
That was funny because you just did what you're saying people keep doing.
What?
She started answering and you talked over her to say that. You're like, everybody keeps talking so she can't answer. And she was trying to answer.
We want her to
Same
answer.
question
Emmett,
for
can you?
30
Emmett,
Emmet,
That's
repeat it.
fine.
Confluence,
That's
shut up, my friend. Shush. Emmett, can you please repeat the question? And Desiree, can you please answer it? Thank you.
Yes. So you talk about generational trauma. It's like, are you actually having generational trauma, or you just decided that you wanted to be in that situation because you signed it before you were alive? In that case, you pretty much decided to have trauma. So who is the one responsible for the trauma? You that signed the contract that said you were going to have a bunch of trauma, or the people that cause the trauma. And if it's you,
It's me.
then why would you even need to
It's
get
me.
over it?
That's why
It's
I
your
wrote
trauma.
books
I like my
about it,
trauma.
and I wrote about my process. Of
Okay,
coming out
okay,
of
so
it,
then
and
why would you need to get over it?
12 step-
Why would you need to get over it if you wanted it to begin with?
Yeah.
I'll
This
go
is-
back to the conversation I had where there is this dynamic between the spiritual self or the eternal soul and the actual real-time embodiment
go back
of the
to this.
human. And that is a relationship dynamic that has to work itself out because there are these two diabolical, paradoxical situations going on. And that is the path of divine human connection and relationship that each person has to work out for themselves. And it's messy.
I feel like
Very
I'm
messy.
getting bummer.
Desiree, do you think that infinite and eternal are the same?
It depends on the context. What context are you thinking?
Well, can something live forever but have a beginning, and something also that's separate from that thing have no beginning and no end and be forever?
Okay, I'm lost in your conceptuality of it, but I'm going to mirror back to you my best understanding of what you're saying and answering the question at the same time. So I believe that there is a source of eternal beingness that has no beginning and no end. However, within the confines of that, I believe that that source pixelates itself into different embodiments that at some point had an originating point. And I believe that that infinite being, most of us call God, that has no beginning and no end, gets to decide if it's sort of done with a particular pixelation of itself or if it wants to continue on with a particular experience of itself. So that's
So basically, your answer is that we are God particles.
yes, in a sense. In the same way that a drop of the ocean is in essence the same as the entirety of an ocean, yet it needs a huge constellation of itself to accurately portray the entirety of the ocean. I believe that each created being is like that with God. Does that make sense?
So, okay, so
do you think God is full of trauma?
I believe God's the originator of trauma.
Wow. God gives us trauma.
But can't you just manifest him to change that?
Yeah, you can. Each person can when they wake up to the awareness that they
Oh, man.
are, in
I love
essence,
doing
that
this.
same co-creative force.
I just wanted to ask that. I'm going to leave all the religious questions to everybody else that knows far more than I do. I just felt like that one was a interesting thing. It's like everything you say about it could just you could just manifest the opposite.
I mean, that's a very simplistic way of saying it. When the rubber meets the road, as they say, it's an actually whole other beast. But yeah,
We're not talking
in
about Trojans
essence,
anymore. We're
it's
talking
that
about
simple.
manifesting your reality into God.
Sorry, what was that? I didn't catch the first.
It's not about Trojans anymore. It's about you being able to manifest anything you wish into God's will.
No, it's more
I
like
know it's very
allowing
simplistic,
God's
which makes it
will to
complicated.
make its way through
it's
what my body vessel is consenting to do.
here's
in
the issue.
high form.
Makes sense.
Here's the issue, fuck it button. So if we are the God particles that she's saying, we're just a piece of what is the divine, then she's not putting anything into God. To her, she is already a part of God. And so she's not changing God, she's just changing herself, which is part of God.
And
No,
I would
she
say
said she could
that is
manifest
literally
God's
how
will.
God
That's the
is
opposite.
evolving
That's
itself
your words.
to us.
That's not what she said.
No, I'm saying that if you break it down, that would be the only thing that would logically be consistent with what she's saying.
Right.
Yeah,
Even-
I
no,
mean, in
that's what
essence,
you're-
that is what I
You're
believe.
making a logical
agree.
point of
She's
something that
agreeing.
makes no sense. To be fair.
We would call that a cosmology. My chat GPT says I have a very nuanced and advanced for different non-mainstream cosmology.
Some would call it a cult.
See what you
Wait
did?
a second.
Oh
But
my
it's only
god.
me. I mean,
Wait a
it's not like
second.
I have a bunch of followers. Well, I have some.
You are using you were using ChatGPT.
Nobody else that I have found has my exact cosmology. So I
Oh,
would
I
never
know
call
one that's very close.
that my
Yeah,
own
we know
personal
somebody
belief.
close.
You get
Yeah,
your-
we know
your
we know a couple
foundation
we know a
from-
couple.
yeah.
I could get your sister.
Give me a second. You're using ChatGPT to tell you what kind of cosmology do you have when it comes to your beliefs. So you're using
Wow.
a cabal of the elite to enlighten you into what to believe.
No, just to mirror back to me what it is all of my concepts are actually saying in a more simplistic form.
That okay. Never
Yeah,
mind. Wow.
Desiree,
All right.
you made my night. That was incredible. I'm
and
gonna
I'm gonna get
go
out of
ahead
here.
and
This is enough brain hurt for me.
Okay.
Weevil, it's
Have a
always
wonderful
so good to
night.
see you.
You guys all have a good night. Good night,
It
Beth.
was
Good
all
night,
working.
Emmett. Good night, all of you guys.
Good night.
Good night, Topanga Weeble.
Thank you. I'll
Yeah.
never let that down.
I'm gonna go ahead and use my ChatGPT, which is a bunch of billionaires telling me what to think, to tell you, Topanga Weevil, that I agree with me in this case.
I agree with me.
I am going to go ahead and use the billionaire point in order to get what I think better because yeah, that's how it works.
I mean, my
I
shit is
mean,
so
you're
scrambled at this
using
point.
the
I'll take it
billionaire
to her.
technology even being on this stream right now. It's
That's
a tool, you guys.
That was
ChatGPT
kind
is
of
a tool.
scary.
Use it in the way that
that it
It's a
is.
tool that tells you
I'm
what to
sorry.
think and how to think and
Yeah,
takes
it
your
doesn't
biases
tell you
and
what to
makes
Listen,
think unless
listen.
you're telling it to
Well,
tell
I
you.
can
It
use
tells you what you want to hear, and that's
Listen,
it.
my hammer told me I'm Thor. Okay.
Exactly.
Well, did you
But your
manifest it correctly?
vibration didn't match with that frequency. So your nervous system doesn't actually believe it.
My hammer told me I'm Thor. Okay.
I like that hammer.
I don't
Freaking
know.
Emmet.
The particles look a little bit off.
ChatGPT
Honestly,
does
if
glaze a
you
lot,
study
though.
if you study
I
the
wasn't
way
saying
that
that.
manifestation really works, it's all about nervous system coherence with whatever it is you are aligning yourself with. So the thing is, why manifestation doesn't work for the average person is because they think it's just about these superficial visualizations and all this stuff. They're not addressing the nervous system alignment with the reality in which that thing that they want already exists in the
So-
quantum field.
Why
Desiree,
do I
would
feel
you
like
say
Steel man?
if I asked you if I asked you, are we all God? What would your answer be?
Yes. In practical form, yes. In a level of awareness or mastery of the divinity structures, not really. That's an individual endeavor.
All right.
Not alone.
Man,
People-
I love
Okay.
Gnostics. They are so wrong and they're so sure they're right. It's amazing.
I can't change anybody's mind. I can only talk to people. That's all.
Yeah.
So, and it's fun to talk to people.
That's
So,
all any of us can do.
indeed. Does anybody else have questions, comments, concerns?
A lot of
I
concerns.
don't think my brain can comprehend it. It's a very high level.
You've blown everyone's minds, Desiree. You've blown all the minds.
Hey,
think-
that's what I'm best at, guys, is blowing the mind.
I am.
Contrary to
Someone's not blowing
popular
it, that's for
belief.
sure. So,
Blowing the minds, guys. Get your head out of the gutter.
Mines.
I'm so happy that Confluence is here.
For the $8,
I'm so
you
happy that
fucking
Confluence is
mind-blown
here. It just
too.
makes me happy.
Confluence.
Happy
too.
Thank you. It's not even Christmas. I appreciate
Thank you, guys. This has been a lot of fun.
it. For real. Thank you for hosting this.
Yes.
Yeah, it was a good time.
This is a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was a
This is a lot
blast.
of fun. We got to do it more.
Hours. We've been
To be fair, I have learned a lot,
Yeah,
and also I want to give you some credit because we've kind of been talking a lot of shit. Are you the only person I've ever heard use empathy in a realistic way.
That, to me, honestly,
Because it was from you, looking within yourself.
If I could leave you
wild
with one thing
situation,
that
but-
I'm about, it's about the fact that we all need to be embodying what we say we believe. If we can't actually embody empathy or love or grace or any of these things, what is actually the point of us going out and speaking about it? And I'm literally saying that from my own experience of trying to pop out and preach all these things when I couldn't even embody it in my own being.
Why is
so? It was like what does the Bible say? It says it's like a gong or whatever. You know what what Bible verse is? If you can't actually bring right, if you can't bring the presence of empathy and grace, what is the point of preaching anything? Because you're not going to be received in the spirit that you are perhaps at least intellectually intending.
Well, that would depend on what's true.
And then you'd also have to determine what's good and what's bad, right?
Well, I think that duality system was done away with when Jesus hung on the cross and said, "It's finished, guys."
It can't be, because it can't be, because then there'd be no true or false. There'd be no live or dead. There'd be no soul and no soul.
Well,
like
I think that's where the concept of truth and not truth and a whole spectrum of in between comes into play. I think that's all there really is that exists. It's just what is true, objectively, vibrationally, before God, fully exposed, and then there is what is absolutely not true, and then there's a whole range spectrum in between, which we all are experiencing the nuances of in our moment by moment existence.
I would say that spectrum in between is perception, and doesn't mean it's true or false. It just means it's unknowable. It wouldn't mean that it's true or false. And so you would just have varying degrees of closer to truth or farther away from truth. And that doesn't make it true or false, because in the end, those aren't objective.
That is why I talk about truth on a level of frequency data being objective, but on the level of the five senses, it is subjective to how we are interpreting it. And each person is able to perceive the truth of the frequency data, or the in terms of the heart math, it's what is that electromagnetic frequency, the truth of it actually putting out. Because Mr. Christian Pants over here, he is preaching a particular narrative logically, but his heart frequency is very constricted and very adverse to actual human intimacy.
Okay,
Which, at the end of the day, that's what it's all about, is transparency and intimacy. I mean, that's the whole nature of connection. Yeah.
Is it though? Because wait, because you're saying that we're all souls or spirits, right? And we've chosen a lot in life prior, which means we're going to continue after this physical body, making this reality the false. In the false or true equation, this is the false.
I don't think it's the false. I think it is very tempting to interpret it with a false narrative, but I don't think it's inherently necessary to interpret it from a false narrative.
Then what point does heart math have to do with anything if your longevity is in the spirit?
Because the heart actually radiates the actual truth outside of all the paradigms, outside of all the programming, outside of the conditioning. The heart can't lie, is another way to say it. So the heart frequency and what we feel from a person, yes, it has to do with our own ability to perceive love, you could say. And the more traumatized we're allowing ourselves to stay, the more we're going to perceive actual love and intimacy as a threat, as something other than us. But the more we continue along our own healing journey, the more our heart opens up to being able to actually be penetrated with the true frequency of unconditional love. Unconditional. That is the love of God. There is literally no conditions on it. Period. You could be the most despicable human being on this earth, and the love of God is right there for you the second you awaken to it. And guess what? The second you actually awaken to it is the second you will no longer be the most despicable human being on the earth, because light penetrated you. And when truth and life penetrates you,
Stop saying penetrate. Please stop saying
you
penetrate.
begin a trajectory of transformation that, yes, it's a grueling process. And some people have done such despicable acts that it merits the death penalty or whatever consequences are natural to this embodied experience. But that doesn't mean that God loves them any less, because God created them.
But wait now.
They
So
are
if they're
children of the divine.
Wait, I have a question. So if they are penetrated by the light and transformed, then does that mean that nothing they do that's bad is actually bad ever again? Like having
Again,
sex slaves. What if they have sex
the
slaves?
concept of, you have to think of it like this. The concept of good and bad is down here, and God is up here.
My question is,
good and bad as a concept is our conceptuality of the spectrum of truth and shadow.
I'm a little slow, so I'm a little slow, so I'm gonna make this a little easier. So, like, let's say someone is penetrated by the light of God and they are transformed. Is it bad if after that they have sex slaves? Is that a bad thing? Are they doing wrong?
It's not. It's not that. Well, I'll tell you this. They will very likely no longer experience the same level of gratification with that act that they once did. And so they might continue to do it a little bit just out of habit, but they will very likely, if they truly allowed God to penetrate them and keep that connection open. Now, it is true that, and the Bible talks about this, sometimes seeds are planted and then the evil one comes. What the evil one is your own shadow self. It's your own trauma responding. It's your own repeated addiction cycle. It can come in and choke out that seed of light that was planted. But if you don't choke it out, if you allow it to keep growing, like you talked about, the fruits of the Spirit will begin to emerge. And I'll give you a great example.
But again, that didn't answer my question when it came down, like, absolutely specifically, because we were talking earlier, and I'm still maybe a little confused as to what is what here. Like, if they have sex slaves after they've been penetrated by God, is that bad for them? I mean, like, or is it just neutral?
It is no more bad or good on a level of karmic balance than it was before, but now they are aware that that act has a debt, and that debt is separation from that light that they were finally able to experience. And if a person really, really falls in love with that penetration of light, then they will want to engage less and less and less in the behaviors that separate them from that light. Not because it's bad, but because it's on that spectrum towards the dark side, the shadow side, instead of the light side. That's all it's about.
Wait a second, but I thought that you said that souls can consent to being a sex slave before they're born. So therefore, wouldn't they be denying those souls what they wanted before they came into existence?
But you have to understand that time is not linear the way we've been taught. Time is dimensional. So
that's not answering my question.
So as soon as that soul has a new revelation of light, you could say, the entire timeline is reformed. It's rewritten. So their new trajectory, their new consent is something entirely different. That's this rebirth experience that is talked about in biblical language. It's literally a new trajectory for that soul, which you could think of as a constellation of atoms that stays together throughout all time and space, because they're all vibrating on a resonant frequency. They are a cluster or a soul family. Okay, so that's
Before we
what
continue-
they travel around together in all these different experiences or embodiments.
Before we continue, thank you so much, K2. Keep on trucking. He's asking the great questions. Why is Confluence gay? And the answer is because he's in the closet.
The
Continue,
wine
please.
closet.
He's
The wine.
not
The wine
gay.
closet.
Yeah.
I have never gotten a gay vibe from Confluence, and I deal with a lot of
There
men,
you
and
go.
I can read the vibe.
Thank you,
I don't think.
Desiree.
I think there's different levels, and I think it means something different.
I vouch for you. I do not find you to read
No.
as a homosexual on a
There we
vibrational
go. I'll
frequency
take
level.
that.
Yeah, she's
Flip
making
it.
you look
Flip
real
it.
gay.
Intimacy issues, perhaps, but not to the level of a
So-
homosexual.
Is it bad to kind of meddle and prevent a soul that's consented to receiving something? Is it bad to stop them from receiving something that they wanted?
If you're feeling a strong conviction to intervene in somebody else's story, you could say, then I would say from experience, it's important for you and them that you obey that conviction. But you have to be very careful not to cross the line into habitual codependency, which a lot of us fall prey to in the attempt to do good, you could say. We'll call it the Karen syndrome.
So then
I have fallen prey to that myself.
So then I should have a sex slave because they consented to it beforehand, and I would be denying them something that they wanted.
Do you honestly feel the passionate drive towards getting a sex slave? I think you're missing
God
the
would
point here.
Say that it's not bad because there is no bad.
There's
This is getting to
karma,
be-
so
this is getting to
again,
be-
you wanna fuck around and find out, go ahead. That's your
This is-
prerogative, but there is a balancing system.
What if I am the one, and I just decide that I have to intervene in everyone's lives on the planet Earth because my conviction is so much greater than yours that I must influence the lives of all people?
That's a heavy weight to bear, and I would like to see the human try to do that and be able to survive on the level of a nervous system, because we got a lot of guys trying, and it's like very heavy, and they usually get assassinated. But again, go ahead, fuck around and find out. I mean, it's everybody's
Wait, what?
prerogative.
Wait, what?
No, I didn't. I survived. People think I did, but
They usually get.
I'm here.
Oh, are you speaking as Abraham? Who are you speaking as?
Wait, what?
Yeah, he's Abraham.
What did
He's
you mean,
Abraham Lincoln,
Desiree?
okay?
What did you mean with that?
I just meant that there comes a point at which every adult human needs to understand what is your role and responsibility in
No, I mean
this
with the
life.
assassination. What did you mean if you didn't recognize him as Abe? What did you mean with the assassination?
I'm just saying, typically, people who go around and try to claim ownership of the entire global population usually end up in a tragic ending.
Can you give some
Just
examples?
saying. Hitler.
Hitler wasn't assassinated. He fucking game ended.
Well, it goes
Yeah.
one way or the other. A lot of them kill themselves, but
She's
it's
just
still,
saying they don't survive.
I'm
It's
just
her.
saying, they usually don't survive when they try to carry that level of burden that is not their fucking responsibility for all intents and purposes.
Okay.
But that's
sure.
where it comes into play, where you really need to get to know your own soul destiny, not try to grab for somebody else's, because I think that's where a lot of this convoluted bullshit and corrupt leadership is coming in, is because people are exiting their lanes in order to take on the sole mission of somebody else that they feel inferior to, instead of actually sitting with themselves and honestly deciding what their soul came here to do. Because I'm telling you, the way that it works in any ecosystem is that if each soul is actually in alignment with the creator frequency, it fits together like a fucking puzzle perfectly. There is no weird shit going on. It's just everybody starts falling in line, and the kinky people end up going with the kinky people and leaving the vanilla people alone, and the gays are over here, and the heterosexuals are here, and the families are here doing their family thing, and the psychopaths are over there being Dexter and making weird movies and porn and stuff, and all the people who like that are over there. There is an order to creation that if we understand the nature of diversity and natural segregation based on resonance and what we each feel comfortable with, and we allow that to be okay, then society naturally starts splitting itself off, and then the different realms of being that are expressing in extreme deviations from that, like predators being in the fucking jungle, and like sea creatures living in the sea, and land creatures being on the land, and air creatures being here. We start to, I'm telling you, we are a species, and we're trying to like make each other
I get what
be
you're
together,
saying.
and it doesn't fit that way.
I think my favorite word of all the words you just used was alignment.
Alignment. There you go. Alignment. If
My
you
favorite one was
follow
looking
your
forward
little
to
ass
it.
on the trajectory with your people that think like you and that move like you and that you vibe with, to sound cliche. I don't mean to sound cliche, but we really need to link back up with our own tribes of people that we vibe with, and
It
all
won't
of
work.
this shit will solve itself.
So
But
it won't work.
Wait. Are you advocating for segregation?
Huh?
Are you advocating for segregation? That's what it sounds like.
She's tribal by nature.
Yeah.
She's already
Yeah.
said that.
Yeah, I am.
Okay, so segregation's good too again, guys.
Look, that's some radical ownership. You got to give her props on that one, Beth. Come on.
Hey,
come on.
That's
It's probably the least
If you
controversial thing
really
that's
think
been
about this
Yeah.
logically,
These
black
controversial things
society,
you just
different
said. That's
societies
brave
are doing
as
great
fuck,
before we try to
Confluence.
force
Brave
them
as
all
fuck.
together.
I'm sorry. What? I was answering Confluence. He he overtalks a lot. My bad, honey. What?
Really?
I want to say
with your wine.
I want to say that I'm trying to get the frequencies right, to get the correct alignment, and it's kind of hard because I think
It's
you
no
are like
different than the concept of us learning that a believer should marry a believer, and the non-believers should stick with each other. I mean, it's no different than that. I don't know why we make
That's
this
different.
Like,
that
taboo.
is different because you're talking about an intimate relationship as opposed to a communal situation. Right.
But the way that it works on the smallest individual or relation or partnership level is the way it works on a whole societal or national level. That's how everything is organized. It's the smallest entity represents the largest entity. That's literally how
this
Confluence. It isn't even Christmas. You are like this. Man,
This begs a huge question because that would mean everyone would have to be in alignment with everyone.
Do you remember the
it
beginning
means
of the
that
conversation,
everybody
Abe?
needs to be in alignment with their particular resonant society, we'll say.
Do you
Their
remember the beginning of
resonant
the
family.
conversation, Abe? When I made exactly the same critique to her argument that she's doing right now? So when we're talking about the beginning about dating, and I said that it was about, dating is supposed to be about marriage, and then you said, well, but it's not true for everyone. And I was like,
that is true. Dating is not the vernacular
but if it's
that everybody uses to describe what you're describing.
But my argument there was, if you, oh God, maybe I need a little bit more. I'm getting better at resonance.
Getting fucking railed for like $8. New type of dating. And tomato.
You're going for the top tier membership, aren't you? Fuck it button. I'm impressed.
I couldn't help it. I don't know. Somebody must have manifested.
Oh my God.
I didn't like
you work on that generational trauma. I want to hear all about your progress.
You're
I don't
all
have any
grounded.
trauma anymore. It's been solved.
Well, I got books.
You're
you-
grounded. You're
real
all
about
grounded.
it.
She got
I
the
just want to
books,
hear
okay?
about his progress. My trauma's good. I took care of
What's
myself.
what's trauma?
I'm Jewish. I'm still working on the one about the
Trauma
Egyptians.
is trapped emotion. That's all it
Taco
is.
peeing.
It doesn't need to be so.
Wait, you have
potent.
emotions?
I'm Jewish, and my epigenetics are still working on the trauma for being a
Yeah.
slave by the Egyptians, which is kind of harsh for me. I tried to talk about it with myself a moment ago, and we decided that we didn't understand Egyptian anymore, so it's kind of hard to talk about it because it was so long ago. But I'm working on it. Okay,
Desiree,
it's my trauma,
Desiree.
and I'm working on
You were
it.
just a slave.
That is-
Are emotions just energy in motion?
Yes. You got it. But what keeps it trapped is the stories that our mind is telling us about why those emotions are there, etc., etc. The moment that you just allow yourself to feel the feeling and you let yourself just witness it and say, for example, I feel agony or I feel the deepest level of grief, and you don't blame it on anything anymore,
So we
it
just have to
actually is able to release.
break the diodes and surpass our limiter.
Is this fucking Scientology? What is?
I don't speak that language. What's that? Explain. What those
Fucking
words
I
mean?
like it.
That's why I use my chat GPT to tell me.
Diodes only allow electricity to travel one direction.
Okay.
So in a circuit, you would use a diode to keep electricity from traveling one way, but it's allowed to travel the other way.
Well, what you need is, I don't know what the technical terminology would be, but you need to allow for frequency to move through your body and be released. See, what we do is we feel a frequency or an emotion hit us, and it feels literally physically uncomfortable. For example, think about when you're embarrassed and you flush, you get hot. There's a physical reaction to that sensation. And we are taught from our earliest childhood, from our parents and caregivers and cultures, that those things mean something. And so we constrict around it. And as we constrict around it, and then they give us these stories to tell ourselves, you're embarrassed because you were doing a naughty thing. You're flushing because you were masturbating and you got caught or whatever. And so we constrict and we tell ourselves these loops of shame and all this stuff. And so we never can just flush the system of the emotion that we're experiencing. So what happens is literally your body plays these emotional storms on repeat over and over and over. And we actually manifest situations that trigger these emotional experiences over and over and over again.
So it's my fault.
It is, huh?
So it's our own fault.
Yeah, you could say it's both and. You could say that you didn't necessarily program yourself as a child with those thought processes, but you do consent to it if you are unwilling to notice your own patterns at a certain point and do the work it takes to get out of the pattern. And all you have to do to get out of the pattern is take personal responsibility for the experience and for the results of your life. It's simple. And then you just allow yourself to, now I say it's simple, it's actually hard work, which is why most people don't do it. We're scared of it, but you just have to allow all that emotion to actually run through your nervous system, which for some of us, we have a lot there. So we get to the point, what we're trying to avoid is the feeling at which we basically want to die. We don't want to exist anymore. That's the agony of separation and unworthiness that most people I have found, and for myself personally, are trying to avoid.
You know?
So we're doing everything to avoid feeling this. But feeling it doesn't make it the truth.
I'm just trying to wait for her to get done talking, but she just keeps talking.
She don't suck.
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh my God, my mic works.
Yeah, we can hear
Holy
you.
shit. I've been trying to talk for like 20 minutes. Holy shit.
Oh Lord, what you got? What you
Come
got?
on,
Please.
I don't even remember. It's been like fucking, oh my God.
Gotta love
All right,
those mutes.
okay. Glad you can hear me now. Cool. I think I fucking unplugged my mic and then it just didn't work. All right, my bad. Carry on.
Carry on.
Desiree, I have a great question for you. This is a very important question that everybody needs to know. What's your favorite crystal?
Crystal?
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite crystal?
Not Matt.
Is that
That is a nice
selenite?
crystal. I wouldn't mind being
I think
trapped
that's
in that.
selenite.
I don't
Not
even
gonna
know
lie.
what the crystals are, but I've just collected these different
That's
pieces.
That's
different,
selenite, and I see quartz, and I see rose quartz, and
yeah, so I don't like necessarily grasp. I'm not like a crystallologist or these people, but I appreciate
I like
nature.
geology. But yeah, the
I love
primary,
geology.
the base of that, and the center, that's actually selenite. It's salt, essentially.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is kind of the extent of my crystal life. And I just think it's cool, and it like helps me remember. I think my brain, you could think of it this way. I have something that's called hyperlexia. So essentially I'm addicted to
You have a lot of addictions. I'm
I
worried
do.
about
but
you.
that one, well, I was born an addict. My mom was an addict, and so I was born with an addict nervous system. So I am learning to make the best of it. But all that to say, my mind, I have hyperlexia, and so I am just this insatiable addict of concepts and knowledge and this and that. And so what I've learned to do is break it down and notice the patterns of things. And so I think of myself as more of a symbologist at this point, where I don't necessarily ascribe to the legalistic frameworks of things, but I'm looking at the underlying repeated patterns of things that I learn. And then I'm like, okay, there is obviously some truth embedded in this pattern if it has repeated itself enough times throughout all these different thought processes of consciousness.
So wait, if you've got so many, I mean, like you've mentioned multiple addictions at this point, why have you not really worked through that to overcome those addictions? Using you know how to heal yourself and how to overcome generational trauma. So why not addiction too?
Well, the hyperlexia I choose to keep. See, that's the thing. When you go through a recovery process, you get to choose which aspects of yourself that was once problematic that you actually want to convert and to start channeling it into something that you've learned to enjoy. So, for example, the hyperlexia is staying. I do have boundaries with myself. For example, I always put myself to bed by like 10:30. I usually cut off my logical feeding of my mind by 8. So for example, if I'm listening to a podcast or reading something or working on a project, I stop myself typically at 8. This is a little off the beaten path, but I have had to create.
We appreciate it.
I have had to create, honestly, boundaries for myself to keep me grounded. Otherwise, I literally will just keep devouring. And what I found is that because I had PTSD from, whatever we want to say I had it from, I won't even blame it on anything, but my level of emotional maturity wasn't always at a point that could hold the level of information that I was giving myself. And so I would have these ungrounded situations happening in my real life. And so that is something that I have been working on, taking a step back from the public and different things like that, toning it down a notch with new information.
How old are you?
I'll be
Do you mind
40.
me asking?
Yeah,
40?
I'll be 40 in December.
When did you start having kids? How old were you?
I was 26 when I had my first child.
So you're 39 right now?
Yeah, so I'm 39.
Am I the oldest person on this panel? I might be. Holy shit.
Bullshit. When's your birthday?
I didn't find out.
I'm 41.
I'm 41.
I finally found out I have
When's your birthday?
autism.
March.
Fuck. I'm May.
You're not that much older. 41.
You got me by 2 months. Boo.
So we have 2 people older than me?
I don't mind it. I like getting older. honestly.
I love getting older. It's the best. I would never
Yeah,
want to go
I
back.
started getting grays when I was
I'm
like
also 41.
30.
Are you 41?
April.
Look at us, the millennials.
Look at
You
that.
guys, we have a lot of fucking
I am
pressure
the oldest
put on
one on
us
this
as the
panel.
millennials.
And as for the grays, I don't know if you can see them. But my hair is not blonde. Okay, I've
Emmet?
got like full poltergeist streaks in there, and I love them. I can't wait till it's all gray. It's gonna
I'm
be
getting
so sexy.
wrinkles on my neck. I
Emmett's
haven't
got
gotten
that
grays
jet
yet,
black
but
hair,
I'm getting
man.
wrinkly here.
I'm gonna be one of those silver foxes. I can't wait.
Rose feet.
Girl, I got the worry lines. That's horrible.
No, yeah, I just put
I
on
had
my
that.
glasses if I feel like the wrinkles are getting. I'm not doing all the Botox and all this shit. I'm sorry. That
So,
is my contribution. I am staying natural. My ass is real. The wrinkles are real. Okay. The whole situation is real. And I think that that is actually contributing something because these girls are getting so carried away with the fucking cosmetic procedures that if the one thing I can do is say, hey guys, remember what it meant to be aging gracefully? Nutrition, well, coconut oil. Let's do the thing. And you know what I found that was very healing for me because I struggled eating chronic eating disorders, very bad eating disorders for most of my life is going into the sex industry technically helped me heal so much from that. And the strippers tell me the same thing because we are so self-conscious of every little perceived imperfection on our body. And we have no idea that the men are literally not noticing any of that.
They prefer
and they
it.
actually
They prefer
like
it.
love
At least
the
they know
whole
it's real.
fucking thing. So that was very healing for me. So
Yeah.
me being in the
you've
sex
got a
industry has
question
been a
on chat.
mutual experience of it. The men, I've learned so much from actually getting to know men, real men. Now I'm not saying it's the healthiest thing or whatever, but for me, I didn't even understand the male psyche until I entered this industry. Now I feel like, okay, I have a better grasp of like what their struggles are, what their actual thoughts about women are, how women could maybe help the situation. I had no clue before that. I feel like the spiritual leaders, the pastors and stuff, they're like female porn. All the women think that men are just supposed to be like these fucking Billy Graham idols.
Perfect.
And then the men are thinking that women are all like porn stars, and there's just this huge disconnect between what men and women are expecting of each other versus what we're actually capable for.
This is perfect timing. Abe, can we ask her that question that was posted in the
Sure, but I don't know what the phraseology of the question was.
They asked if she could please comment on the essaying of Andrew Wilson on the whatever podcast.
Oh, okay. So Andrew was getting very aggressive in his degradation, we'll say. And so my response to hold my boundary and sort of shut him up, I was wearing a dress. I was wearing underwear. I don't understand how it's like.
Okay,
like I was
you got verbally and you got physically aggressive. There's a difference. All right, I'll just say it.
I didn't get physically aggressive. I just went over to his.
You went over and you put you put your ass on him.
Up my dress.
You guys were having a conversation.
I never touched him, and I was wearing underwear the whole time. I never touched him. I literally didn't. You can look.
Okay, you got within inches of touching him with your ass.
Those guys are making so much money off of my ass because in order to see the actual footage, you have to subscribe to their Discord.
I made some money off your ass.
I watched this shit while it happened live.
Everybody makes money off of my ass at this point, and you know, it's like, okay,
Shake
whatever.
My fucking head.
If God gave me, I can say this definitively. God gave me this ass. I don't know about the rest of it, but I can tell you definitively, I did not buy this ass. God gave it to me, and it seems to make a lot of people.
Nobody gives a fuck if you bought your ass. What are you talking about?
I never bought my ass.
Nobody said you did. Who cares?
I know. I'm just saying, in the world of BBL,
it's not all about you and your ass. Oh my God.
It's a big deal.
There's 7 people on the fucking panel,
the
and you keep talking about your ass and yourself. Pardon
Real
me.
ass,
I
guys.
got my mic back.
Real
I've
ass.
never seen you get frustrated before. This is wonderful. Please keep going.
I mean, I'm just saying, it's
I'm
not.
a
There's 7
proponent.
people on the panel, and all you're doing is talking about your ass and yourself. Nobody's even asking you to just keep going. Nobody else is fucking talking because you keep talking. That's all I'm saying.
Well, you could
So
ask.
if you wanted to bring it around to you, I just brought it around to where you were touching your ass on Andrew. Okay, I was
didn't
watching it
touch
when it was
him.
live.
I never
I
touched
watched
him.
it live too. Yeah.
I never touched him.
It sure as
But
fuck looked like
If
it.
a grown man is going to be that disturbed by, in a crowded room of people, a female
You're missing the point.
butt
You're
skin
missing the
You are
point.
missing the
that
point.
close
He's a
to
married
him
Missing
man.
the point.
He didn't want your ass anywhere near him.
If
Does
a
he
woman
go to
touched
the
my
beach?
husband like that, I would have a lot to say and do about it. So that's the point. Not that he felt
I've
like
never.
he never felt
They
like he
have
was.
my number.
Hang on, time out.
They
He
have my
never.
number. They were never actually able to have an adult conversation with me about it. So
Never.
I'm led to believe that it was all for clickbait.
Desiree, I have a question about that. Let's say that I go on and I start,
Okay.
you said that everybody wants your cushy. Let's say that I go on and I start showing myself to you. Would you think that is some kind of sexual misbehavior?
I personally am not the one to ask about that.
I'm asking you
My
about it.
comfortability with human nudity is probably
So you would be
outside
very
the range
happy
of
if I
normal.
go woo with you, right? It would be like, yeah, that guy is amazing.
I wouldn't give
Let
a
me just
shit.
go. Let me just go rub
Personally,
my ass
I
on
wouldn't
you. Let's
personally
see
give
how
a
you
shit.
like
my
that.
God.
If
I
they rub
personally
their
wouldn't give a
asses
shit.
on you, you'd be okay with it and let it
Yeah,
happen.
you'd be okay with me just coming up to you and getting within inches of your face with my ass. You'd like that, wouldn't you?
I honestly would not care.
So why would you do that to somebody else that's married?
She said she wouldn't care. That's why.
She said she
It's
wouldn't.
not something
You
that
wouldn't care?
bothers me.
Okay. All
Well,
right.
we do stare through a glass darkly, so
Shit.
Oh,
I
well,
guess I won't throw.
I
I
mean,
can say
at least
this,
you're
that those
consistent,
guys have
Desiree.
made a shitload
Yeah, at
of
least
money
you're
off of
consistent.
me. Much
I
more
mean,
money
at
off
least
of me
you're
than I ever
consistent.
made off of that.
I'll give
I
her
mean,
that.
at least you're
Well-
consistent. This is way worse that you didn't care about the trafficking either. So I can agree with that. It makes sense to me. Yeah.
But yeah, it is very consistent with the way it's gone.
it's true. If nothing else, it is consistent.
It is super interesting. I'm trying to think here of some other good ones. Some good
You said you
questions.
helped a bunch of men and like learned about them through all the OnlyFans stuff. So what did you learn and how did you help them?
Good question.
Actually help them,
Good
not
question.
further.
Oh, So
subscriptions,
some of them
but actual help.
end up being clients, and so I help them work through whatever life dynamics they're having, whether with relationship issues they're having, or they are having intimacy issues or stamina issues or all these different things. They'll actually pay for consulting sessions with me, and we'll talk through these more intimate topics that they don't feel comfortable talking to anybody else about.
Like about what?
For example, if they are like, I have a client recently who is trying to decide if he wants to transition. And he is like a 50-something-year-old, like Jewish businessman. And he is getting himself in this dynamic with a dominant who I had to tell him based on the feeling that I got from the session. I said, listen, I don't personally believe that your soul wants this. I think this is a pornography and sexual addiction escalation, and you have essentially allowed kind of somewhat of an inner demon possession to take place here with this dominant. And I don't necessarily think that your 75-year-old version of yourself actually wants to transition to a woman. I think you probably are just a little confused here.
Did you continue to provide this person with content after you reached this conclusion?
He's not into my type of content right now. He's
But I mean,
into
like,
men,
you
but
looked
he
at
sought
you.
me out.
Uh-huh.
So just to preface it, ironically, most of my fan base are people who are not necessarily looking for pornography in the traditional sense, but they're looking for a guide
Okay,
of
I got
somebody
another
who
one.
can help them navigate where they're at in sort of a confusing time in their sexual or spiritual development.
So, do you think it's appropriate then for some of these men who are in relationships to come to you with intimate details from their intimate relationship with their partner and, share that with you? Do you think that's appropriate?
It's not my personal place to judge them and how they are evolving themselves. It's simply my job to be the place that they can come, and then we can have open dialogue conversations. And I will tell you explicitly that after certain points of getting to know a man, when
You
I
just
can
rub your ass on
tell
him.
when I can tell that he's no longer in alignment with who he wants to be, I check him. I say, I either cut off the connection, or I say, what the fuck, you're cheating on your wife or this or that. But I don't do that until we have a certain rapport built up to where they trust that I'm not speaking from a place of condemning them. I'm speaking from a place of knowing them as a human being and
But-
understanding that they
but wait.
are acting according to their own personal highest conviction. And so it's my job as a coach not to speak to people where I want them to be or some idealistic path, but it's to speak to them where they're at and help guide them to the next level up.
So,
For some people, the next level up is like admitting to themselves that they're a piece of shit. Like, and that's a very
but wait a
delicate
second
process,
though. If these men are coming to you, and let's say they're in a relationship and they're coming to you with problems that they're having and struggles, do you think there's any possibility that things that you are saying to them, or even just the fact that they're sharing it with you, could could damage their relationship further and potentially to a point where it can't recover? And if so, I mean, like, how do you feel about that?
Okay, so for example, this is no different than the burden of responsibility that a marriage counselor or therapist feels. Do you know that statistically, if a couple goes out and seeks couples therapy, they're like 400% times more likely to divorce than if they didn't go get counseling. So
Well,
in
especially when their
in
therapist
my
is showing them your
right?
You mean to say people having
kids,
troubles in
I mean,
relationships keep having troubles?
Yeah.
so the way
and the
I look at it,
therapist is,
the way I look at it is
yeah.
the way I look at it is the relationship is obviously not working in its current form.
But then
My
why
role
would
is
you
to
feed
come
the
along.
problem? Why would you feed the problem with OF
I
content?
don't believe it is feeding the problem if I am helping one individual to find their true self so that they can communicate that true self with the partner. Now,
Using
a
sexuality.
a lot of times when a person is actually able to bridge that fear of intimacy and tell their partner the truth of perhaps a fantasy they're having or a kink they have that they want to explore, a lot of times their biggest fears never happen. Their partners are actually fine with it, and then it actually heals the relationship. But sometimes,
But are their
for example,
partners aware that they're talking to you on OnlyFans to do this?
this is not my lane. I don't fucking
Do
know.
you-
Do you know when your husband's going to therapy or when he's going to the bar to talk to a homie? I don't know. That's not my lane.
But do
I
you
can't
think-
micromanage what everybody's doing in their relationships or their sexuality. I can only answer their questions as they're coming to me from the highest level of connection and consciousness stream that I have available to me at the time. That's all I can do.
But Desiree, do you think there's a conflict of interest when it comes to like people consuming your sex work based content and then coming to you for advice?
Could be. It's a messy industry. But I will say that there's so many inherited authority issues going on right now, where essentially people are very, on the whole, therapy resistant, to where they're not actually working through their issues with professionals. So the workaround is that they're coming to fringe authority figures or permission fields, you could say, like me or other influencers or coaches or whatever. And again, whatever each coach and whatever industries or influencers people are doing, I can't micromanage what all of them are doing. I have had to, as I go, embed my own code of ethics into my practice. That's all I can do. And I'm learning as I go, to be honest. Like, there's lots of stuff that I did in the past that I look back and I'm like, that was messy. Wouldn't do that again. But I wouldn't have known unless I had the learning experience.
But Desiree,
I'm making shit up as I go with a lot of things.
I understand that, but Desiree, what code of ethics could there be if the whole of the law is do as thou wilt?
The ethics that I use, that I subscribe to, is essentially a balancing system. It's you reap what you sow, and it's a system of trusting that my nervous system knows the true interaction that needs to happen. So, for example, a lot of things that I wouldn't continue, that I don't continue in my practice, is I don't do things anymore just for money or just because I need money. For example, if I have a guy coming to me and he wants to have like a phone sex session or something like this, and I read that he's just trying to avoid actually going to get his own relationship, then I'll just say no. That doesn't feel right. That doesn't feel like my best interest or your best interest. Like, it's just a no. And I don't even explain myself. I'm just like, no, I'm not available for that. But if another opportunity comes in, perhaps a guy wants to have a consulting session or whatever these guys ask for, it's all different things. He wants a dick rating, a video dick rating or something like that, and it's this much money. And then I can be like, yeah, I'll do that. Sure. Like,
wait, so
I go with the
that's
flow.
the example of the healthy interaction?
Yeah, it's like yin and yang, you know, like sell your ass, but then teach people how to not be addicted to buying the sold ass. It's like the yin meets the yang.
Yeah, I'm confused at how the dick rating is the positive example.
I think personally that if you were to actually subscribe to me versus other women, you will start to understand the nuanced difference. That like the people that are coming for my content, they may very well be coming for the typical, you know, jack off material.
Oh, they're
whatever.
coming.
They're coming.
Or they're coming. But they are not having the same experience that they have with other content creators or with other forms of pornography. And so a lot of them
your example was dick rating. How does that elevate? How does that come from the highest part of yourself? Rating someone's fucking penis.
Well, if a guy is, if that's where he's at, where he is so needy or insecure in himself, unsure of his own masculinity, because look at this shit show we live in. I mean, some of these guys, a lot of these guys are virgins.
But do you lie about the
ratings? They don't even know how to talk
That's
to
what
them.
I was gonna ask.
Do you give
pump them
fake
up a bit,
ratings?
or you're like, oh, that's a massive hog?
No.
Or are you like,
no,
oh,
I get
like,
no. I don't do my ratings that way. I actually tell them from my experience.
But when you
what
tell them
I
4 out of
enjoy
10, that's
most
kind of
with
depressing.
that shape and size that they're working with, and I walk them through different positions and what I like for her pleasure. That's how I do it. So it's very personal, and it's like tailored to each.
not really a rating, then, though. If you think about it.
If they just want a quick rating, then I'll give them like a sentence, and that was complimentary. I give like a 2-sentence. But if they want a more in-depth, personal, like video rating, then I do it much more in depth, and I talk about positioning and what I personally enjoy with that size and shape as a woman.
Oh, you do. So, wow. I just want to say that if my husband was having conversations like this, with you or any other woman for that matter, the marriage would be over. Like that.
Wait, Beth, you'd be mad if your husband was getting a dick rating from an OnlyFans star? I don't.
Oh,
I
I'd be
don't, I don't,
furious.
I don't get it.
As well as
That doesn't
getting,
track with me.
as well as
Imagine.
getting some input on positions that OF person might like and things like that. Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
I have, believe it or not, a lot of my
even
fan
sorry.
base
It'd be
is
done.
the
It'd be
couples
over. It'd be
together.
kaput. What you're doing is you are enabling men to cheat, and you're using your body to reel them in and convince them that it's a good idea, and that shit is wrong. Wrong.
Well, I would say this.
I don't
marriage was
understand.
actually healthy,
I don't understand how
and
you don't feel
aligned,
bad about
the
this at
men
all.
would
I'm
not
starting
be
to think
going
you're a
somewhere
sociopath.
else to get validation.
I'm
So-
starting to think you're a sociopath.
Could be.
Desiree, can't you?
Oh my
can't,
God.
Have you ever thought about excluding at least like the married people from your client base? Like,
Come on.
take the
That
single
would
people
be like
on.
me refusing to sell the pastries to the fat people based on the fact that they don't meet the calories. I mean, come on. It's like
Selling pastries
if you're
and
gonna
selling
go
your
with that
ass is
logic,
two different
it
things.
gets very
Yeah, I don't know if those have the
convoluted.
same.
I mean,
Everybody out
granted,
there
pastries
is an
can equal
adult.
ass, but it doesn't mean it's the same thing.
The pastries is an issue of an aggregate, right? It's like over time. But I think if I was married and my wife did this once, that'd be like one pastry ruining our whole relationship. Whereas
Well,
one
then
pastry
that's a
doesn't
very
make you
fragile
fat,
fucking
you know?
relationship that you might want to think about.
If my wife
grounding
went to
a
like
little
a
deeper.
man OnlyFans star and was like, "Give me a clit rating," that would be dunzos. I'm sorry. I don't know if that makes me fragile. That
No,
would just
don't be
it would
sorry.
Joe
Don't be
Bro.
sorry. That's
Thank
real because that's
I mean-
violating the sanctity of marriage.
Yeah,
That's
And
what we're
anyone-
trying to say.
Right.
Anyone who promotes that and participates in that willingly and knowingly is really seriously fucked in the head.
Well, not everybody has happy little lives with happy
Whatever
perfect
cat
little
that was,
marriage.
they agreed.
It's not about having the happy life. It's about just promoting garbage. It's a lot different.
This one,
I don't even promote myself. It's just there. People
No, you
find
just-
me.
You got monetized, and now you just don't do
Promoted
it.
every aspect
Yeah,
of
that-
the business for like fucking
The
2
cat
hours.
agreed.
Well, you guys are the ones bringing it up. I was trying to talk about metaphysics.
We didn't-
and
That's true. We have been
psychology.
pushing her
It
on
always
her
comes
OnlyFans.
back to
To be
OnlyFans.
Barely.
Every
Can you
single
do that?
society-
0.25%
Hashtag not
pushing,
simple.
3 minutes of
We have been
biochem for me?
0.75% her just talking.
Yeah.
You got to be fair.
Interesting.
It's all
She
true.
barely
but
asked any
to be fair,
questions, and she's talked the whole time.
Yeah.
it is kind of fascinating, so it's hard not to listen.
That's part of it.
Try
Not
not
my
to
fault.
interrupt.
Desiree
That
effect.
sounds
I'm learning.
good.
I'm learning.
Even
a
though I
lot.
got my mic back, I haven't been talking.
I'm just asking
Well-
questions and trying to.
I think we're all
I'm
getting to
sorry. I gave
true
a few
enlightenment.
opinions. My bad.
I think everybody gives some opinions, which is,
We're all entitled. Everybody's
that's the idea of the panel, right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I was being a smart ass, Abe.
I think we solved modern dating. I think. Am I
I think
right?
we're all smart
Yeah,
asses.
it's all-
Modern
Yeah.
dating.
Yeah.
Listen,
We did it.
I
Do
just
your
had a
inner
stream.
work and pick aligned partners, guys.
I just had a stream the other last night with Marche. I called it the death of dating, and wow, I think I need to do a part 2 and have Desiree on.
Yeah, you can learn how to skirt.
I
I think dating is a joke. I think that's honestly a lot of why I got into OnlyFans is because I was trying the dating and I got on the dating apps and I was like, what in the fuck? 10 years went by. I thought the guys would grow up, but they all just want nudes and hookups. Like I might as well be making money off of this shit. And
Right.
honestly, that's a
I
lot
wanna
of where
be-
it got birthed. And I
That's
was
not
like,
Crazy when people
they're
are
not
taking
looking
it.
for wives. They're not looking for partnership. They're looking for like some sort of quick fix. Or
Would
me to,
you-
like, feed their ego.
Well,
or
that's
something.
Would you
Wait
agree
a
that that's
second.
prostitution?
Wait a second.
Okay.
So
Form.
let me give you the perspective from our side because we don't grow up. We just like expensive toys. It's like we get expensive. Right? So every time I hear like woman talking about growing up and having all these kind of weird thing, I don't understand. It's very easy to make a guy happy
Is 99% of the time is like food here. Oh, happy. Okay, it's so easy. It's like 99% of the time
I mean,
you
that
can
doesn't
do
get
that.
me
and we'll
wet.
be
I'm
freaking
just
happy.
not
Feeling
gonna
really
get
sad.
wet
I think
by
I'll buy
a
another gun.
caveman.
Holy shit, I'm happy.
I don't know. I think
Yeah,
we
it's
got a
like,
little
oh.
more, going on up here.
No,
I
not
like
really.
some conversation. Call me crazy.
Yeah, I know. It's like you put on this. Imagine if you know Star Wars. Imagine the conversations you can have with a guy if you have like the minimal knowledge of Star Wars. You go and say, do you remember Chewbacca? He will tell you every
I'm
single
working
detail
on the
about the
Star Wars.
Chewie.
My
Yeah,
ex is
I
like
understand
such a
this.
Star Wars guy.
This is
I
what
never
I'm
got
saying.
into
That's what I'm
Pretty
saying.
confident
When I
statement.
talk about the woman having a little bit more responsibility on the dating area, about getting out these kind of emotions, it's about that. Women should just look a little bit more to Star Wars to get a little bit more romanticism on our end. It's just my idea. I'm gonna leave the panel because I gotta go. But I was very happy to have you on this on the panel and on the conversation. I hope you don't take anything I said personally. I don't mean it as being mean to you. Just wanna I thought
really
it was kind
comes
of
across.
interesting.
Thank you, AG.
Oh yeah, I know, but it's because I'm Mexican. You have to understand it. It's like
It's an
True.
ESL issue.
You guys are a
Desiree.
whole
Yeah.
different
An
breed.
ESL
I've
issue.
experienced that myself.
I know.
I know.
That every time a Mexican says something, it's like, oh my God, how dare he? But it's just because it's a racism. Okay, it's just a racism. It's fine. I accept your racism. You have to accept mine. That's how it works.
Hey, you gotta
Okay.
figure. I hear it all. I see it all. Fine.
So
Facts.
thank you for being here and the whole thing. It was very nice. I do think that your worldview is completely out of luck. And I would recommend you to go to church, to an actual church, an Orthodox church, and to actually understand what Christianity is, where it comes from. Don't listen to Confluence. He's kind of a Gnostic. You're kind of a Gnostic. Leave heresy. Come back to Christ. Be have better
It takes
life.
a lot of
I
work.
can't. By the way, people are saying that I can fix her. Fuck no, I can't. There's no way. Okay, hell that I can't
Give
do
it the
that.
old college try.
Emmett,
Everyone
that was-
gets the locks
You
together.
can't fix divine perfection, for God's sakes. Why would you
Yeah,
try?
dude. Jesus Christ.
See this?
Take
No, you'll be dreaming
take
about
this
that tonight,
anathema
Emmett.
and put it on her, put it against her, so that she can probably get to know you. That's all I'm gonna say when it comes to that. No, can't. But yeah, I would say that you were a good sport. Thank you for being here, and I hope you grace us with your presence at some time in the future if we have another topic that you think will be cool.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Confluence, for all of this, and thank you, the panel and everyone. So,
See
I'll
ya,
be
Good
Emmett.
night,
Emmett.
Emmet. It's
Be good,
wonderful
Emmett.
as
Have a good
always.
night, bud.
Good night.
See you later.
I was actually going to say I'm about to end this as well. If everybody wants to do like a sign off, we can do that. And then I'm going to raid you guys probably over to Emmet if he is going live, and
Is
we'll go
Emmett
from there.
Is Emmet going live?
I think he is.
Copy
I
that.
think he is.
Wanna
Probably
start?
already talking shit.
Is
I
anybody
don't
going?
understand a word of it, but I bet he's talking shit.
I don't want to go by myself.
I think
Well-
I'm going to end up, once you end, I think I'm going to call it a night. I am exhausted. I have had so much fun, though, here. I want to do this again. And seriously,
This has been great.
Desiree,
so much
Confluence knows how to get a hold of me. I hold panels all the time. Would love to have you.
I love having all these weird, quirky conversations.
It's been great.
Oh, shit gets real weird sometimes.
I love
And
weird.
I better see you at my channel, too, sometime. Watch.
Yep.
Yeah, this was definitely interesting. I feel like it started out with actual topics, and then it basically turned into like 5 people that disagree with one person. I'm like, well, I'm going up to talk shit.
What happens to me on the channel?
There's like no
I
more.
apologize. I apologize if I sounded frustrated. I was a little frustrated with my mic, and then I started to like actually be able to talk. So I apologize.
Agrilipolis, it was epic. I've never, like,
Yeah, I'm always cool, but I was a little
He was
bit.
getting ornery.
Like,
yeah, it was.
He does get ornery at times, but it's only when he's already frustrated generally.
yeah. It takes something else to get me kind of pissed. But in this case, I couldn't talk, and then when I could, I was like, "What the fuck?" But it's all good. Sorry about that.
Unforgivable.
It's
Good talking to
okay.
everybody.
You know I was a battered woman. I'm used to it.
No, I kind of had so many questions that I wanted to ask, and I couldn't in time. So
It's hard to rattle me out of this.
Write them down for
Right.
next
man.
time.
yeah,
All right. Well,
appreciate
anybody
you.
want to?
Abe,
Yeah, of course. This has been fun. It's been a good one.
thank you so much
Yep.
for having us.
Bucket Button, Confluence,
Of course.
and
To all
Beth
of
as
you, thanks
always.
for having me, Abe.
Desiree,
Yeah.
nice
Thanks,
to meet you.
Desiree, for coming on. I appreciate it.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you all for coming. This was a lot of fun. We'll do more.
Oh, yeah.
I know Emmet wants to do more of these as well, so we'll
Yeah.
host more in the future. And you guys know me. I always have open panels and random crap going on here, so we'll have lots more
The
fun.
Abraham Lincoln thing is hilarious. Never seen that. Original.
Yes.
Good job.
He's an awesome guy. Like,
Is it a mask too, or just like
No,
that's all
Authentic
real.
beer.
It's real.
what about
It's
what
all
about your
real.
face?
Authentic.
Did you put makeup on? Are you like
Nope.
are you pasty like that?
It's
Well, my
Fucking
lights in
little.
here are LED,
Oh, okay.
but you know,
So it's just
maybe I am. Maybe I'm not white. Maybe I'm just gray because I'm really old.
You're only 41? 40? What did you say?
41. He's
41,
from
but I didn't
Florida.
say 41. I didn't say how many of what. I just said 41.
my excuse.
You gotta call him Pace off, Jim. He's got that confidence club.
Oh. Okay.
All right, so I
Fabulous like
imagine.
you, Confluence.
Appreciate
What?
you.
Not
Yes.
fabulous
Very
like you.
much appreciate
yeah.
you. Thank you.
Fabulous
This
like
was
you.
an awesome night.
Thanks for having my book. Here's
Oh,
a book.
of course. I read it. I read every word of it, Desiree.
Did you?
Thank
I
you.
have-
5 major typos.
Look, wait,
This
wait.
is your.
Hold on.
He's
give me
giving
one
chance for shout outs. So why don't you give a shout out for
Yeah.
your book? I mean,
Yeah, give your shout out.
do you have
Okay.
a copy that you can?
Okay, guys.
Okay, never
I
mind.
took
Confluence
notes,
has
Desiree.
it.
You see this?
I
I
I
took
wrote
fucking
my
notes.
memoir and guide to personal
See all
liberation
that?
in a very
You
Yes,
racy
Confluence, you're a bad bitch.
narrative. And then my publisher told me that I needed to also create a workbook to go with it. So this is 90 days to becoming a bad bitch. Bitch is an acronym for being in total control of herself or now himself. It's 2005. So
Whoa.
that's my book. Is the Bad Bitch Handbook. You can get it on Amazon. That's my story. Very
Val.
racy but watered down. And the 90-day process, essentially, it's my rendition of the 12-step program mixed with all of my other weird, quirky modalities that I've pieced together over the years. Kind of an addict to recovery is what I found. So I spent about $200,000 on educating myself, and then I condensed it down into these lovely books that are
Who knows what kind of
compared
divine
to-
blasphemies are contained therein? So buy the books.
Who
Find
knows?
out.
It's just my testimony and my process that works for me. And I have found over the years that for those of us who are deviant in whatever way, neurodivergence or just not fitting into any other category, I have found that my process works very well for those individuals who are particularly therapy resistant and anti-establishment, I guess. we would
Bucket
say.
Button just had an eye twitch. I just saw it.
No.
His fucking eye twitched.
That was excitement.
he was like,
Like, I can't wait to get on Amazon.
I just know a really good bargain when I see one. When I see
Yeah.
$200,000 turn into something I can buy.
Don't forget about your monthly membership to deal with that multi-generational trauma.
holy shit.
Never forget about it.
You want
It's
to
not
learn
better
how
than
to make her squirt or whatever?
I
I'm Desiree Noel on OnlyFans, America's favorite MILF, as they say. Anyway, the kids these days, you know, they're weird.
Abe, I'm gonna dip
Yes, we
out
are,
here.
but
I
it's
thank
okay.
you
Good.
so much for having me.
thanks for
Okay.
having me.
You want to shout out your channel again? And
Absolutely. My channel is Culture Corrections over here on YouTube. And we have open discussions, debates, pretty much whatever floats your boat. It's a good time. Thank you guys for coming. Thank you to the chat for supporting Abe here. I think everybody should get in a few more donos before he shuts down. This man has most certainly worked for it tonight and given everybody an amazing show. So donate to Abe Dinkus for his efforts and his time and his energy.
Thank you.
Have a great
Confluence.
night.
Do you want to call out yours?
Yeah, I'm Confluence 358 on YouTube. Just made an episode about a whatever podcast where a crazy guest threatens to Charlie Kirk, Brian Atlas. So you should check that out. It's
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Let me see here now. Remove from stage. There we go. Yeah. Wow. Wow. I'm going to drop the link for a couple of minutes in case people want to come up and ask anything before I go off to bed. Don't feel obligated. It's totally chill if everybody wants to just call it a night. That was insane. I can't believe half of the shit that just happened. Kevin, if you're headed off, good night. It's definitely worth watching from the start. I'm wow, guys. Wow, I've heard some things tonight that I feel like I just took some brain damage. Especially when she said that, sex slavery is not bad, that there's no such thing as bad, that our souls consent to these things before we're born, so technically we asked for it. What? Holy shit. It blows my mind. Yeah, yeah, guys. It got rough in there a few times. I've not just like she got caught in a few lies there too, where like she brought up how she uses OF as like therapy for her trauma because she's been victimized her whole life by pretty much everyone in her life. And as part of her trauma therapy, she she had talked about this on the whatever podcast. She did a piece of OF content where she had her head in a toilet and took it in the back door. And this supposedly helped her with her trauma. Body dysmorphia. Ooh, that's a really good, really, really good question. Open your eyes too wide, right? Yeah, dude. She said, but then she went on to say that she was saying that it was to heal. She did that in order to heal her trauma, but on the whatever podcast, it was just OF content. She was helping him with his trauma, but now they were both jointly like the stories just kept changing. She even went on a diatribe about how OF is bad after saying that she uses this as a form of therapy to heal her generational trauma, that that corn is bad, and she's doing it as a Trojan horse to be subversive to it. And it's like, how? And we drug her right back, and she had to back it. Like, the things that were said on this panel tonight were absolutely just, the clips that are coming out of this, guys, are going to be absolutely epic. I can't believe somebody actually said this shit, like, live on the internet. Having said that, Kevin, I'm gonna totally try and see about getting her on a panel over here. Would love for you to come and ask those questions. That could be really interesting. Oh, and ZD Den, we did put her on the spot about the incident at whatever where she touched Andrew, and she came up with every excuse in the world for why she didn't touch him, and then why would he be, afraid of a girl and this and that. It's not going to be tonight, Kevin. Not tonight. It's going to be another night. I am tired as hell. I had a nap earlier, but it wasn't enough. But yeah, though, ZD Den, she talks some mad shit about that incident with Andrew Wilson. I was kind of surprised. There comes a point where you just have to own up to your stuff, right? And be accountable, take responsibility, and say, I did something wrong or I did something bad. The problem is she doesn't like the word bad, especially not if it's associated with anything she does or says. I do think there's some really good, no offense, but do you guys, if she was who she is, how does she have time to be here then? Yeah, she is. She is. We all know it. You could see it from the Whatever podcast. She talked tonight about how she's living in an RV, which means she must not have her kids anymore. That's a shame. But she said things publicly on the Whatever podcast that, what do you expect? I feel bad for her, in a sense, because that's a rough existence. I do hope that some of her thinking kind of, evolves into something that's far more productive for her and healthy for her. That's all you can do. But there's people like this all over the place. It's just rare that you actually get to have those conversations with them. So I am going to get out of here. Thank you, everybody, for coming. And yeah, no, ZD, she can't. And that's tragic. Not just for her, but for her kids. Thank you guys for coming. I appreciate all of you very, very much. I hope you have a wonderful night. Get some good sleep. Or if your day is just starting, have a great day. And I will catch you guys later on the next stream. Have a good one.